James Rogerson, our safety car driver, my best friend in the paddock, and I saw him signing autographs earlier, James, and I got to tell you, you're more famous than I think you are.
Yeah, well, they just don't know who I used to be or could have been. But it's kind of funny. I haven't signed that many autographs since we did the Pro-Am here with the old Trans Am cars. And I was telling one of the guys, we did 2 hours. It was an hour over long because they couldn't get the fans off. It was impressive. I was impressed that many people showed up. And like I say, I had rider's cramp before that was over.
So we're talking here in Ray Skillman territory. Tell us about this new pace car. You liking it?
Yeah, this car is really nice. It's got all the track equipment on it. It has the shock package and everything else that Ford can put on there for us. So it's a nice car. I can break the back end loose in fourth gear anytime I want. So it's got enough to get out of the way.
That sounds great, James. Hey, have a safe day, and I hope I don't see you except at the beginning of each of these races.
That's my goal, is to drive one lap.
All right.
1 lap per session.
I love you, James. Thank you so much. James Rogerson. Motor Speedway.
No.
Have you ever been here for a Formula Regional Americas race before?
Nope.
Do you know what Formula Regional Americas is?
Nope.
Would you like to know?
Sure.
Formula Regional Americas is the top step of a 3-step ladder for drivers just making the transition from go-karts into race cars. We start with the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. We then step up to the F4 US Championship, and this is the top rung of that ladder. These drivers all have the aspiration to make it to Formula One. So if you have, would you like to be a race car driver? Is that something you aspire to?
I think it would be cool, but I don't know if I would actually want to do it.
Okay, well that's a fair assumption. Are you from here in Indianapolis?
Yes.
What's your name?
Ethan Lucas.
Ethan, nice to meet you, and have a safe day. This is your mom, I assume.
Yeah.
So do you want Ethan to be a race car driver?
I think it's cool.
But you need deep pockets to make that happen. You know?
Oh, yeah. My pockets aren't that deep. I'm a public teacher, school teacher.
God bless you for doing that. God bless you for doing it. And Ethan, enjoy your weekend here, and stroll through the paddock. You will enjoy seeing these cars up close.
Yeah.
All right. Nice talking to you.
You too. Have a good day.
Thanks, Ethan. And your mom? Las Cruces High School?
Las Cruces High School in New Mexico.
And what brings you to Indianapolis? Were you here just for this weekend?
No, we're here for HOSA International. It's a competition for future healthcare workers.
Good for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good for you. You got the fan club here as well. So tell us a little bit about HOSA. What do you do?
Basically, we can compete in events all the way from simulating wounds to presenting about your community, which is what I do. Yes, sir.
Awesome sauce. Where's hometown for you?
Las Cruces.
Okay, Las Cruces. Yes, nice place in New Mexico, eh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But you have a UNLV sweater on, so I just wondered if you make your way up to Las Vegas occasionally.
That's just for the style.
Good job. Hey, nice to meet you, and safe journey back home after the weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
No worries. Glad to have it. You're from Texas, I gather, just by looking at your shirt. So this is a big competition here in Indianapolis this weekend.
It's the HOSA international competition, and it is our 50th year of HOSA. Started in 1976, and so we have students here from all over the states and all over the world. We have over 13,000 competitors this weekend and over 15,000 attendees to the conference.
And your competitors are basically looking to work as first responders or in the medical profession? How does that work out?
All kinds of medical professions, over 50 different events the students can compete in, from leadership skills to healthcare skills, and these students are really preparing to be future healthcare leaders of tomorrow.
And that's great, and we need them, you bet.
So we really appreciate you guys, appreciate y'all letting us come out today. These kids are having a blast.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the race. Do this without all the sponsors that you've helped bring to the fore. We've got a new one here this weekend, Gearhead Coffee, of course, sponsoring our Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Yeah, John, we are so excited to be here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I mean, this is hallowed ground, 110 years, right? This isn't the Indy 500, but these kids feel like it is, and that's what our partners feel about is when we go to these world-class tracks, they get a chance to showcase their products, and as our fan base continues to grow, more and more partners are joining us, but one of our main partners here for the Formula Regional Group is Hankook Tire, and they are very, very special to us. We also can't leave out Cube 3 Architecture and a lot of other folks that support us, but I think these young kids signing autographs really do feel like they're the next Indy 500 drivers, so I'm looking forward to seeing who from this group is actually going to kiss the bricks.
Well, I think it's safe to say we're going to see maybe 3 different brick kissers here this weekend. We've had a wide variety of winners this season.
Oh, we do. You know, I think just about every country in the world is represented here in this grid, and Scott Goodyear and Ashley Youngs do a fantastic job of everything they do with this series, and it's a lot of fun. And you know, when I look at these cars, they do look like Formula One cars, and so the dream is real, and we're just trying to help create the most economical way for these kids to get their dream to go forward and pursue their passion.
Scott, I know you're relatively new to our paddock. You joined us last season, if memory serves. Tell us about your journey to get here.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, I've been here a year. I think it's 1 year anniversary. And that journey has been exciting. It's been educational, learning all the different paddocks, all the different people. I think that's the differentiator. I've been in NASCAR, Formula One, IMSA, World Cup, soccer. I've done it all. But this is what it's all about. This is where the true race fan and the true racer, from a passion standpoint, get to showcase their wares. And, you know, that's where we bring them together. So it's been a great journey so far. Looking forward to the future.
Scott, thanks so much for all your input and for all the great work you do keeping the sponsors in line, because without the sponsors, we couldn't do what we do.
Well, thank you, John, for all your hard work, too.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Scott. Scott Duncan, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to please begin to make your way to the exits as we are going to wrap up our fan walk. There's no rush, but you've got about 5 minutes to vacate the pit lane as we have to get these drivers in their cars and get our opening ceremonies handled before we set off for our first race of the weekend for the Formula Regional Americas Championship. So once again, thank you for taking part. Get your last selfie or your autograph, but make your way behind the pit wall if you would, please. Thank you so much.
He's got some plans for you and some words.
Once we get the opening ceremonies done, we're going to talk to our Grand Marshal, Lynn St. James, who's standing right here with me. And we'll get the opening ceremonies done here in just a couple minutes, and then you and I will have a chance to chat before you give the most famous words in motorsport.
Well, thank you. I love giving those words, except I love being in the car, hearing those words, but not anymore.
No worries about that. We'll talk a little more in a few minutes, but thank you for being here with us and for all the great work you do with WIMNA and all of the organizations you've been with since you stepped out of the driver's seat. It's great to have you here as part of this festivities.
Always good to be at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Exactly right.
Thanks, Lynn. Thank you.
We'll talk to you in a few minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, final clearance for the fan walk. Thanks so much for being with us, but we must ask you to make your way to the exits, please. Final clearance for the fan walk. Thank you so much.
Blessings and all of your love that you give to each and every one of us. We thank you for your Son that gave his life for all of us on Calvary. We ask you to continue to bless racing across this country, Racing America. Bless them in every venue that they would put on. Father God, we thank you for the military that's standing around this world and on our shores to keep that freedom, so we can assemble the way we're doing today. And Lord, bring them all home safe very soon. We thank you for all the sponsors that come along to help make all this possible. And now, Father, we thank you for all the talent you've given. We ask you to bless our drivers, crews, officials, and all of these great fans. Keep them all safe and bless their homes. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Tim. Please remain standing. You're in for a special treat as Ginny Skillman will produce our national anthem. Ginny?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jenny Spillman, ladies and gentlemen, with our national anthem. Jenny, thank you so much. Beautiful rendition. All right. right, we have a grand marshal here this weekend. Her name is Lynn St. James. If you don't know who she is, shame on you. Lynn competed in the Trans Am for 4 seasons. You made 53 starts. You're a 7-time starter right here at the Brickyard in the Indianapolis 500. Finished 11th in your rookie year when you were Rookie of the Year. You've raced in 15 IndyCar races. You've competed at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, at the 9 times at Sebring, winning the GTO class in 1990, earned 2 GTO class victories at the 24 Hours of Daytona, and in your 62 IMSA GT starts, you scored 6 victories. I'm out of breath just talking about it.
Oh my golly, that is amazing. I mean, I've been so blessed. And to still be here, it's just a blessing.
One of the things you said that the Trans Am Series taught you was to get up to speed right now, because these 15-minute qualifying sessions go by in a whisker. Tell us about that.
Well, I kind of came from warming the car up, warming the driver up, warming the tires up. That was kind of the rhythm I got into. And when I got to Trans Am, had to throw that out the window. And Tom Galloy and Scott Pruitt and those guys were so good, and I had to get with the program now. You go out there and you lean on those tires, and you know that you got to get it done quickly, and then there's no pit stops in the race. I mean, it's fantastic. It's real racing.
Absolutely. Since you've stepped out of the cockpit, you've been very involved in charitable work, and probably your biggest achievement is the Women in Motorsports North America. We call it WIMNA. Tell us a little bit about WIMNA and the impact that it's made in its brief life.
I had no idea that the timing was right to do something like this. I mean, I've been in the sport for over 50 years, but I realized that there were so many more women that are in it, but there were so many more young girls and women who wanted to get in it and didn't understand that maybe that opportunity existed. So it was pulling together the men and women who want to help grow the sport, to help expand our reach beyond just the generational, hard fan that's going to come up anyway. And so we just know the timing is right. It's a not-for-profit. We've got chapters now at different racetracks and different regions around the country. We have our big summit that we do here in Indianapolis now. We'll be doing that December 8th through the 10th at the convention center. So we're about educating, we're about advocating, we're just about connecting and making opportunities happen and just opening the doors to inviting people to come in that maybe didn't think that they would be invited.
If someone would like to be involved in WIMNA, how do they get in touch and how do they make that happen?
The best thing is to go to our website. I really love our website because we're trying to help grow the sport and let other people know about it. So it's womeninmotorsportsna.com. So that's really the best way to start there. We've got so much information about the industry, about the sport, about careers. We're launching a career job site this week. I think it's actually going to be up and live. And so, it's just, how can we grow? How can we be bigger and better?
Do you have a favorite Trans Am memory?
Ooh. Well, I just shared one. They used to have the thing called the Fast Five. If you qualified in the top 5, they made a big deal about it, and you got a hat and you got a jacket. And first time when I qualified in the Fast Five was at Lime Rock, and I was with Jack Baldwin and Scott Pruitt and Hurley Haywood, and I was part of the Fast Five, and I still got that jacket.
Was it raining at Lime Rock when you raced there?
No, it wasn't. I mean, I have raced at Lime Rock in the rain, but that particular weekend it wasn't.
Yeah, we were there just a couple weeks ago, and it was pouring down rain most of the weekend. So,
as much as I loved racing at Lime Rock, it was always in the day. It was the same weekend as the Indy 500, right. But we raced on Monday because we couldn't race on Sunday. So, anyway, I love that track, but there's so many wonderful road courses around the country.
Yeah. So you did the double.
I'm sorry?
So you did the double, Lime Rock and Indy.
Yeah, that would have been a hard thing to do. Yeah.
Tell us one more favorite IndyCar memory.
Whoa, those are way too many. Obviously, Rookie of the Year was totally unexpected. But I think one of my favorite memories is qualifying outside second row when we qualified 6th in 1994. It was the first year that I had a new chassis. I had a current engine and a new engine. My crew chief was Emery Donaldson, who was on my crew when I had my Pinto in SCCA, and he'd been with me all off and on all those years and never been to Indy. So having him as my crew chief that year was just magical. We had new stuff. Dick Simon, I was my 3rd year here, so I was getting better and better, and it all came together, and we had a good qualifying.
And coming up later this year, you are going to be inducted into the IMSA Hall of Fame. And in 2027, you're in the class of the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America. Did you ever believe that was going to happen?
Never, ever. I mean, never. I'm still not processing it, to be honest. So it's a huge honor. I don't know what to say. When your peers honor you, it does, in anything, in any industry, in any sport, it doesn't get any better than that.
Where's home for you these days?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah. So are you able to kick back, or are you so busy with all your charitable work that you don't have time to relax?
Well, no, I do a lot of traveling, but Indy's my home away from home. I mean, I really probably spend as much time here as any other place, probably more than Phoenix. And I love being here, and I feel, I grew up in Ohio, not too far away, so this is like being home.
Well, I'm an Ohioan as well, so, OH.
No, yes. No, I don't get it all. My sport. This is my sport. I don't pay a lot of attention to the others. Yeah.
Good for you. We're just a couple minutes away here. Let me look at my clock. We've got about a minute before we have you give the most famous words in all of sports, not just motorsports. You've had the luxury of doing that on multiple occasions. You say you'd love to do it.
Well, I do. As I said, the first time I did it, I think it was at VIR, and it was different because I'm so used to being on the other side, waiting for that command, even though I've always said, I remember at Indy, they were like, they didn't know what they were going to say, and I said, I don't care what Mary Holman says, I'm going. I mean, I'm not waiting to be told, I'm going.
Exactly right. So we're just about 30 seconds away. We're going to get a photo with Lee Giannone, the COO, or Chief Executive Officer of Racing America. Lee, pretty nice to have this lady next to you, huh?
She's been a good friend for a long time, and we are so happy she's here with us. She is one of my racing heroes, I have to tell you.
And mine as well.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. We've got just a few seconds before we get the word out to our drivers. All the teams seem to be ready. Umbrellas over the drivers to keep them cool. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it done. Here is our Grand Marshal, Lynn St. James, with the most famous words in all of sports. Lynn?
Drivers, start your engines!
That's it. Thank you, Lynn. God bless you for being here. Enjoy the race. I'm going to send it up to Ben Sissel up in the booth.
Well, thank you very much, John Phippen. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do a fan walk. Formula Regional America's Championship. This is our first round at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I am joined in the booth by our expert. He is currently third in our Formula 4 United States Championship, Zach Faree. Welcome to Indy.
Hello, Ben. Nice to be up here in the booth with you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I saw you earlier, and this is, we spent the whole season and last season together. But you were holding the umbrella for your teammate and friend Cooper Shipman, and you seem to have that attitude, whatever it takes. Like you're here to learn, you're here to kind of absorb as much as you can, and just hanging around, being in the vicinity, that seems to be a good strategy for you.
Yeah, definitely. Coming up from Mid-Ohio, we came straight to Indianapolis, so embedding myself with the team more and more, sitting in the back of the data room, learning, seeing what I can learn for next year already. And, yeah, hopefully today I reckon this will be a great race day.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's so cool to be at Indy. It's kind of like pinch me moments down here. I was just looking at Lynn St. James down here. Joe Nemechek is running with us. Doug Bowles joined us in the broadcast. But, Zach, I want to talk about you personally because we got to hang out a lot last year. Last year you were making the commute from Johannesburg, South Africa, to each race. And this year, when I talked to you at NOLA, you're like, I moved closer. And I'm like, where'd you move to? And you're like, Morocco. Same continent, not much closer. But what made you, is it a little bit easier of a jump for you?
Yeah, I mean, we moved there for Dad's work. Dad working up now with a new company. But, yeah, moved to Morocco. So still a long flight, definitely.
Well, guys, John Phippen has joined us in the booth. I'm going to step away and go down and be the pit reporter. But, Zach, I know you're going to do great. Give us your expertise and, tell all the viewers what you're seeing out there.
Thanks, Ben.
Great to have Zach alongside, as Ben says, third in our F4 US Championship point standings. Let's introduce the starters to you for today's race. Starting at the back, because of a penalty, is the points leader, Evagoras Papasavas, out of Loveland, Ohio, in the number 71 for Crosslink Motorsports. But look for him to work his way forward. Outside of row 7 is one of our Masters drivers, the number 24, Kevin Jansen, out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, sponsored by U.S. Power Group and Data Center Solutions, also for Crosslink Motorsports. In row 7 on the inside, the third of our Masters drivers, Anthony Antillo, out of Providence, Rhode Island. Anthony, sponsored by Hope for the Warriors and Momentum Motorsports, is his team. And then the leader of our Masters class, for drivers of a certain age, outside of row 6, is the 21 of Whitney Strickland from League City, Texas, sponsored by the TF companies for Hillenberg Motorsports. His teammate will start inside him, number 25 of Eric Wisniewski out of Mason, Michigan, sponsored by Remax Commercial for Hillenberg Motorsports. In row 5, car 14 is Aiden Shu out of Janesville, Wisconsin, sponsored by Homes for Our Troops for Crosslink Motorsports. Next to Aiden is the 13 of Barrett Wolf from Las Vegas, Nevada. Barrett for Crosslink Motorsports finished 9th in the championship a year ago. In row 4 on the outside, the 88 of James Lawley. James out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Pentagon Properties for the Atlantic Racing Team. Next to James is the number 8 of Alejandro Bobadilla from Mexico City, Mexico. Alejandro also races for the Crosslink Motorsports team. In row 3 on the outside, car number 9, Harbir Das, one of 2 Kiwi Motorsport drivers in the field. Harbir's out of Solon, Ohio, up near Cleveland. North Coast Medical Group and Alpha Micron sponsor him for Kiwi Motorsports. Next to him, the local driver, car number 5, is Luke Powers from Fishers, Indiana. As he said on the grid, he sleeps in his own bed when he races here at Indianapolis. He races for Tony Driver Development. Now for the front 2 rows. Outside of row 2 is car number 7, Christian Bogle. Christian out of Covington, Louisiana, sponsored by Pelican Energy Consultants for Tony Driver Development. And alongside him is the 29 of Kekai Hauanio. Kekai from Plant City, Florida, sponsored by Anywhere Transport for Crosslink Motorsports. On the front row, 2 drivers that are in the top of the points battle. On the outside is the number 10 of Cooper Shipman. He is the reigning F4 U.S. champion. Took advantage of the scholarship to move up to the Formula Regional Americas class. And your pole sitter for the second time this season, car number 40, Brady Golan out of Austin, Texas, also for Tony Driver Development.
Disaster for Crosslink Motorsport. Aiden Shu not making the grid, and Keika Hauanio spinning on the formation lap, starting from the pit lane.
Yeah, so that's a really tough break for both of those Crosslink cars. As the rest of the field in their positions here on the front straightaway for the Formula One style standing start. The light sequence has begun. You can hear the engines on the red limiters, and we are away. Grace Bogle gets a good start. Cooper Shipman not so good. So the 7 of Christian Bogle giving a chase as they head down into turn number 1. But Brady Golan, the pole sitter, at the point. And then on the inside there is the off-pole sitter. That's Cooper Shipman. And then around the outside is the 7 of Christian Bogle, as they're still side-by-side racing deeper in the back as these drivers work their way around turn 2 for the first time.
Shipman managing to hold second place after not such a good, got a lot of wheel spin on the start there, but Golan locking it into turn 1. Let's see what they do through 5 and 6.
Yeah, through the chicane here, they've got to be careful because track limits are an issue here, especially at the exit of turn 6. As drivers get all 4 wheels off that white line, they can be penalized. As we can see some drivers trying to make their cars as wide as possible down into turn 7, but it's Golan, it's Shipman, and then it's the 7 of Cooper.
Javier does going through on Alejandro Bobadilla and James Lawley into turn 7.
Exactly. Bobadilla and Lawley going side by side as they work their way through turn number 10, as they're going to go up onto the banking as they make the way toward turn 12. Sharp right-hander that leads them into the pit entrance. Working their way down, still too wide side by side as Bobadilla goes side by side with the 71 of Papasavas. He's already worked his way up to about mid-pack after starting at the back for serving a penalty.
Perfect start for Evagoras Papasavas, getting up many positions at the start. He will be head down, trying to drive all the way forward as they cross the start-finish line for the first time.
As they come to the line, the first lap is complete. Brady Golan, your leader by just about 0.8 of a second at the stripe. Cooper Shipman in second, Christian Bogle in third, Luke Powers up to fourth. Great start for Luke. Barrett Wolf shuffled back to fifth, but he started deeper in the pack, so that's a good run for Barrett. Evagoras Papasavas up to sixth after one lap. So, Zach, that's showed that Papasavas has got good pace here. He's going to be a factor for the win.
Yeah, Papasavas going on new tires would have definitely given him an advantage at the start. Tires will be up to temperature. It's a hot day here at Indianapolis, so not much warming needed to be done.
Yeah, we're almost up to 80 degrees here. 77 is the most recent ambient temperature. I don't have track temperature at my fingertips here. But right now, Golan with a pretty comfortable lead over Cooper Shipman. The battle is really on for the third spot. Christian Bogle and Luke Powers going after it. Trouble for Anthony Autila, one of our Masters drivers, as he has killed the motor. You can see some flames coming out of the exhaust pipe. That's just spent fuel in the turbocharger. That will burn off once he gets the car refired.
Yeah, looks like
Autila's
off at T7 over there.
Again, at turn 7, that's a very popular passing opportunity on this racetrack, a heavy braking zone. And these cars are a little tough to pass because these cars generate the most downforce of any of the three classes that we have. And the more downforce a car generates, the more it disturbs the air for the following car. So these drivers have to be careful if they run too closely. As you can see, the two Tony Driver Development teammates, Christian Bogle in the 7, Luke Powers in the 5, as they're going nose to tail into turn number 1.
Brady Golden's pulled a gap of almost 1.2 seconds now, with 4/10 on the last lap. Let's see what Cooper Shipman can do and see if he can either, right now, if I were him, I'll try and save my tires and go for him at the end.
I think you're absolutely right. These are 30-minute timed races, so they're long. It's going to take a while for these cars to get up to temperature, up to speed, and they have to be very cautious of their tire management. That's part of the issue. And here comes Papasavas once again as he pops out, trying to make a move on the 5th place runner, Barrett Wolf, not able to close that deal just yet. So Papasavas, as we mentioned, up into 6th, but every position higher is going to be harder and harder to pass.
Have a look at Keika Haonio, who's now in 13th position after starting way back in the field after spinning on that formation lap. He had to drive through pit lane at 40 miles per hour while everyone else was at racing speed. And here at Indianapolis, this is a very, very long pit lane, John. Papasavas for a move on Barrett Wolf into 5th.
Yeah, Papasavas makes the move, so he's up into 5th position now as they work their way through turn 13 and then into the final turn up onto the front straightaway of the oval. Across the line they come, completing race lap number 4, excuse me. Shipman, Bogle, Powers, now Papasavas, then Barrett Wolf. Alejandro Bombardia in the 7th position, Harbor Das 8th, 9th to James Lawley, and Eric Wisniewski in the final points peg position.
Look at this, Christian Bogle and Luke Powers going at each other. That's the closest gap on the field right now. Powers stepping up from F4 into Formula Regional Americas this year. He's had some good pace, but this is definitely, he'll be happy with this result no matter what happens.
Yeah, he finished in 7th in F4 a year ago. Still looking for his first podium in this competition, but he had in F4, he had a podium at NOLA in the 3rd race for him this season. So he's got one podium to his credit already. Christian Bogle with 3 podiums already, a 2nd place at NOLA, a 3rd at Road America, and again last weekend at Mid-Ohio.
Bogle going wide over there in turn 10. Powers might have a better run here.
So they work their way up onto the straightaway. The short chute between turns 1 and 2 on the oval, and then the right-hander at turn 12. The pit exit just off to their right there as they pass this opportunity. But look who's lurking just behind Luke Powers. It is Evagoras Papasavas, the points leader. Again, served a penalty for a infraction during the qualifying session. Had to start from the back, but he is making short work of this field as he is closing down on the 4th place runner right now. So it's a good 3-car battle now for the 3rd spot with the 7 of Bogle, then Powers, then Papasavas. So Tony Driver Development drivers running 1st, 3rd, and 4th with Papasavas, the lead driver from the Crosslink stable, Cooper Shipman for the Kiwi Motorsports stable, running in the 2nd spot in that number 10 car. This 3-car battle through the chicane at turns 5 and 6. Luke Powers needs to be careful not to exceed track limits there at the exit of 6, because a penalty could be coming if that's the case. And under race conditions, race control will give them some warning before they issue the penalty, but it is something these drivers need to be cautious of.
Look at Papasavas pushing there to turns 8 and 9. Almost dipping 2 wheels on the grass, he's pushing so much.
One of the disadvantages that he'll have is if he pushes too hard, he's going to burn his tires, and then he won't have anything at the end of this race. So he's got to be careful to conserve his energy. He's still got plenty of time to go. We've got 23 minutes left in this race. So he doesn't have to do everything all at once. But he's obviously shown he's got the pace to get to the front. He is the fastest car on the racetrack. His last lap, a 1:23.685. Brady Golan across the line, followed by Cooper Shipman. Then this three-car battle. Christian Bogle, then Luke Powers. And here comes Papasavas thinking about popping to the inside on Powers. Powers, though, late on the brakes, stays right in the slipstream of his teammate. As these three stay line astern, working their way out of turn 2.
Yeah, Papasavas having 2 looks there into turn 1, thinking about sending it up the inside, but he thinks better of it. Let's see what he can do up into turn 7 now.
Powers did a good job of maintaining his line, not getting involved in any blocking. The driver in front of a passing opportunity is able to set his position. He just can't move in reaction. And just like this, here comes Papasavas deep on the brakes down into turn number 7, and he gets it done. Papasavas is up one more spot into 4th position.
Look at the gap now, John, from Papasavas to Bogle. That's what happens when you fight in race cars. The car in front will just drive away, so now Papasavas has made more work for him to do.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is race side by side if you can avoid it. Line astern is the way to get it done because you take advantage of the draft. But again, you've got to dip out occasionally to get some air on that front wing so you've got grip at the front of the car.
Especially today, later on in the race, I think that the drivers might have to dip out even if they're not going for a move to try and get some cool air into the water and oil over here. It's a warm day at Indianapolis right now. Right now it's 78 degrees Fahrenheit.
Coming to the line once again, Papasavas continues to pile the pressure on, and now he's all over the back of Christian Bogle. Let's see if Bogle's going to give him some room. He pops to the inside at turn 1, late on the brakes, classic outbraking maneuver. Bogle tries to fight back, but I don't think he's got the pace to do it. Papasavas up onto the podium already after starting at the back.
Yeah, just in 9 minutes. Papasavas now in the podium paying positions. Let's see if he can close the gap to Shipman and Golan.
Evagoras has a 31-point lead over Brady Golan, the leader of this motor race right now. So obviously Golan wants to keep Papasavas behind him to try to narrow that gap as we get to the end of this race. Cooper Shipman is only half a point behind Brady Golan. So Cooper, again, in the Kiwi Motorsport number 10, would love to get up and get around Brady Golan and close down that gap and maybe take over second spot in the points. Papasavas with 3 wins on the season, including one at the most recent round at Mid-Ohio. Brady Golan, a 2-time winner, once at NOLA, once at Road America. And in 2 singletons, Cooper Shipman has won once. That was at NOLA. And Kekai Halanio broke through for his first win in the class in the first race at Mid-Ohio last weekend. Papasavas right out to the wall now. His next target will be Cooper Shipman, who is 2.5 seconds out in front. But Papasavas resets fast lap of the race at a 23.584. Shipman's last lap was a 24.7, so Papasavas is almost a second faster at this stage of the race. Again, it's early. We're only a third of the way into this race, so he's got to be careful not to burn up his tires.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, John. I think that is the big question. How will Papasavas' tires be at the end of this motor race?
The 2 Tony Driver Development teammates, Christian Bogle and Luke Powers, continue their battle just behind. Papasavas has definitely broken free from that. Cooper Shipman, I'm sure, has got his eyes, one eye on the mirrors, one eye out in front to see if he can do anything with Brady Golan, but be careful with the pace coming from behind. Alejandro Bobadilla just in front of Javier Das. Eric Wolf just in front of him. As these guys are riding the curbs here. These cars pretty compliant over the curbs, but you got to be careful. These curbs are pretty severe here at Indianapolis, and so they can definitely unsettle the car.
Look at this, John. 4 cars fighting over P6 right now, from 6 to 10. Lawley rounding it up in P9 right now.
Yep. Great job. Barrett Wolf, Alejandro Bobadilla, Javier Das. Das, the teammate of our second place runner, Cooper Shipman. And then the single car team from Atlantic Racing from Nova Scotia.
You see Barrett Wolf weaving a little bit, trying to break the draft a bit over this long straight that we have here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Bobadilla sticking right behind him the whole time.
Bobadilla was feeling pretty confident. I talked to him on the fan walk, and he said, he had some bad luck at Mid-Ohio and made a few mistakes, but he's pretty confident that he's got the pace this year to make some difference. So Bobadilla, the Mexico City driver, looking to work his way up and potentially challenge for a podium spot. But Harbor Das right behind him as they work their way onto the Holman straightaway through turn number 6. Bobadilla looking racy now, right on the back of the number 13 of Barrett Wolf, but not close enough to make a move. Harbor Das just biding his time, looking for an opening when it happens. If one of them pops out, perhaps he'll follow one or the other, and that'll give him some advantage. Again, as the side-by-side racing will definitely hurt their momentum.
Yeah, I'm just wondering now for Bobadilla, if he's not sitting behind Wolf so much, he's just going to chew his tires up more, and he's having a look. No, he thinks better of it into turns 12 and 13.
Yeah, Wolf drifted a little bit to the inside. I wouldn't call that a block, but he took an inside, sort of a middle-of-the-road kind of line, trying to deny that inside move from the following car of Bobadilla. Barrett Wolf in the Crosslink Motorsports number 13. His teammate Alejandro Bobadilla right behind him. And the number 9 of Harbor Das, James Lawley in the Atlantic Racing 88. Ooh, a little smoke out of the back of Harbor Das's car. I don't know if that was brake lockup or if that's a indication of a potentially pending problem here. But are my eyes deceiving me? Do you see a little vapor?
I reckon that might have just been a little lockup there, but if these guys keep on fighting like this, don't cut out Keikai Haonio, already in 10th position. He's only about 6 or 7 seconds away from this battle. Let's see what he can do as Barrett Wolf going defensive into turn 7 on Alejandro Bobadilla.
Yeah, that'll give Bobadilla the chance to do the over-under as they run down into the S's here. Bobadilla using up all the curb, and just as I suspected, Harbor Das going to try to follow one of them through, but he goes a little too heavy into that final turn in the S's.
I think Harbor does actually have a problem. I'm looking at the smoke. There's definitely some smoke pouring out of that back of that race car over there. As you can see, I think that might actually be oil on the tires because he had quite a big moment. As Bobadilla having a look again into turn 13, but this time Barrett Wolf knows that it was coming.
Barrett doing a good job. James Lawley has taken over that position from Harbor Das, but Das now fighting back, trying to take it back from him as they are scrabbling over that 8th position. Again, points are only paid down through 10th. You get 25 points for a win, 18 for second, 15 for third, down to a single point for 10th. We do not award bonus points for leading the most laps or anything like that. It's strictly finishing position as Bobadilla stuffs it down to the inside of turn 2 and makes the pass. So Alejandro Bobadilla moving up into 6th position now. Barrett Wolf in 7th, but he's coming under pressure from James Lawley. They work their way into the chicane one more time at turns 5 and 6. Bobadilla now stretching it away just a bit from Barrett Wolf. So Bobadilla
Lawley to the inside of Barrett Wolf into turn 7, and he's made it stick. What a move by James Lawley.
Yeah, that came from a long way back. I think Wolf got caught napping there just a bit. I think he wasn't expecting that pass to get made. Now he's going to try to repay the favor as they work their way through turn 8 and 9.
And look at Alejandro Bobadilla driving away after the fighting. I don't think you want to fight in turns 8, 9, and 10. If there's a car in front of you, that car is gone.
Yeah, exactly right. Bobadilla's got a lot of ground to make up to catch Luke Powers, as we'll get the interval as they come across the line. But the top 3 have definitely put some distance on the rest of the field. A little bit of dust kicked up as Barrett Wolf runs a little bit wide. Now here comes Harbor Das on Barrett Wolf. Wolf goes to the inside to try to block that passing maneuver, but Das is alongside. Now it's a braking duel to see who could be later on the brakes. Das has shown he's got a couple walk-ups here, so not quite close enough, but maybe he can do the over-under as he tried to show the dummy to Barrett Wolf to get him to go a little too deep on the brakes and maybe give him an opening.
That was great defensive driving there from Barrett Wolf, but Barrett Wolf having a little moment in turn 4, going a little wide, missing the apex.
Bobadilla getting away. Lawley doing the same. The battle now is between Wolf and Harbor Das. Das down to the inside at turn 7. Late on the brakes.
Oh, you're looking at they touch and they're around.
They're both around. I don't think they actually made contact There might have been a little nudge just as they were into the braking zone. They both killed the motors. Doss gets it running first. Wolf is still sitting stationary, unable to get that car refired. But that's going to allow Eric Wisniewski to get by him. There he goes. Wolf able to get restarted, but he's going to lose a couple of spots. Wisniewski got by him as well. Here's Barrett Wolf in recovery mode. Is there a little damage to that front wing? It looks like they're...
Yeah, it looked like that wing just got knocked off center a little bit, but I'm pretty sure he'll be able to still continue.
This is the battle for 4th and 5th as Christian Bogle continues to lead Luke Powers, the local driver from Fishers, Indiana, suburb of Indianapolis. Bogle doing a good job stretching that advantage just a little bit. They were nose to tail for much of this race, and it's gradually eking out a bit of a lead for Barrett.
Yeah, our top three are still separated by almost 1.5 seconds each. We'll see what happens as Barrett Wolf, I'm looking outside our commentary box, is in the pit lane.
Yeah, so trouble for Barrett Wolf. Again, perhaps that front wing damage is going to be an issue. So tough break for Barrett. He's had a tough weekend as he had an engine problem. And once again, the 21, that's Whitney Strickland, has killed it at turn 1, but he's able to get the car refired. And he will continue. Let's see what the Masters battle looks like. Whitney Strickland was the Masters leader. Kevin Jansen just behind him. Anthony Ottillo in 13th spot. We didn't see if Jansen was able to get by Strickland after his spin at turn 1. I would guess he did, but we'll sort that out as they come back into our view.
Papa Savas 2/10 quicker than Cooper Shipman on the last lap.
Closing down on the top 2. Brady Golan leading from the jump. He took the start from the pole, got a great start, and has not been headed yet. Cooper Shipman slotting into 2nd spot. But Evagoras Papasavas, starting at the back, has worked his way up to 3rd position and continues to close down on the 2 in front of him. On his last lap, he was at a 24 flat. Cooper Shipman was at a 24.2. So it's a point now where their pace is pretty much identical. So he's going to need a mistake from Shipman, I think, to make this happen. Shipman's done a good job of taking care of his tires. And Zach, I think you're absolutely right. That's a knowing strategy on his part. I think he's just biding his time, keeping the leader in sight, and realizing that we're into the final third of this race now with about 10 minutes left. If he's got anything left, now's the time to pull the pin.
Yeah, I think after this lap, Cooper has to go if he wants to stand a chance to get Brady Golan, his fellow Texan. These two went to high school together for a little bit before they both started doing online school, so they know each other very well. They know how they race very well. Hopefully, they'll give us a good battle to the end.
Indeed, 2 drivers from the same town in this championship. Austin, Texas, home of Circuit of the Americas, of course. And Golan appears to be pretty comfortable in his lead right now. Shipman is going to be spending a little more time in his mirrors than he is out in front of his visor. These cars working their way out of turn 2. With just under 10 minutes remaining, so we're in the final third of the race. Kekai Halanio has gradually caught Harbir Das and passed him. He's now closing down on James Lawley. So Halanio, again, after spinning on the formation lap, having to go all the way to the back, has worked his way up to 8th and is quicker than the cars in front. So we'll see if Halanio can get himself a little further up the order. I think a podium position is probably out of question. But Golan looking strong right now. Then Shipman, then Papasavas. Golan up on the banking in the short chute between turns 1 and 2 on the oval. Then Shipman, then Papasavas. Evagoras showing why he is the points leader here. He's got the racecraft and the speed to make it happen, and Crosslink has put a good car under him. But the Kiwi Motorsports stable that Cooper Shipman drives for has got something as well. Harbor Das now closing up on the back of Eric Wisniewski. Remember, Harbor had that spin with Brady Golan, but Harbor able to continue. Now he's in recovery mode as Wisniewski was able to get by him.
Ottiello getting the blue flag, getting out the way of Das and Wisniewski.
Ottiello back in 13th position.
Pat Wolf still stuck on pit lane by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think it looks like his race is done. I don't think he's going to come back out at this juncture. But he's got the crew has the overnight to get any problems solved. 2 races tomorrow. The first race is first thing in the morning at 8 o'clock. And then another race just before the lunch break, or just after the lunch break tomorrow. So 2 more races to go. He could certainly salvage a good result from this weekend. But this battle for second is getting hotter and hotter. Papasavas hoping that he didn't take too much energy out of his tires. Cooper Shipman biding his time. But Cooper's going to have to start laying down some laps here if he's got designs on the top step of the podium. But he's got his hands full just maintaining position number 2.
Meanwhile, while Cooper and Evagoras are going to start fighting, Golan will start to walk away more and more in the lead as they come past the start-finish line now.
We check the lead as they cross the stripe. Golan with a 2.5 second lead.
Yeah, Shipman trying to break the draft there a little heading into T1. Evagoras trying to get in the mirrors to scare Cooper off. Cooper knows and his wife and will not fall for that.
Of turn 2 right out to the edge of the racetrack. Into turn 3. Long sweeper here. And then it sharpens up at turn 4 as they make their way into the chicane right here. Got to ride the curves. The car's got to be able to ride the curves to get quick through that section of racetrack. That's the top 3 in your camera shot here. The pole sitter, Brady Golan, at the point. Cooper Shipman in the blue and green, number 10. Evagoras Papasavas, the points leader, in the orange, number 71, starting at the back and worked his way up to challenging for second spot here with 6.5 minutes remaining in the race.
Of course, this being Tony Drive Development's home racetrack, they're not based far away from the track. They'll probably done some testing here in the off-season, so Golan definitely using that testing to his advantage right now.
Sure enough. And the team obviously has all its resources right here in Indianapolis, so if they do need to make any changes to the car, they've got all the resources they need. Everybody else has to have whatever they loaded on the truck.
Yeah, and most of these teams, if not all of the teams, came directly from Mid-Ohio to Indianapolis.
Yep. Papasavas once again just showing the nose to Cooper Shipman, if anything, to maybe get a little air on the nose of his car to keep it cool.
I'm looking at our window again, John. It looks like Barrett Wolf is going to go and do some laps just to see where the car and if the car is okay to continue for tomorrow, give a report back to the team.
I didn't see the action, but I'm guessing they replaced the nose on that car because of that damaged front wing. So he's probably going to do a few laps just to make sure everything's good, kind of treat it like an installation lap. As this battle for second is the best one on the racetrack right now. Shipman keeping the position right now. Little lockup for Papasavas. As they came into turn 7. Again, maybe showing those tires are getting a little used.
Down to the inside of Wisniewski into turn 1. Wisniewski's going to have the inside for turn 2.
Wisniewski able to hang on to that position. Doss made a valiant lunge there at turn 1, but couldn't quite close the deal. Oh, a little wiggle there from Wisniewski. That's going to open the door as they come into the chicane. Doss should have a good run here. Wisniewski's car is really nervous as they come onto the Holman straight. Wisniewski has to be careful on track limits there at the exit of turn 6. Doss is going to make the commitment. Oh, he throws the dummy and now goes to the outside. Can't quite get it done, but he might have the over-under in hand here as they work their way out of turn 7. Wisniewski's car really nervous here. As Doss much more planted, and here comes the pass for the second.
Inside.
Oh, Evagoras Papasavas from last to second with 4 minutes remaining. Cooper Shipman just could not hold him off any longer. As they work their way out of the twisty segment there at the end of turn 1 and now onto the Holman straight.
Kevin Jansen going to get the blue flag from Brady Golan. Kevin will get out the way. He's one of been in the series for the longest. Kevin knows how to do this, and shame. He's headbutt himself. Yeah, but he's got slower and slower, but hey, he's still always got a smile whenever he gets out of the car, that's for sure.
I've never seen him without a smile on his face. Every time I've talked to him, he's always got a smile as he loves what he does. Like you say, this is his 6th season racing with us in this class. He's never really challenged for the championship, and I think he would admit that, that's kind of beyond his grasp, but he just loves doing it, and it's great to have him in the paddock.
For sure, I agree with you, John. Let's see what Shipman can do now. leading from Papasavas. There'll be quite a big draft into T1, and let's see what he can do, but I think he's a little too far back. I think his tires are just not good enough.
Yeah, Papasavas definitely played his cards beautifully as we are working our way toward the closing stages here. 3 minutes to go as our leader passing by Kevin Jansen. Here comes Papasavas solidly now into second spot. Cooper Shipman going to have to settle for third here, I fear. But Brady Golan is going to close the points gap to Evagoras Papasavas if the race ends the way they're running right now. A 7-point difference between first and second. That'll close that 31-point margin down to just about a 24-point margin, which is within a full race points haul. Kevin Jansen doing a good job of staying out of the way of these leaders as they come through.
If I look at the timing, Keika Hauanio has got past James Lawley for P7, so a good recovery from Keika Hauanio after that spin on the formation lap.
Yep, absolutely right. Papasavas setting the fastest lap of the race. Brady Golan second. Kekai the third fastest car on the track. Coming down to about 2 minutes remaining. I don't think we'll see the white flag this time, but probably next time we'll see the white flag indicating one more lap to go. Brady Golan has not put a foot wrong. He has led every lap of this race. Got a great start and has never been headed, drawing away from the battle behind him. So Brady Golan is the man to watch here in this championship battle. Again, he's had 2 wins and another pair of podiums, but 2 races, one in which he didn't score any points, another in which he only scored a single point. So he's had some bad luck in a couple races. He's also had a couple penalties, to be honest, which has set him back a bit. But if he can just keep his nose clean, keep his way on the racetrack, keep it on the black part, as they say, he will be able to close that gap down. And we're not even to the halfway point of our racing season here. So there is plenty of time for this championship battle to be resolved. It looks like Papasavas has a commanded lead, but I would say that's not necessarily the case. But if he keeps having drives like this, he's going to be tough to catch. The starter with the white flag in hand, as we expect to see it. As our drivers come by the pit entrance for the final time at speed, heading toward the white flag, indicating 1 lap to go. There it is. The white flag is in the air. Brady Golan on his way perhaps to win number 3 on the season, tying Papasavas for the number of wins. Papasavas has dispensed with Cooper Shipman, who will be on the podium. But this is Cooper's first podium in 4 races, so that's a good recovery for Cooper, as he's had a couple 4th place finishes at Mid-Ohio, so I'm sure he'll be relieved to be back on the box at least.
Yeah, I think Cooper will be happy but also disappointed with the result, like all of us drivers are.
Yeah,
Evagoras Papasavas has had a fantastic drive from last all the way to second, and also props to Brady Golan for just being consistent, holding P1 the whole race. Had a good launch from the dirty side of the racetrack, which is never easy to do.
Yep. Golan on the final lap, making this a perfect race for him, leading from the pole, leading every lap. The only thing he didn't do was set the fast lap of the race. But like I say, we don't give bonus points for fast laps, so it's just as good. Closing in on the back of Whitney Strickland, our Masters leader, as they come to the stripe. The starter shows the white flag to Whitney Strickland and the checkered flag to Brady Golan as he takes the win. Win number 3 on the season for the Tony Driver Development driver. Second place goes to Evagoras Papasavas, drive of the day for me. And Cooper Shipman coming home in the final podium spot. Christian Bogle holding on to the 4th spot as they come across the line. Luke Powers, the local driver from Fishers, Indiana, in the 5th position. Golan on his cool-down lap, saluting the corner workers as he goes by. Zach, thanks so much for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
we'll
thanks, John. Great race. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make a few notes and then head down to the podium to talk to our top 3 finishers. Ben Sissel will be interviewing the drivers as they get out of the car down at the podium celebration. Christian Bogle in 4th, Luke Powers in 5th, Kekai Halanio finishing in the 6th spot. Alejandro Bobadilla across the line in 7th, James Lawley in 8th, Eric Wisniewski in 9th, and Harper Doss, despite the spin, in the final points-paying position in 10th. Though, I take that back, Eric Wisniewski gets by him. Doss with the trouble on that last lap. As we can see, Kevin Jansen has spun it at the exit of turn 7. He was already at the back. Barrett Wolf, losing several laps in the pits, will be the last car in the 14-car starting grid. So Harper Doss does indeed take 10th. Sorry, Wisniewski in 9th, Doss in 10th. Whitney Strickland, the lead Masters driver, with Anthony Otillo finished 2nd, Kevin Jansen 3rd amongst the Masters drivers. Once again, we'll get a quick replay of the second place pass as Papasavas made it up into that second position. Well judged down the front straightaway, staying in the draft just as long as possible. Shipman ducks to the inside, and Papasavas says, whoops, I'll show you the dummy, and then I'm going to go to the inside. And he gets it done. A little lockup from Cooper Shipman, just not able to defend. And Evagoras Papasavas showing great race sense, great racecraft as Brady Golan into the pit lane. We'll send it down to Ben Sissel, and then I'll head down to interview our podium finishers.
Well, thank you so much, John Phippen. Excited to be here with Brady Golan. Listen to that crowd. Come on, crowd. Come on, crowd. I love it. I love it. We have such a great crowd here with Racing America at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Brady Golan, man, unbelievable. And I know this means a lot because Tony Driver Development is right here in Indianapolis. Take your helmet off. I want to talk to you because, man, that was such a great race. One of the best Formula Regional America's Championship races I've seen. And then to be doing that here at Indy, just unbelievable. Hey, crowd, keep it up now. Keep it up, crowd. Come on now. How about that? Brady Golan here standing right next to me. We want to have this beautiful Indianapolis Motor Speedway as our background. How was that? That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it was a good drive. It was a good drive, trying to manage tires. Yeah, I'm really proud of these guys. I'm really happy for these guys to bring out my hometown win. Like, it's great.
All right. Anybody you want to thank?
Everybody at TDD, at Sabre Management, everybody on the 40 car. It's been amazing.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, here, we'll move around here. We'll get right here. Come on, crowd. That was unbelievable. Evagoras Papasavas giving a big hug because he started from the back, worked his way back through, starting from the back. Dad is so excited. You've got to be excited. The fans are excited. Look at this dude. Look at that guy right there. I like that. How was it for you?
It was great. The Crosslink crew did a great job of setting up the car. Car felt amazing. Fastest lap, I think. I'm not sure, but yeah, the car felt amazing, and I had a really good start. I was able to fight my way through, and then got the move done at the very end for second place. But yeah, car felt good. I was just in my own zone, just doing my own laps and not over driving, being calm and collected, and yeah, it all worked out.
Nice job. How about that for Father's Day?
I don't even want to say. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I even can't believe it.
Nice. I've never known you to be speechless. Unbelievable. Nice job, man. And Cooper Shipman, great crowd here at Indy. Great weather. Great race. Tell us about it out there for you.
Yeah, wanted to get the lead off the start, but had a bit more wheel spin than I wanted. From there, I was trying to manage my pace, and maybe get Brady at the end, but unfortunately just ran out a little bit of pace there in the second half and had to settle for third. But solid points, and we'll look to go a couple better tomorrow.
Unbelievable. Cooper Shipman, nice job. Don't forget that before you go on to winner's circle. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have time to cover some of this winner's circle because that just went green to checker. And then I'm going to go up and call this, but we're going to take John Phippen over there to winner's circle. Thank you guys so much. Indy, thank you guys.
Driver Kevin Jansen, because he had a problem on the final lap, being picked up and dropped off here at the podium. We'll bring him up, and then we'll do our Masters podium for our drivers of a certain age, and then we'll have our top 3 overall as well.
On the last lap.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I saw that you had spun, but I figured you just overcooked it.
Puncture. Yeah. Bad time to get it right.
Whatever. Yep. Anybody you'd like to thank for your third place finish?
My wife for coming out. She doesn't come to many races, and Kara's here somewhere. I hope. Well, maybe she isn't. I don't know. But it's the Kiwi team, or not the Kiwi, the Crosslink team. Fantastic guys. Gil, thank you for everything. Merlin, my mechanic, thank you for everything. And it's fun to be out here, and thanks for everyone to come watch these races that are out there in the stands.
Got 2 more to go tomorrow.
Sorry?
We got 2 more to go tomorrow.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
We'll see you then. Kevin Jansen, ladies and gentlemen, our third place finisher in the Masters Championship. Let's bring up our second place finisher in the Masters, Anthony Autiello. Anthony, middle step of the podium. Well done.
Thank you. We had a good start. I kind of overcooked it going into 6 and a little bit of traffic, and, the rest was a bit of a joyride. So I'm glad I'm standing here. That's good.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd love to thank my 2 girls that are here joining me at Indianapolis this weekend. Love to thank the fans. This is awesome energy. The pit walk was awesome. So thanks, everybody, for coming out. It's great to have fans at our races.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
Anthony Autiello from Momentum Motorsports, second place in the Masters. And now let's bring up our Masters winner, Whitney Strickland, ladies and gentlemen. Whitney, you didn't get as big a round of applause as Anthony did. What's the story?
I don't know. He's better looking, I think. So
he's got more friends here, I think.
Yeah, that's probably right.
How was your day? Uneventful?
Pretty eventful, actually. You know, this is my first series where I have to do standing starts. I've been racing for decades, but these standing starts are killing me. So I stalled it out at the start, and then had to catch up to everybody. So, and then with the heat and everything else, I ended up spinning near the end of the race. So, but caught up and was able to finish it off. So.
Well, tomorrow morning we're starting early, so it'll be cooler for sure.
Yeah, thank goodness. I'm an early morning guy. Us 50-year-olds, we like to wake up early. So this is going to be good tomorrow.
Well, I don't like to wake up early, and I'm older than you, so.
All right.
Congratulations, my friend. Whitney Strickland, your winner of the Masters competition. Oh, Anthony's got one of his girls here. Well done. Sorry for the feedback. Are we good? Gentlemen, you're done. Thank you very much. Our Masters drivers making room for the top 3 overall. Finishing third, his third podium on the season to go along with his second win. Let's welcome Cooper Shipman, ladies and gentlemen. Zach and I were talking on the commentary about your race, and we figured Cooper's just saving his tires, and he's going to have something at the end for Brady. Not so much?
That was the plan. I knew with them on the brand new tire that they were going to have a bit more of those first 5 or 6 laps. But then after that, I thought we'd be able to kind of maintain and maybe show a bit more pace. But yeah, just kind of lost the tires ourselves a bit and wasn't quite able to match him towards the end. And then Evagos was just super fast coming through the field, and we weren't quite able to hold him off. But first podium in a couple weekends, so we're moving back in the right direction, and we'll look to go a couple better tomorrow.
Look for you tomorrow morning. Anybody to thank?
Yeah, everyone at Kiwi Motorsports for sticking with me even through this little rough patch. We know we're going to get more wins later this year. We just got to keep working at it. And also, both of my parents for supporting me, getting me out here. I'd like to reward them with some wins, but we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that.
They'll come.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Cooper Shipman, ladies and gentlemen, the reigning F4 U.S. champion, stepping up to Formula Regional Americas this year. Still in the points battle. Are we good? Let's bring up our second place finisher. From last to second, Evagoras Papasavas, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty good run for you, my friend.
Yeah, not bad at all. P2 finish, starting from last. I had a pretty good start. Car felt good from the beginning. But, I was kind of just in my own world, to be honest, in my helmet, just doing my laps. And picking them off one by one. Car felt good. Huge thank you to the Crosslink team. I say this every time, and it's just the truth. I couldn't be anywhere else. I love the team that I'm on, and it's a great group of guys. And thank you to the fans as well. It's good to have fans out here at one of these races. It's always good to see them out here. And then my friends and family who came to watch, and my dad and all my sponsors.
Tell us about that pass on Cooper. You showed him the dummy and then dived to the inside.
Yeah, you gotta get it done somehow. But I went in pretty deep as well. I thought I was gonna go straight off the track as well with him. So, I was able to get a good move done, clean move, and get P2.
Anybody else to thank?
Yeah, I mean, all my sponsors, family, friends, and the team, and my parents, and yeah, it's body-wise, Tiger Natural Gas, there's Elite Sports Vision, and RP Diamond.
Great job today.
Thank you.
Evagoras Papasavas, your second-place finisher. That's Evagoras' third podium to go along with 3 wins. I'll wait for the noise to go by. And now a 3-time winner on the season, Brady Golan, ladies and gentlemen. So Zach and I were remarking that you and Cooper know each other pretty well, obviously, both hailing from Austin. And I'm sure you've raced together a bit, but what about this guy, I mean, last to second?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, to be honest. We raced with each other in 2000, so I know him a little bit, but I haven't really spoken to him before this year. But, yeah.
So tell us about your race. It looked like, you got a good run from the start, and you just were able to get away.
Yeah, I tried to check out at the start, did a pretty good job of it, and then just managing tires the whole way through.
Anybody to thank?
Everybody at TDD, the 40 car, has been amazing all year. Everybody at Marina and Sabre Management Group.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Third win on the season for Brady Golan, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had to stay with that podium. That was such a fantastic race for Race 1, Formula Regional Americas Championship. We are here. This is just the start. We haven't even completed lap 1 here for SVRA Group 1, 3, 4 Sprint Race 2. We had a great race this morning. You see John Nash out there in front, and then Clayton Cavill second in the Miata, then a Corvair. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, a Corvair. Jeff Rapp in third. Stanford in that beautiful Turner just behind that Corvair. Ooh, no, the MG Midget is just behind. So that's Lippincott in that 1967 MG Midget. And then there is Stanford in that Turner. So the MG Midget should be Group 1, of course. The Stanford, John Nash, Clayton Cavill, and Jeff Rapp are all Group 3. There's John Nash. A little bit of smoke, it looks like, coming out of that Lotus 7. Beautiful Lotus 7. And remember, he has another one just like it for sale here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway this weekend. And I've heard the price, and it is a very reasonable price for such a great race car. As we see if Stanford can get around Lippincott in that MG Midget. Those MG Midgets, though, they're squirrely. This is our Formula V race. Not sure what's happening on the back of this Formula V car. The bodywork has come off of that Formula V, and I couldn't tell just looking at it if that was Hunter or if that was Simon. But a little bit of bodywork coming off of that car, and that is not going to help the aerodynamics. You can see a car pulling off there. Maybe him. Not quite sure. I do appreciate him pulling off right by my Cube 3 signs. No, that's the number 15. Just wanted to give Cube 3 a little bit more exposure there. That's Mario Munoz. And then you see this car here. This is the Le Monster. Derek Drinkwater in that beautiful Le Monster. This is a tribute car to the Cadillac that competed in the 1950 Le Mans. 24 Hours of Le Mans. Just an unbelievable car. Love having him out here. We talked about this last broadcast, but that is his tow vehicle. He tows a little camper for he and his wife behind him, and they drive that to the races, rain or shine. He's got lots of, you need to follow him on social medias. The handles are on the side of the car, but look at this. The leader in Formula V coming up beside him, that Lotus 7 trying to give as much room as possible. That's Simon Hughes with some body work coming off of that Formula V. Then Derek Drinkwater in that beautiful Cadillac Le Monster. There's the camera operator, got us a view of the socials there, and you can see the license plate because that is a street vehicle out here racing at Indy. How crazy is that? Got that body work is still hanging off of the side of Simon's car. John Phippen, after a great Formula Regional Americas race, has joined us here. And, John, we stayed with you for that whole podium just because that was
awesome.
such a great race.
Well, great.
And we
Thank you.
kind of joined this race in progress. And we're seeing here Simon Hughes. See the bodywork coming off the rear of his Formula V there? Just a little bit. There's a snorkel, but there was something else hanging off. But maybe it's reconnected. No, there it is. You see that?
You can see it flapping in the breeze.
It's a little bit askew, or as some would call it, cattywampus.
Okay, that works.
The Le Monster is back out there. Love seeing that out there.
You bet. Derek Drinkwater in the number 22.
Dennis Kramer in the Miata.
John Nash out in front, as he is so often in these races.
Yeah.
In that Lotus Super 7.
Pretty far out front. I wonder what kind of draft that Le Monster gives those Formula V.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be quiet. Like when you get behind that, it's just quiet.
I bet you can take your foot off the gas and still maintain pace. Yeah, exactly.
Not sure what Simon's going to do with that. Now, I don't see Hunter out there giving him a run for his money, but that's got to be disruptive.
Simon Hughes in the 8th position right now in that number 110 Wolmer EV3. Just about 3 seconds behind Dennis Kramer in the 146 out in front of him. There's Mark Pladston in that beautiful Morgan +4, number 144.
1964 Morgan. And as a British car guy, it's one of those, I just love the Morgans. You know, made from the same material as a Louisville Slugger baseball bat.
Ash. Yep.
You know?
Yeah, you bet. And it makes you wonder with the Emerald Ash borer if that's going to create a problem for them sourcing that wood. You know, I don't know if they have the same problem in Great Britain that we have here. I've got a whole grove of ash trees on my house, at my house, and they are all famished by that.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's tough.
Morgan's one of those car companies that they have not gotten away from that look.
Yep.
Even their modern cars today.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on our social channels, SVRA Facebook or Racing America TV on YouTube, leave us a comment. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? If we get anything wrong, please yell at us in all caps in the comments. If you have any good information for us, something we're not saying that you want us to say, leave us a comment on here. We'll read your name and give us your expertise. Thank you for joining us.
Mario Munoz in the number 15, getting some airtime here in his navy blue Lynx Model B. Mario lapping at the back of the field in the 24th position.
Here's the Formula V race, the Vintage V race, and I see Elliott Barron, the car that he was in earlier, in the earlier race that had to go out. Is he front in the Vintage Vs right now, the 1-4?
I believe so. Let me check here. Yes, he is. Elliott in the 14 is in the top spot of the 1B V1 class, which is the Vintage Vs.
Okay, and then you got Elliott Barron right behind him, and then Pierce Crone.
Right.
Who somebody with Pierce Crone. Gene Crone's been commenting on that. We like that.
Eric Kopic just behind Pierce, about 2.5 seconds back in the 92. And they're lapping just in front of Derek Drinkwater in the Le Monstre.
Simon Hughes leads that Morgan down the lane. And now here's the vintage Formula Vs. Elliott leading the charge, and this has gotten closer here between the Corvair.
Terry Lippincott in that blue midget. John Stanford in the Turner. It's a great three-way battle. Jeff Rapp in that Corvette, or Corvair, I should say, the red Corvair, number 19. In the blue MG midget of Terry Lippincott, and then the white Turner of John Stanford.
That Corvair is impressive. Like, even when he's hard on the brakes there, he's not going left to right. That car looks like a very well-balanced car.
Yeah, it's very well planted.
Michael Levesque, if you're watching, that's a good Corvair out there.
Oh, you're so bad.
I'm surprised he's not here. Where are you, Michael Levesque?
Yeah, come on, man. Come out here and play with us.
Now that Turner, Stanford trying to get around Lippincott. Lippincott in that beautiful blue MG midget. And if you can look at that midget, the Corvair, that Turner up close, these are very well prepared, nice looking cars. And you can, without having any kind of special passes or anything here. If you come out to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you can talk to the drivers, get up close. Most drivers will let you sit in their car, as we see Stanford kind of falling behind Lippincott here a little bit. Oh, and here's, I don't know what happened to Elliott. Elliott fell back. See that?
He's back behind these two now. The 83 of Pierce Crone with Elliott O'Barron just in front of him. And then Elliott Barron back behind these two, so he's dropped back into 11th position.
We talked about some of our great vintage racing clubs out there. Elliott O'Barron runs a lot of the safety for CVAR, Corinthian Vintage Auto Racers, out of Texas and Oklahoma. And I'm seeing a yellow flag being displayed at the starter stand. Is that a local yellow?
It looks like a double yellow, but we haven't heard anything from race control just yet.
I haven't either. Yeah, we both looked at our radios. My radio on?
Yep, looks like it's coming to a full course yellow here. As the caution flag coming out, we're about halfway through this race, so we'll have time to continue if we're able to make a quick recovery.
Clayton Cavill, we haven't gotten to see him very much, but he's doing really well, staying up front in that Miata.
Cavill in that orange 2003 Miata. It's an NB, or second generation Miata.
So, Easy ASW is saying go Ben. I hope that's for Ben Ramirez out there in a Formula V. It's awesome to see him out here.
Yeah, that's one of the form cars. I think it's the only form car in the field, Edward Jones, in that 17. The very first Formula B. That's the car that resulted from it.
You know, I've got a comment here about good job, Zach Faree, and I agree with that. He did a great job commentating with you.
Yeah, I've had a chance to work with Zach before, and he is really, really good. He's got a future as a commentator if he decides not to continue as a race car driver.
Well, here's how I see it, Zach. I see that you make it into Formula One, or you win the Indy 500. And then after, you get to be a little bit younger than me, now you move into the commentator booth.
Yeah,
you follow the path of Scott Goodyear.
That's right. That's right. You might be a race director one day.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Oh, it's Ben's dad, Armando Ramirez, is commenting go Ben.
Oh,
nice.
good. All right. Awesome sauce. We love Ben, known as Baby Ben affectionately, because this is the OG Ben sitting next to me.
The Le Monster broke down in turn 2. That's what somebody's saying here on the road course.
So that's the reason for the yellow.
Oh, gosh, that's not good, because that's how he gets from...
How's he going to get home?
That's his tow vehicle, yeah.
Derek Drinkwater from Salisbury, Connecticut. That's a pretty long tow.
Sure is. And look at John Nash out there with some lap traffic. You see the Mach 5 Formula V right behind him?
Yeah.
Love that.
There's the form car. And then the second place runner, Clayton Cavill. Jeff Rapp.
Oh,
yeah,
there it is.
There's Drinkwater in the Le Monstre.
Now, normally you would say there's no tires on that car, but that's how it's skirted.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, definitely would take some time to change the tires. You got to get those skirts off.
Yeah, you can tell the safety guys are like, I am not sure how to tow this thing.
Yeah, where do I hook it up? Is there a
front
tow
end?
hook?
Yeah, the front end looks like a boat.
Yep.
There's no wheels to hook onto. Now, he's got to, the rules are with SVRA, you have to have a place that they can hook a tow strap to the front and a tow strap to the rear.
Right.
And they are probably going to have to flat tow that thing in, but they also don't want to do anything to hurt it.
Yep.
As they come through this next gen turn 12.
Now, it looks like the tilt bed is being pulled into to service here, so it looks like it may take a while. They'll have to get that car loaded up on the tilt bed. Apparently it's not rollable for whatever reason. So John Nash, your leader, in the number 7 Lotus Super 7. Clayton Cavell in the number 03 Miata, the orange Miata, is second. Jeff Rapp in the red number 19 Corvair in third. Terry Lippincott in the number 94 blue MG Midget. John Stanford in the number 2 silver Turner Mark III. Simon Hughes, the quickest of the Formula Vs, in the number 110, that black and blue Womer EV3. Then Mark Pladsen in that maroon number 144 Morgan. Mark calls it Burgundy, which works for me. Elliot O'Barron in the number 114 Lynx. Then Pierce Crone in the number 83 Lynx. Then Elliot Barron in the number 14 Wino Edge. Eric Kopic just behind him in the 92 Lynx. Robert Wooten in the 58 Lynx. Dennis Kramer in the 146 Miata. Mike Leto in the number 71 teal-colored Lynx. Tracy Shepard in the 627 Lotus Super 7, the one with the yellow highlights. Gabriel Van Loo in the 007, the Zinc Formula V. Robert Van Loo in the 5, another Zinc. Edward Jones in the 17 Form Car. Gary Laughlin in the 19A Zinc. Mario Munoz in the number 15 Lynx. Robert Phillips in the 659 Lynx. Madeline Phillips in the 28, also a Lynx. And then Ben Ramirez in the 18 in his Zinc. Derek Drinkwater stationary on the racetrack.
You can see Derek Drinkwater there got out of the car, as was told by the safety crew, because I noticed that the left of the car was down lower than it normally is. I don't know if something may have happened with the suspension.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Or maybe he's got a flat tire. I mean, that could be, you can't tell from this angle. But yeah, the left side of the car is touching the grass, and you can see on the right side here that there's clearance there. So he is definitely low on that side. So Derek is taking that fairing off of the front wheel so that the crew can have a look at it and see where they can attach to get that car up.
I'm hearing from race control that I think we're going to end under caution because none of the safety crew here has ever had experience towing a Le Monster.
Exactly right.
It's that rare.
Yep, it's exactly right. Scheduled end for this race at 2:35. That's about 3 minutes from now. So
I want to thank Ray Skillman Auto Group out of Central Indiana for providing us this fantastic pace car. Bill Skillman's been with us the whole season, as has Eric Caton. But if you're in anywhere near this area and needing a new car, we ask you to support who supports motorsports. If you're truly a fan of motorsports, then support who supports motorsports. If you're going to have some tacos, then get some Mission taco shells and chips and salsa. And, if you're going to build a huge high-rise building in your town, use Cube 3 architecture, please. And then if you, are going to buy a car in the Indiana Midwest area, please look at Ray Skillman. And they have, I think, everything but Dodge.
Ray Skillman Ford providing the Mustang safety car to us. As the starter waving the checkered flag to indicate that we're done. So James will bring the safety car and the field around into the pit lane as we'll get set for our next race on the card. As we go, as we said this morning, we go from our slowest class to our fastest class. John Nash taking the win. Clayton Cavell in that second spot.
Wait, I have to interrupt, sorry, real quick,
ahead.
But Ben's Ramirez's neighbors are watching us. How cool is that?
Ben's got a cheering section. That's
I love
great.
this. Keep it up, guys.
You bet. Tell Ben we gave him a shout out because he deserves it.
Oh, and Pierce Crone's uncle is watching. See?
Yeah, there we
keep
go.
This up. I like this.
I like it. And be sure to let everybody at Racing America know that you'd like to stream these races at all of our venues. We would love to be able to do that.
That is a good point.
Yeah. So we'll take a break here as we've got a chance to get this car recovered and get ready for our next race in the order. Don't go away as the afternoon card of racing just getting started here at the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cube 3 Architecture Trans Am TA2 Pro and Pro-Am Series. Nationally recognized for architecture, interiors, and planning, Cube 3 proudly returns as the title sponsor for the 2026 Trans Am TA2 racing season. From designing dynamic spaces across the country to fueling performance on the track, Cube 3 brings creativity, precision, and passion to everything they do. Cube 3, architecture, interiors, planning, where design innovation meets racing passion. Be sure to stop by the styled aesthetic merchandise trailer set up in the main paddock just behind the pagoda. You might find a perfect Father's Day gift for yourself or your dad. Perhaps it's time to freshen up your Racing America swag or support your favorite series. Stop by the Racing America merchandise trailer on 6th Street to check out the new collection of hats, t-shirts, and sweatshirts. In addition, you can place an order and have it shipped worldwide at styledaesthetic.com. Also in that same area, Garage Living is there with their big display. Garage Living transforms garages into high-performance, fully customized spaces that reflect the passion of automotive enthusiasts everywhere. Driven by precision, craftsmanship, and attention to detail, just like in racing, Garage Living creates spaces worthy of what you love to drive. Garage Living, the official garage makeover company of Racing America. Skillman Auto Group is a premier automotive dealership group committed to exceptional service, quality vehicles, and community engagement. Built on a legacy of trust, integrity, and customer-first values, Skillman Auto Group delivers an elevated automotive experience while supporting the communities it serves. Skillman Auto Group and Ray Skillman Ford, the official safety car of Racing America. And remember, all weekend long in garages 25 and 26, fans are climbing into racing cockpits and driving scale race cars around a live track, watching the feed straight from the car. This is not a video game. It's real force feedback, real competition, and a leaderboard timing every lap. No experience required, anyone from kids to grandparents. It's POV racing. You see actually what the car sees, live. You're driving a 1/10th scale race car on a physical track, not a screen simulation. You feel the force feedback from the steering wheel and the burst of speed when you step on the pedal. Every driver gets a live lap time. Open to fans today and tomorrow. That's the VBR Race Zone, presented by ICOS Racing. That's in garages 25 and 26. Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we're here for the Brickyard Invitational under the auspices of Racing America and the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association. Our second race of the day for our wings and slicks and prototypes. Let's introduce the starting grid to you. Starting in 27th position, Brandon Reed in the number 07 Pro Formula Mazda. In row 13, the 45 of Robert Phillips in an Argo Super V, and the 3 of Tony Lisa in a Lola 234. In row 12, the 94 of David Zavetsky in a Lola T300, and the 22 of Dr. John Wapham in a Ligier F4. Row 11 has the 09 of Craig Campbell in a Van Diemen, and the 48 of Jay Jacobellis in a Mazda Formula Mazda. In row 10, the 12 of Seb Coppola in a Lola T192, and the 76 of Steve Yarborough in his Euro Swift Formula Continental. In row 9, the 35 of Johnny Crean in an Eagle Mark V Formula 5000, and Ben Ramirez in the number 32 Ligier JSF 422. Row 8, the 47 of Dave Kunzelman in a Ligier F3, and the 4 of Craig Bennett in a Penske BC IndyCar. Gary Gray is in the number 33 in row 7. That's a Radical SR8. Jeffrey Cawley in the 22A Dallara EXP. Carter Bowles in the number 72 Dallara EXP in row 6. Next to Antonio Cancel in the number 75 Elan DPO2. Row 5 has the 44 of James Dennison in a Revolution 427, and the 3A of Brett Johnson in a Mazda Pro Mazda. In row 4, the 20 of Austin Riley in a Revolution, and the 73 of James Johnson Sr. in a Swift Atlantic. In row 3, the 57 of Sean Manette in a Radical SR10, and the 2 of Scott Dick in a Dallara Infinity Indy Lights car. In row 2, the 09 of Eric Presby in a Ligier LMP3 car, and the 06 of R. Bruce Hamilton in another Swift 014 Atlantic. And on the front row, car 8 is Thomas Melendres in a Orica 07 LMP2 car, and Nathan Bird in the number 32. That's a 2007 Panos DP01 Champ car. Nathan Bird took the win in easy fashion in the first race, but he is not, I see, he's going to start at the back. So Nathan Bird is going to start at the back of the pack just to make things more exciting. At least that's what it looks like on timing and scoring. So we'll see how that shakes out. Bruce Hamilton up there on the front. No, that's Nathan Bird. Pay no attention to that. Nathan may be last on timing and scoring, but he's not going to be last long. That car is definitely the class of this field. But take nothing away from that Orica of Eric Presby, or the Ligier, should we say, of Eric Presby, or the Orica of Thomas Melendres, as they work their way down through turn number 1. There's Melendres. And then right behind him, R. Bruce Hamilton in that red Swift 014 Formula Atlantic car.
I think I saw Carter Bowles there in that Dallara EXP trying to make an evasive maneuver because somebody kind of came over on him.
Yeah, there he is. Not quite in the shot yet.
Isn't that him behind the yellow Dallara?
Oh, okay. He's in the
white Dallara.
With the white EXP.
Oh, okay.
I believe so. He's in the 22, I think. No, he's in the 72 this race. Sorry, that is one of the dark-colored cars. The 22 Dallara is what he ran at Mid-Ohio last weekend.
Yeah, here he is behind the yellow.
That's him right there, behind Scott Dick in the Indy Lights car. Yeah.
I spoke to Al Unser Jr. Al Unser Jr., I can't remember where. He was the Grand Marshal at a race, and Dallara had him driving the EXP and he told me he absolutely loved it. It felt just as it should. He's like, it's almost like the perfect car for the purpose of the car. So these Dalaras, just right over here is Dalara, just basically in the shadow of this place. So it's really neat to see that car out here.
Yeah, it's the race version of their only street-going car, the Stradale. As the field comes by to complete lap number 1, Melendrez being shown at the point with Bruce Hamilton in the Swift in second, Eric Presby in third in the Ligier, Austin Riley in the multicolored number 20 Revolution.
Double yellows.
As we got a yellow flag here.
And John, you got me excited. When you said Nathan Bird is starting from the back, I thought, ooh, this is going to be interesting. But he did start from the front. The caution flag is out.
But he's not at the front, so it makes me wonder if he's the one who brought out this yellow flag here. No, he's being shown at the... Well, no, he's not.
He may be having
can't make up their mind.
Yeah, he may be having trouble with his transponder.
I think you're absolutely right. But we haven't seen him in the camera shot since the start, so I was afraid maybe he's the one who went off. But now he's being shown at the top of the order.
27 cars took the start here, and I'm guessing we have 18 to 20 different manufacturers in this group. It's just so diverse are some of these groups. It's not like modern motorsports where you might have a one marked team, but there was Nathan Bird's car that they just showed, correct?
I think 32A, it's red and white.
So there's Carter in the Dallara EXP. And the 73 is James Johnston Sr.
He's in 8th position in that Swift Formula Atlantic.
Then James Dennison is in that Revolution 2021, Revolution 427.
Jeffrey Cawley is in the white number 22 Dallara EXP. The other Dallaras are black in color, I believe. It's a good shot of the 47 of Dave Kunzelman in his Ligier at JSF3. That's the same car that we just saw in the Formula Regional Americas Championship.
It's a great car. Gary Gray in the Radical. Great to see him out here.
James Dennison in that number 44 Revolution.
As they come through the stack auto lift section.
Austin Riley in that multicolored number 20
Well,
Revolution.
John, we get a little bit of a chance to say, look at that shot right there.
Yeah.
IMS. We are at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on a beautiful day. We've had some absolutely fantastic races this afternoon. I want to thank Roger Penske, Bowles, Doug Bowles, the George family, everybody that made this possible. It's been a long time. SVRA has been coming here for a long time. One of those events that all of our drivers in SVRA just kind of set their calendar to.
Yep.
We had a great night at the museum.
Yep. On Thursday night.
Not only is that a great movie, but we had a great night at the museum.
Exactly right.
The museum here, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely unbelievable. Total change, and it was always great. Had some great cars, but now the exhibits and the new makeover, and now just across the street on Polko, they're building a new building. But you've got to walk through this thing. And I heard this, I forget what magazine, but a major magazine awarded it one of the top 100 places to visit in America. And I would have to agree with that. And
I would agree.
That, like, in that top 100 are things like Yosemite and the Grand Canyon and things like that. And
exactly.
I would put this museum right there with it.
Yep. Yeah, if you ever make the trip to what they call the Circle City here at Indianapolis, that is definitely a not to miss.
Go get yourself some shrimp at St. Elmo's.
Shot of the museum there.
And then make sure you come to this museum.
Yep.
And do the tour.
Oh, yeah.
Go around the track on the buses. You get to come out and you get to stand on the bricks, take your picture on the bricks. Make sure you do that. It is quite a sight to see.
Yeah, the scale of this place is not something that shows up well on TV. You definitely feel the history and the just the immensity of this place. And the Indianapolis 500 has the most spectators at any sporting event in the world every year. They sold out again this year. All the grandstand seats were sold out.
Alan Beswick, who's just behind us, was showing me the view that he had out his window at the start of the Indy 500. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Yep.
Cole Trickle thanks for joining us, Cole, is saying he loves the diversity of this. And, yeah, so, like, we have a Panos, an Orica, a Swift, a Ligier, a Dallara, a Radical, a Revolution, a Mazda, an Elan, a Penske PC Indy, an Eagle. I love that Eagle, by the way.
You bet.
Swift, Van Diemen, Argo. That's how many different manufacturers we have in just this 27 cars.
And this is one of 6 races that we have here this weekend for SVRA.
And like the Dallara that we just saw that Carter Bowles is driving, there's also some open-wheel Dallaras out there. You know, Ligier makes open-wheel cars as well as more like prototype cars. And
exactly.
Then, like we were talking about, the Elan DPO1, DPO2 could be either or.
Yeah, yeah.
Doug Bowles has joined us for the broadcast again. Doug, I hope everything is going well at Road America. We'll be there next weekend, but what I saw from practice yesterday, it looks great. Road America always does a fantastic job. You know, we get the honor of going to some of the premier tracks. I mean, these 3 weeks, John, were Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, one of the most challenging, driver-friendly, great tracks, and your home track.
Yes.
To Indianapolis Motor Speedway, to Road America. It's like, you know, how does it get any better than that?
Sure. You know, we've already been to Sonoma. We've been to Atlanta. We're going to Watkins Glen in a couple weeks. Sebring.
You know, we're getting a little bit of everything.
Yeah, VIR, one of the legendary old racetracks in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Barber Motorsports Park, another racetrack with a fantastic museum.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I pinch myself when I get up in the morning and think, yeah, I get to do this, you know?
I got to go to your banquet last year with the Formula cars at the Barber Museum. You did a great job at the banquet, but, man, it's one of those places with my ADD, I didn't know where to look next.
Yeah, if you're a two-wheel fan, you definitely don't want to miss the Barber Museum. It is there's lots of a variety of motorsports there, but the motorcycle exhibits are by far and away the biggest fraction of the display there, and they are just fantastic.
Oh, IndyCar quali is happening right now.
All right.
So he's trying to do a little bit of both. Well, right now, Doug, I'd probably put my eyes more on the IndyCar because we're hoping to come back to green, but we've got some cleanup to do. Look at that, and look at how close we are to downtown.
Yep. David Zavetsky in the 94 being towed in. That's the Lola T300 Formula 5000 car.
I'm hearing green next time by, John.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Scott Dick going into the pit lane with that Dallara Indy Lights car. Probably overheated would be my guess if I were a betting man. These cars really aren't happy trundling along behind the safety car on a hot day like this, as we're just shy of 80 degrees once again.
Look at the diversity of the cars coming down into the turn one, and then we've got two yellow IndyCar. That looks like a Penske car.
It does. That's the 4 of Craig Bennett in his Penske, PC Indy. So so both Scott Dick and Craig Bennett are two yellow open wheel cars in the pit lane at the same time.
That's the year I went to the Indy 500.
There you go.
And started my problem. This motorsports problem that I have that my wife really wish I didn't have.
Yeah, I can bet. By the way, happy Father's Day.
Yeah,
your son Lincoln. I don't have any children, none with 2 legs. I have a whole bunch of children with 4 legs.
That counts.
Yeah, that counts. But your son Lincoln is here working with us.
Yeah, he's been working here with us since he was 10, and he loves coming to Indy.
Yeah.
He learned to drive here.
There you go.
I don't know if I should say this since Doug Bowles is listening, but I taught him how to drive on a golf cart here in our paddock before we loaded in. So there's nothing he could hit or anything.
Yeah.
But what a great story he can tell everybody. How did you learn to drive? I learned to drive at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Right, exactly. What were you driving? It was a golf cart, but hey,
it counts.
Driving is driving.
There's that Dallara EXP. Great shot here. There's the Revolution and the Radical. Gary Gray and the Radical. There's the Elan. There's Gary Gray and the Radical.
Then there's the 22 with one of the Cawleys in it. That's Jeffrey Cawley.
They had a lot of fun at Mid-Ohio last weekend.
Yeah, Joe Cawley. they're a Dallara dealer, so that's where their connection comes. So Joe and Jeffrey, that's another father-son team. What a great place to spend Father's Day weekend.
Yeah.
Lights out on the safety car. And we're just past the halfway point of this race, so we've still got a little track time yet to come.
Let's see what Carter Bowles can do behind that Elan. Behind some of these cars. He's behind a Radical, I believe.
Revolution, yeah.
Let's see what kind of... Revolution, sorry.
That multicolored Revolution. Well, the Revolution built by some ex-Radical people that spun off to form the Revolution.
The Lincoln Welders Revolution.
Yeah. Nathan Bird getting away. Melendrez right behind him in the Orica.
Carter's ducking out around that Lincoln Welders Revolution.
He's going after our Bruce Hamilton there, I think.
That was 2 for 1 there.
Yeah, Carter Bowles doing a fantastic job getting around the Formula Atlantic car.
It's going to be hard to keep Bruce behind him, though.
Yeah, no kidding.
Especially after they get through this chicane here.
Yeah, that Atlantic is going to be really quick. But, the multiple laps behind the safety car, tires have cooled off a bit. As the 2-car, Scott Dick, back out on track, but right in front of Nathan Bird. Yeah. So that's not for position. That car's just come out of the pits. So Nathan picking his way past the Indy Lights car.
Nathan Bird in that Panos DP01. Great sounding car.
Yeah, one of the last champ cars just prior to the merger. You've seen Nathan Bird in so many different cars. He likes open wheel cars for the most part, and he knows one speed, and that is flat out. He does not waste any time once the green flag flies. Thomas Melendrez in that Orica, just now coming onto the straightaway as Nathan Bird bends it into turn 1. There's Scott Dick in the Indy Lights car. That's a lap down, then Melendrez. And behind him, Presby in that Ligier LMP3.
So Bruce got back by Carter Bowles, which is to be expected.
Yep.
In that car, but there's a great shot of that Dallara. Also has headlights, so it can do night racing.
Yep. Austin Riley in that multicolored number 20 Revolution. Sean Manette just behind him in the 57 Radical SR10.
I like the look of those Dallara EXPs. You can see Bruce now coming through down this long straightaway.
Scott Dick staying out of the way there, realizing he's a lap down.
So you've got a Dallara and then a Revolution and then a Radical all on a line here.
Yep.
Carter trying to get around the Indy Lights car.
James Johnson and the other Swift Formula Atlantic just behind them.
Sean Monnett in that 2020 Radical SR10 just behind that Revolution.
Scott Dick going back into the pit lane.
Yeah. He's having problems.
Yeah, I think he's got an issue with that car.
I think that's Johnston just behind this group of cars.
Yep. And James Dennison a little further up the road in the number 44 Revolution.
Something that we don't talk about much, but something that I love that Indy does that I don't know if other tracks do. I've never seen it, but there is a Lincoln Welders spot in a garage at the end of our grid here that if you run into a problem, they'll help you weld it back together.
Cool.
And that's happened maybe 2 or 3 times that I know of here at Indy, but that's just something, an added benefit of racing here at IMS.
Yeah, exactly.
Here they come through that stack auto lift section.
Through the chicane. Carter Bowles holding off Austin Riley behind him. Sean Manette looking racy in that Radical, trying to get down to the inside.
But that is a cool shot there because the Dallara, the Revolution, the Radical, that they're kind of going after the same market here, and that's 3 different ways to kind of do this approach of who their customers are and what they're going after. And you can see they're all pretty equally yoked.
Yep. They're track day cars. I mean, that's really what it's all about. I mean, they have each of the marks often has a racing series. You know, Radical has their own racing series. And Revolution would like to follow suit. But these are cars that, you know, people who want to go fast on a racetrack, I mean, they're not street worthy. I mean, you can't take them out on the road.
I think, though, this might get me in trouble. I think I like the Dallara. The Dallara has a little bit, I think I like the styling better, but it also has a little bit of a smile. I like a car with a smile. I don't like these new modern angry cars we keep making.
Exactly, yeah.
I like the Miatas for that reason.
Right.
The new Ginettas have a smile.
Well, and they're all patterned after the Austin Healey Sprite. The original Sprite had that smiling grill.
You know I love my British cars.
You know, and the Miata was a Japanese knockoff of the Sprite, basically.
Here we go. Let's see what happens here. A prototype.
That's Bruce Hamilton right behind him, yeah.
They come into the Mission Foods section. Bruce Hamilton might be with us next weekend at Road America and was telling me in that car he's flat out through the kink, and that scared me.
Ooh-wee.
I don't think I have the Theo Jones for that.
Up onto the short chute and into turn 12.
I'm hearing from Cole Trickle that some of those Radicals have a V8 with a Hayabusa motorcycle engine cylinder heads. I didn't know that.
They basically have Siamese two Hayabusas together to make a V8 out of them. It's a special crankcase and all that, but the valve train and the pistons and all that are basically, it's basically two Hayabusas.
White flag is out.
Yeah, 1 lap to go. Melendrez just set the fastest lap of the race. Again, that's because I'm pretty sure Nathan Bird does not have a working transponder in his car. So that's why we're not getting updates on him, but Janet Harre, our timing and scoring person, is doing a great job manually of keeping him in the right position.
All right, Bruce. Bruce knows he's got about a half a lap to go. This might be his best passing opportunity here, and he's got some traffic to work with.
That'll help. Nathan Bird already seeing the checkers as we're about halfway around the lap. This is the second place battle. That gives you some idea of how far out in front they are. Actually, this is the third place battle, I'll be fair. Thomas Melendrez is all by himself in second, approaching the start-finish line. This 09 of Eric Presby in the Ligier LMP3.
I like the gold on that car.
Yeah, it's got nice highlights.
Mm-hmm.
There's your second place runner, Thomas Melendrez. Orica 07 LMP2. So let's see if Presby can hold off Bruce Hamilton, and he does as they come across the line. So a quick rundown of the contested classes. In GTP2, Thomas Melendrez is your winner in the 8. Orica. Second goes to Eric Presby in the 09 Ligier. Carter Bowles finishes third in the Dallara EXP, number 72. In the 9 F3 class, R. Bruce Hamilton takes the win in the 06 Swift. James Johnson Sr. in the 73 Swift. In second, Dave Kunzelman in the 47 Ligier F3 takes third place honors. In the 9 F4 class, Benjamin Ramirez takes the gold medal in the 32 Ligier. Craig Campbell in the 09A Van Diemen, and the 22 of Dr. John Wapham takes third place. In the 11 PS2 category, that's Austin Riley in the number 20 Revolution, Gary Gray in the 33 Radical, and James Dennison in the 44 Revolution, your top three. Finally, in the 9 Boss class, big open single-seaters is what Boss stands for, Nathan Bird takes the win overall in the 32A. Craig Bennett in the number 4 Penske wasn't able to get it to the finish.
Wait, John, how long have I been doing this and I just learned what Boss stands for?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you for that.
Big open single-seaters, yeah. Nathan Bird, look at that, a 38-second margin of victory, and that was in, 3 laps after the yellow flag came out? He is not letting any grass grow under his feet, that's for sure. Don't go anywhere. We have got more racing yet to come. Group 10 is next up, and guess what? Historic stock cars, among others, coming up next. So Stay right with us here as Racing America brings you uninterrupted coverage of the entire day here on Saturday, June 20th, a Father's Day weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Think like an athlete. Drink your weeds. Gym Weed is the athletic focus drink with adaptogens and caffeine that make your body believe it can do anything. Sip on some before you smash your goals. Jim Weed, the official energy drink of SVRA and Trans Am. Racing America is proudly sponsored by Hagerty, the world's largest membership, insurance, and media organization for people who love cars. For more information, go to Hagerty.com, the official insurance partner of Racing America. Hankook Motorsports is the official dealer, distributor, and service provider for Hankook competition tires in North America. With a worldwide brand strategy and distribution network, Hankook provides the best products to meet the needs of their customers. Driving customers around the world, Hankook is a top-tier global tire brand. Hankook Motorsports is the official tire partner of Formula Regional Americas, the F4 U.S. Championship, and the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. A recognized leader in hazardous materials abatement and owned by racer John Moore, JM Environmental is a proud supporter of SVRA for the 2026 season. For more information, please visit jmenvironmental.net. Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Brickyard Invitational under the auspices of the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association. My name's John Phippen, been with you throughout the weekend, but I'm joined on the commentary booth by Dorian Davis. Dorian is our manager of Flagtronics. Dorian, welcome to the commentary booth, my friend.
Good to be here with one of my favorite groups out here this weekend, the Ground Pounders, some of our stock cars. Very exciting stuff.
Got some GT cars in the field as well. Let me do a quick rundown of the starting grid, and then we can talk about the racing as Ricky Knuckles starts alone in row 12 in the number 95 Impala. Then we've got Greg Sarf in the number 42 Dodge Charger, Greg Richardson in the 62 Chevrolet Camaro, Ryan Terrace in the number 88 Ford Taurus, car number 01 Rodney Reston in his Chevrolet Silverado, the 3 Terry Mathis in a Chevy Cup car, and the 9 is Michael Massey in his Camaro. Car number 69 is Scott Dolphy in another Silverado. The 8 is J.C. France in yet another Silverado. Car 2 is Scott Hawley in his Penske Dodge. Samuel LeCompte in the number 29 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Patrick Womack in the number 11 Toyota Camry. And at the head of the stock car wave is the number 6 of Ryan Gamel in his 2009 Toyota Camry. The first wave are all of the GT-based cars. The 57 is Reed Kreider in his Nissan 240SX. Glenn Robert Andrews in car number 9A. That's a Pontiac Grand Prix. Tim Haynes is in the 33. That's a Porsche 997. Richard Wolsifer in the number 31 Howe TA2 Camaro. Car 24 is Bruce Raymond in a Pontiac Firebird. Car 17 is Henri Najem in a Ferrari 488 Challenge. Car 222 is Scott Kissinger in a Porsche GT3 Cup. Mark Mercurio is in car number 41. That's a TA2 Chevy Camaro. And on the front row, car 07 Ryan McManus in his 2018 Chevy Corvette. And front row Joe Nemechek on the pole in the number 97 Chevrolet Corvette. Joe Nemechek in basically a Trans Am spec Corvette. Same kind of car Amy Ruman races in the Trans Am series. That's a car that he built, and usually when we see him here in these stock car fields, he's in one of his stock cars, but this time he's in the Trans Am car, and I think he likes it.
He seems to be doing really well in it. He was able to finish first in our first race of the day, which unfortunately took a lot of laps under yellow and actually finished under yellow due to an engine failure. So I'm sure our drivers will be raring to go here for race number 2 of the weekend.
Up to the green flag for the first wave. These are all the GT-based cars from Group 10. And as they hit the loud pedal, there's the green flag, and we are away. Nemechek immediately gets away. I don't see Mark Mercurio in the field, so it looks like that other Corvette not happening. Mercurio's in the Camaro. Sorry, there was another Corvette, the 07 of Ryan McManus. He is not in the field. So front row Joe already by, but then the Porsche of Scott Kissinger up into second spot. Right behind him now the 31 of Richard Wolsifer. He's worked his way up into the top 3. Right behind him is Mercurio in the 41. Now the stock cars getting the green flag on the front straightaway as these GT cars working their way through. You can see the run down toward turn number 1.
And we're running a split start with this race. That's something we do when we've got a group that's got cars that kind of have different characteristics, sometimes different power levels. And the drivers themselves just want to separate the two different types of cars, as we have the number 6-9 out there near the Unser gate, unfortunately having spun out there on the first turn. Hopefully he'll be able to get things back under control for the rest of this race.
That's Scott Dolphy at the Goodwrench liveried number 69 Chevy Silverado. There's front row Joe. And now a good battle for second spot as Scott Kissinger and Mark Mercurio going after it. Mercurio in that Camaro, Kissinger in the red, black and white number 222 Porsche GT3 Cup car. And right behind them is that 31 of Richard Wolsifer in another of the Camaros, built to TA2 spec. And then back at the front of our stock car field, as we've got Ryan Gamel, and in the 11, Patrick Rollback in second spot in that FedEx livery Toyota Camry.
And regarding that incident there at turn 1, you know, we've got a bunch of high horsepower cars out here with slick tires. So what our drivers are going to need to do is take it a little easy on maybe those first 2 laps potentially, just to try and get some heat into those tires and some heat into the brakes, which will help with the heat in the tires. And what we're looking at there is likely just a little bit of asking too much of those rear tires, those front tires there at turn 1.
Especially the Silverado's a little light at the back. It's real easy for the rear end to come around if
Absolutely.
You're under braking pressure, obviously.
Yeah. And so that's one of the big distinctions we have out here. We've got a couple European cars, one of them having the engine in the middle, the others, the Porsches, with the engine in the rear. And what that's going to do is allow those drivers to have a lot more rear grip where those drive wheels are right off the bat. So they'll have a bit of an advantage, especially in the beginning. But it's going to be really fun, and it has been really fun all weekend, watching those mid-engine cars and rear-engine cars battle it out with these very high, large displacement front-engine American cars. So that's a really good little distinction we've got out here.
Mark Mercurio in the Camaro has moved up into second spot. That moves Scott Kissinger back to third. And then Richard Wolsifer behind him. And then right behind Wolsifer is Henri Najem in the number 17 Ferrari 488 Challenge. And they put a little distance on the next car, Tim Haynes in the Porsche 997. He's about 5 seconds up the road. Here's the battle for the lead in the stock cars as the 11 of Patrick Womack taking over the top spot. Ryan Gamel right behind him. That battle's not over yet, I don't believe.
No, not even close. And taking a look at our first class of the split start, we've got front row Joe out there running first place as usual, taking it down into turn 1. And taking a look at our Flagtronics system, which I typically man, we have actually the capacity to check out the speeds of our drivers. So looking at the number 11 down there on the front straight, we've already got them at 150 miles an hour past start finish, which is pretty quick to say the least. So very impressive driving from all of our talented drivers out there this weekend.
In fact, if the speed trap were moved further down the straightaway, those speeds would be even higher, because they're at start finish. They're still accelerating, I'm sure.
And, you know, that's the beautiful thing about what we have with Flagtronics is it's not just a speed trap. We've actually got the capacity to manage and monitor the speed at any point of the track. So right now we can take a look at Nemechek coming into turn 12, down to about 60 miles an hour there, but as he makes his way onto the front straight, we'll keep a look at him and see what he's doing right around at the end near turn 1. And looks like we have an engine going on the number 88 UPS car.
Yep.
Bunch of smoke billowing out of those side pipes. We'll keep an eye on him. Hopefully he'll be able to either make it into pit lane and keep us from going full course yellow on this race.
That's Ryan Terrace and that number 88 Ford Taurus. Again, it's a hot day. This is the second race of the day for these drivers, so it's certainly not uncommon for a failure from time to time. They are vintage cars, after all, so you can expect them to have a little attrition as the weekend wears on.
Absolutely. And these stock cars are running engines that are pushing displacement that we can only dream of in our street cars. So
exactly.
You got to imagine there's a lot of oil in there. So if anything were to happen, God forbid, it can really make a big mess out there on the track. So we're going to hope that he can get that thing off the track. I'm taking a look at our Flagtronics system. We have a yellow flag out there at turn 7. Not sure exactly what's causing that, but hopefully that'll clear up here shortly. That is the only incident we currently have on the track. I've spoken too soon. There we go. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. And so what that is that'll neutralize our race. We're going to ask all of our drivers to reduce their speed a little bit. There will be no more passing under full course yellow, and we're going to bring out our fantastic pace car driver, James Rogerson, to kind of keep the field bunched up and keep them at a reasonable pace during this incident while they clean up whatever we have out there. I have a feeling it might be our number 88, which we saw smoke billowing out of earlier, but time will tell.
Yeah, Ryan Terrace has not come by, and so I'm guessing that he's the one who pulled off there. We're just coming into turn 7 right now. I don't see him on either side of the camera shot, so he may have just taken the exit. Oh, there he is. He's parked it up right at the exit of turn 7. So they'll need a little help to get that car out of harm's way, so we'll stack up the field behind the safety car. Joe Nemechek had built up a 13-second advantage in only 2 laps. Make that 3 laps, so Mark Mercurio will close up on the back of Front Row Joe. Scott Kissinger in 3rd in the 222 Porsche. Richard Wolsifer and another of the Camaros in the 31. Henri Najem in the Ferrari. Tim Haynes in the number 33 Porsche 997. And then the leader of the stock car wave, Patrick Womack in that FedEx livery number 11. Ryan Gamel in the number 6 black and yellow Camry. Samuel Lecomte in the 29 Monte Carlo. Then J.C. France in the first of the trucks in the number 8 Silverado. Scott Hawley, who won the race earlier this morning in the stock car class, in the number 2 Penske Dodge, back behind J.C. Michael Massey in the number 9 Camaro, just behind him. Then Rodney Reston and Terry Mathis, with Glenn Robert Andrew in the 9A in the 15th spot. Greg Sarf in the Haviland number 42 in 16th. Greg Richardson in the 62 in 17th. Scott Dolphy and Ricky Knuckles with Reed Kreider rounding out the field in the 57. Ryan Terrace stationary at the exit of turn 7.
Yeah, and so when we look at what pulls out a full course yellow condition out here on track, what we're looking for is for, if we have a stopped car, for them to be in a safe position. Sure. So there aren't that many great places on the racetrack to stop. However, we do have a lot of cut-throughs where our driver, if they're still under power, can find a way to kind of snake off track. That way we can keep the drivers going out there green. However, in this case, we've had a driver stop kind of on the track in turn 7, which is going to bring out that full course yellow while we go and retrieve him. So there's a bit of a tactic to being able to finesse your car off of the track under green course, but of course it wasn't able to happen this time.
They've safety crew here at Indianapolis, some of the best in the world, of course, and they've already got that car hooked up. So as soon as the field goes by, they'll be able to flat tow that car. And I doubt if we'll be able to go green this time, but perhaps next lap we'll be able to go green once again.
Absolutely. That would be a dream, as like I said earlier. Our last race finished under double yellow because of a similar incident, actually. Right. We had a driver blow their engine here on the front straight and was able to keep from oiling until they made it onto the oval, which is not entirely where we're racing here this weekend. So that was good. So, like I said, these drivers, I'm sure, are chomping at the bit, trying to get some real good laps in this weekend. So hopefully we'll be able to clean this up. And like you said, the safety team here at Indianapolis is really top tier. So I have much faith that they'll be able to pull this car out of there in a timely fashion.
While we've got a little break in the action, tell us a little bit about the Flagtronics system. We know that it has the light boards at each of the flag stations, but it's more than that. There's a display actually in the driver's cockpit.
Absolutely, yeah. So Flagtronics is what we call an electronic marshalling system. So what I'm able to do is monitor our display, and I can check out where all the drivers are on track. So if we are to have an incident, I'm able to tell the race director, hey, we've got a car off in turn 7, similar to this situation. And another great thing we're able to do is our marshals have remotes that look a lot like this, and they're able to throw local conditions at their station. So a marshal can throw a local condition, say a yellow, and I can tell the race director, hey, turn 7 is waving yellow. Then we can start making that plan just to those few crucial seconds in advance. And also we're communicating, like you said, to those drivers who have a unit inside of their vehicle, which is huge because that means Flagtronics has allowed a lot of series to avoid what we call second car accidents, second and third car accidents. So if one car spins and they're stuck in the middle of the track, our zones are set up so that a driver who enters that zone will know immediately, hey, there's something going on. We have a waving yellow flag in this zone. They can let off the gas and start keeping their eyes way far ahead. And that's a really huge boon for safety because what that does is it prevents drivers from going blind into a zone where there's an incident.
Exactly right. I'm sorry, go ahead. You saw a good shot just I caught the camera shot at the corner station. You can see the flashing light board with FCY, full course yellow. That's the indication to the drivers, but they're seeing that same display on their dashboard, so they have that information just as soon as that yellow flag is called.
Absolutely, and I've actually been talking with some drivers at this event this weekend who are mating their Flagtronics system, which is what we call the FT200 unit, to their AIM dashboard. So we've got drivers who have the larger digital dash, and they're able to mate that with the Flagtronics, and they can get flag conditions on their dashboard too, which
How cool is that?
I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. You've got lights galore. You know, you want to know, one of the most important aspects of racing are our marshals out there on track. They communicate with our drivers, and they are the first line in driver safety, right?
Yeah.
After the harnesses and the helmets, you got the marshals, right? They are right up there at the top with some of the most important safety features. And what Flagtronics does is it boosts their ability to communicate with the drivers as they go around the track. So it's a really great system. I love working with it, and it just feels fantastic to be able to take that extra step in warning the drivers, hey, there's something up there. And then also the drivers love it because they're able to get that green flag a second before the next guy who may not have it installed in his car. That the drivers who have that unit can say, okay, we're green, I'm on the gas pedal, you know what I mean?
And the remote that Dorian was talking about is like a kind of a thick remote for your television. You know, it's got buttons on it for each of the flag conditions: a green flag, yellow flag, checkered flag. So the marshal can basically copy what he's doing with his one hand. He's got his hand on the flag. He can make that same flag condition show up on the light board that's attached to his flag station.
Exactly. I tell the marshals every morning, you know, whatever you do with your cloth, which is their cloth flag, ask them to do it with their button. And what that does is it's continuity, you know. So whenever they are waving a yellow flag, they can hit their waving yellow button. And like I said, it gets those drivers just that extra bit of warning so that they know, hey, there's something up ahead, you know.
You can see the back of one of the Flagtronics boards right there in the shot. That white board attached to the catch fencing. Yep. Dorian has the job of putting those in place at every race meeting and then taking them down when we're done. So there's a lot of work involved, and thank you, Dorian, for all the hard work you do to make that happen by installing this system at every racetrack we go to.
Oh, man, anything to keep our drivers safe as we come back to green flag.
Joe Nemechek getting the jump once again as he leads the field down, but it looks like Mercurio is going to slot in right behind him, and then that's Wolsifer behind Mercurio, but he's got a battle side by side as the leader from the stock car wave. That's the number 11.
Makes his way up into the field, huh?
Yeah, Patrick Womack now up into about third place overall. Oh, and we got, that was Samuel Lecomte, I think, going a little wide at the exit of turn 2, getting it off in the grass.
Just a little bit of agricultural racing there, but he brings it back onto the tarmac where we'd like him to be. And another driver going very wide out there in second place, using all of the track afforded to him.
Yeah, that's Gamel and the other Camry. So the two Camrys battling for third place overall. Remember, they started in a second wave. So these stock cars have worked their way right up to the front with this full course yellow, and now they're going to show their muscle. I don't know if they can catch Nemechek, but they definitely are going to get on the back of Mark Mercurio.
And that's one of the beautiful things about racing is, as much as we hate to see a full course yellow come out, it does bring the field together, which can allow for some very interesting things to happen. And, you know, they say sometimes that yellows can breed yellows, but also starts and restarts are some of the most exciting parts of our racing journey. So very exciting stuff here. Love to see the two classes kind of meshing together out there. And as always, very exciting stuff with Racing America.
Most of the drivers will tell you that the starts and the restarts are some of the most the best opportunities to improve their position. But if you're in the lead, you hate it because that brings everybody up behind you. So.
Yeah, absolutely. However, front row Joe here, doubt he's having too much trouble. And as we can see, he's really not struggling much to run away from the field there. But we are having a great battle for the rest of the podium as one of our drivers seems to lock up that front right tire and loses a couple positions there in turn 1.
Mark Mercurio in that Camaro.
Absolutely. We've seen turn 1 cause a lot of incidents here this weekend. Coming down off of the IndyCar straight here, it's got a very high-speed turn, and the drivers are either locking up there or missing the turn entirely and having to take our long cut there. But a lot of times they're able to salvage their system and keep things going in the right direction, and such is the case with our Camaro here in 4th place now.
Gamel getting a good run on the 11 of Patrick Womack, so Gamel up into 2nd spot now as the two Toyota Camrys from the stock car wave have gotten in front of the two Camaros, Mark Mercurio and Patrick Womack. Richard Wolsifer in the other Camaro. Womack in the number 11 FedEx car. There's front row Joe. Then here's Gamel. And Womack just behind him. And then Mercurio. As Mercurio is going to try to repay the favor here as he goes down to the inside at turn 12. But didn't quite get alongside.
Yeah, so he's going to be seeing a little bit of that red mist after having made that mistake and giving up those two positions. You know, he's going to really be driving hard and pushing to try and take back what he thinks is his.
We're going to see the white flag next time by, we're hearing on the radio. So this is the penultimate lap.
And Joe Nemechek with a comfortable lead out there through turn 1.
Side-by-side battle just behind. J.C. France going side-by-side with Samuel Lecomte in the battle for 6th and 7th. France in the Silverado, the pickup truck. And Lecomte just in front of him in that number 29.
And one thing that's surprising me a little bit about this race is our European cars having a less impressive showing this time around. In the first race, we had a little stint of green where those European cars were able to take that initial advantage of that rear and mid-engine to their benefit and really start to step away from the stock cars. However, with that early full course yellow in this race, those stock cars had a little bit more time to warm those tires up and really take advantage of their high-powered engines there when we came back to green.
Yeah, there's the Ferrari of Najim, Henri Najim, and the number 17 Ferrari shuffled back to 10th. Another of the Silverados, the 01 car, or truck, I should say, of Rodney Reston.
And we've seen we had a Ferrari in the practice day that actually struggled a little bit with the transition onto the banking. So there's a little bit of benefit there for the front engine stock cars whose when that rear gets a little bit loose, it's a little bit easier to snap it back into place. Whereas if your engine and all your weight's hanging over that back axle, that car is quick to do a pirouette on you, which nobody wants to see out here on the racetrack.
You're absolutely right. As we're on the final lap, the white flag being shown. Lecomte working his way forward up into 5th position now is Samuel Lecomte in that number 29, just disappearing for the bottom of your shot. And Richard Wolsifer just behind him. Scott Kissinger in the Porsche trying to hang on to a top 5 finish here.
And overall, a very good race. We're seeing drivers nearing speeds of 175 miles an hour there on the front straight, thanks to our Flagtronics system. Very exciting stuff. Like I said, these drivers were kind of robbed of some good door-to-door action earlier this morning due to a blown engine, so I feel like they'll be a lot more satisfied this afternoon with the more green flag laps they can get, the better, I feel like, is how they approach it as we take a look at Joe Nemechek here taking his last few corners of the race and that beautiful Chevrolet Corvette.
The Batmobile.
Oh, yeah. Nothing better than that.
Coming down into turn number 12.
And it's real subtle, but you can just see the nose dive on that car. It's fun with race cars because they already sit so low to the ground.
Yep.
When that nose dives, it's just a couple of inches, but you can just take a look there and see that braking action going on. It's very fun to kind of try to interpret what the driver's feet and hands are doing by watching the nature of the car as Joe comes to the checkered flag. Congratulations to Joe Nemechek, another win under his belt.
Second race in a row, he takes the win. Ryan Gamel also winning the stock car class for the second race in a row. But Patrick Womack doing a great job up into 3rd in that number 11 FedEx Camry. And here comes the battle with Scott Kissinger as he got around Wolsifer to take over 6th spot. Wolsifer right behind him in that red-nosed Camaro. J.C. France in the quickest of the Silverados in 8th spot. Then Henri Najim just behind him in the Ferrari, with Michael Massey rounding out the top 10 in the number 9 Camaro. Just behind Massey, the 01 of Rodney Reston in the Army liveried black Silverado. Terry Mathis in the number 3 Coke liveried Champ car. And then Scott Dolphy in the number 69 Silverado, the 3rd of the Silverados. Greg Sarf in the number 42 Haviland Dodge Charger. Greg Richardson in the 62 Camaro. Tim Haynes in the 33 Porsche 997. Ricky Knuckles, who started at the back, finishes 17th in the number 95 Impala. Glenn Robert Andrew in the 9A Pontiac Grand Prix. Reed Kreider in the 57 Nissan 240SX. Scott Hawley in the number 2 stock car was one of the front runners in our stock car class yesterday, but a bit off the pace in this race. I think he might have had a problem out on track as Ryan Terrace also with a problem with that blown motor that brought out the full course yellow after just 2 laps. But here you can see a full rundown of all of the finishers, and we can do a quick rundown of the class winners. Mark Mercurio taking the win in the 10 GT4 category in the number 41 Camaro. Scott Kissinger in the Porsche in second, and Richard Wolsifer takes the bronze medal. In the SCB category, Samuel Lecomte in the 29 Monte Carlo, Terry Mathis in the number 3 Chevrolet, and Greg Sarf in the number 42 Dodge Charger, your top 3. In the SCA class, Patrick Womack taking the win in the number 11 Camry, Michael Massey in the number 9 Camaro, and Greg Richardson in the 62 Camaro. And the final contested class is the stock car trucks, the 8 of J.C. France taking the gold medal, Rodney Reston the silver, and Scott Dolphy taking home the bronze. So once again, Dorian, thank you for joining us in the commentary booth here, but thank you mostly for all the great work you do with Flagtronics to keep our racers safe at every venue we visit.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me, John. And like I said, anything to keep our drivers safe. I love working with the Flagtronics system, and I get a lot of good feedback from our drivers about the way that it warns them about upcoming incidents. So just once again, I want to say thank you very much for having me, and shout out to the whole Racing America staff.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much. And we will be back as we've got more racing to come. Next up will be Groups 5, 7, and 11B, sports racers and prototypes, started with just about 7 minutes time, scheduled at 3:45. Don't go anywhere, as we're at the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Hoosier tires are the choice for many SVRA racers. Hoosier's 1,000-plus tire types meet most of an SVRA racer's needs. Go to HoosierTire.com for more information. The official racing tire of SVRA. Kaizen Autosport is based at VIR and provides instruction and driving experience for novices to advanced race drivers seeking SVRA licenses or super licenses. Kaizen has a program that meets your racing desires. You can drive your own race car, rent a track-prepped sports car, or a modern downforce race car. Kaizen offers a driving experience for everyone, from the curious to the novice and the committed racer. KaizenAutosport.com, an accredited SVRA licensing school. Ligé's passion for motorsport, innovation, and development reflect their values. Work, team spirit, collective intelligence, and the pressure to achieve results are in Ligier Automotive's DNA, and that enables them to build new adventures. Ligier Automotive, official vehicle partner of Formula Regional Americas, the F4 U.S. Championship, and the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Mountoon has delivered championship and race-winning results for over 40 years. Every lesson learned, every race won, every high-performance engine delivered, and every component developed contribute to that reputation. Mountoon has never rested on past achievements and is always looking forward to exploring new frontiers of motorsport engine development. Mountoon, official engine partner for Formula Regional Americas and the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. John Phippen alongside Ben Sissel as we'll give you coverage of this next race group for our SVRA racers. This is for groups 5, 7, and 11. The Group 5 cars are all Sports 2000s, basically, and we've got 20 of them in the field. We've got 2 Group 7 cars. All the rest are Group 11s for the more contemporary track day cars. Starting 32nd, Jeff Hardesty in his Rush. Bob Lima in the number 27A Chevron B19. Tyson Schweissau in the number 92 Rush. John Beal in the number 5 Rush. We've got more to say about him. Michael Neff in the 199 Rush. The 47 of Mark Hennepin in the Nuart Can-Am replica. Then we've got the 115 of Ethan Hardesty in his Rush, and Jordan Musser in the 106 Rush. The 13A is Nico Bratz in a Rush. Ryan Leach is in the number 56 Rush. The 20 is Philip Lewis in a Radical SR3. And then Tom Gruna in the other Can-Am replica. This one a Relco Can-Am number 7A. The top 20, all Sports 2000s. Brent Rubinek is in the number 27 Lola. Angelo Savoia in the number 85 Taiga. 85A is Gavin Clark in a Swift. The 23 is Vincent LaManna in a Taiga. Jim Chanel is in the number 14 Lola. Mark Coombs in another Lola, number 77. The 7 is Joseph Moran in a Carber. The 79, Nate Scigliano in a Lola T90. Then we've got the 11 of Payman Autad in a Swift. The 58 of Jim Huizinga in a Lola. Tom Kane is in the number 51 Taiga. Brian Gernert in the number 17 Swift. The 15 is Mark S. Clark in another Swift. Brent Gernert in the number 40 Swift. Then we've got Noah Arundel in the number 3 Carber. Samuel Payne in the number 16 Lola. The 13 is Henry Payne the 5th in a Lola. The 90 is Henry Payne in a Lola. The 2 is Edward Gunther in a Carber. Andrew Polsitter, the number 524, Robert Dusek the 3rd in a 1990 Lola T9090.
And Robert Dusek in the last race got about a 4 to 6 second lap there. And that is not ordinary in the Sports 2000.
Yeah, they're very evenly matched usually, but Dusek he's got something special in that car for sure, because he's been quick all weekend long.
We see Philip Lewis there. Came all the way from Bangkok, Thailand to be racing with us. John Beal, I've been following him on socials this weekend. They're having a great time in that Red Rush Gildan American Apparel car.
Yeah, Gildan Racing sent us a little blurb known as Beal Racing, an asphalt super late model race team based in Verona, Wisconsin, competing across the U.S. They're named after and proudly sponsored by their title sponsor, Gildan, a world leader in apparel manufacturing. Gildan Racing competing this weekend in this class here at the SVRA Sports Car Vintage Racing America Brickyard Vintage Racing Invitational, piloting a Rush Auto Works, Rush SR, sourced from Diversion Motorsports, LLC. So welcome, John, and thanks to the folks at Gildan for sending that information along to us.
Here they come. They take the green. Woo! The Paynes have marched back, but Gunther seems to have the better jump here on Dusek.
Yeah, Dusek on the inside there. He's going to be late on the brakes to try to make it happen as the 90 of Henry Payne trying to get inside of him. But Gunther's going to sweep around the outside in that Carber. So Gunther, and we've got a spinner here, and there's some contact as we had a car spin right at the exit of turn 1. And so the following car is unable to avoid. That's the 51 that has gone around. That's Tom Kane in his Taiga SC83. Also involved the 77 of Mark Coombs in his Lola. So at the moment, we're staying green. We'll see if those cars can get moving on their own. But I have a feeling we may see a full course yellow here.
We're going to have to. That's not
Yeah, because we've got cars right in the middle of the racetrack as the second wave of cars from the more contemporary sports racers, the majority of which are the Rushes.
The second wave did a really good job of avoiding. I'm proud of them for that.
Yep, good job. Tom Kane was a sitting duck there, sitting counter race in that Taiga. But the fact that he was moving a little bit leads me to believe that he might be able to get rolling on his own. I don't know about the 77 of Mark Coombs, though, off in the grass. But at the moment, we're still green. This is the leader of that second wave. The number 56 Rush trying to dive inside. Ryan Leach out of St. Petersburg, Florida. That orange number 7A.
3 Rushes.
Relco Can-Am.
Just split Philip Lewis.
Yeah, and a couple of the Rushes getting around that Can-Am car. Yep, here comes the full course caution. Safety car picking up the field. Dusek retook the lead as we were following the second wave coming to the green.
You know, it is an interesting turn 1 too, because you want to take the inside, but if you can stay side by side of the person taking the inside at 1, you're set up for 2.
Exactly.
And then you'll have it because that's a long sweeping 2.
Yep.
And you'll be able to get around. But if you're brave enough to stay on the outside through turn 1, you might be setting yourself up for 2.
Exactly right. But that's also, you know, a bit off the regular racing line. There's some marbles out there. Makes it a little slick. And that's easy for that to go wrong.
A little bit of smoke from that white Rush that had a little bit of rear body damage as well to come through 12. Here's the leaders.
Dusek at the point, and then Gunther right behind him in that red number 2 Carber.
Looks like Henry Payne, the 5th, got shuffled back 2 or 3 positions. Which that was quite a melee there between 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah. Yeah, scoring is showing Henry Payne the fifth in that third spot in the 13.
Oh, maybe that's the fourth then.
Then the
Not sure.
the 90 of Henry Payne in fourth spot, and then Brent Gernert in the number 40 back to fifth.
Oh, so there's a Sam Payne that's back there?
Yeah, he's back a couple spots, I think.
Yeah, he dropped back a few then. Okay.
Yeah. So the 13 and the 90 are there where we expect them. But Samuel Payne in the 16 is, there he is, just behind the 3 car of Noah Arundel in that white Carber.
I'm sorry, Henry Payne V. I just assumed that you would be the one back there, but you know. He's great. He hosts a radio show, a big talk radio show in Detroit, and is in the press at Detroit. But he's Detroit's kind of a car town. He hosts a radio talk show.
Motor City.
All about cars.
After all, that's what they call it. So behind the safety car, as we're recovering the two cars involved in that turn 1 incident, Mark Coombs has not come by. Same story for Tom Kane.
So a neat thing about Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we haven't really seen it come into play, but I'm sure it will in the Trans Am races, is if you do miss turn 1, there's a little bit of a runoff area. So here they come into turn 1. You see it here. You're supposed to hit. You're supposed to be driver's right of that like curbing there, the blue and white and blue curbing. And then if you miss that, instead of going back counter race, they want you to come down here around those white bollards that are sticking up and then come through the little tire thing here. And that should slow you down, because we saw it one time in the NASCAR race. Somebody missed it and went through and just stayed on the lead. So this should penalize you maybe 3 or 4 positions, because you got to go slow through there
and weave through those tire bundles.
I appreciate the camera operator kind of bringing us through that direction. And I hope we never have to show this weekend, but something tells me tomorrow during the Trans Am races we're going to see that several times.
I think you're absolutely right.
And if you're joining us here in the comments, where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? If we get something wrong, please send us a comment in all caps like you're yelling at us. And this is your chance to yell at the commentators if we get something wrong. Or if you just have some great information on drivers or the car or crew or anything related, please feel free to share, because we have a lot of experts watching us here.
Yeah, and then we'll be happy to give a shout out to your favorite driver and talk about their local. If you got a driver that's from your hometown that you know, give us a shout. We'll mention them on the road. One of the things we say as commentators, you either have to be fast or be dramatic.
Yeah.
Race direction giving the safety car driver instructions to stay to the left as they make their way through turn 1. All of the safety vehicles working off to driver's right on the outside of turn, or the inside of turn 1, I guess you would say.
And if you're wondering what these are called Sports 2000s. It's a 2-liter, usually a Ford Pinto engine. They're all set up to kind of a specification, and it's a very great class if you like really hard, close racing. It's I've got so many shots, especially at Mid-Ohio, where the cars come under the other car. I put a camera on the nose of a Sports 2000. It'll be under the apron of the other car. And it was a great class in the 70s and 80s in the SCCA, because, like I said, it was a pretty inexpensive way to go racing, but so close. And, the runoffs were here a couple of years ago, and I think we saw 70 of the new modern sports racer Fords come through turn 1, which is crazy, and that's how it was back in the day with these racers.
Exactly. And there was a Pro Series as well. I mentioned, I think at the last broadcast of this group, John Fergus won the Pro Series, I think 7 times in a Carber chassis. He started out in a Lola, but then was intimately involved with the development of that Carber chassis, and took 7 national championships with it. And, he came up through the SCCA ranks as well. The S2000s are no longer a national class in SCCA competition. They've pretty much been supplanted, as Ben said, by those spec racer Fords. We've got a few of them racing here this weekend as well. But they're still eligible for regional competition in the SCCA, so you can still see a few of them racing at regional races at your racetracks around the country. By the way, our Formula Car Series is sanctioned by SCCA Pro Racing, so we want to give a shout out to all our brethren in the Sports Car Club of America.
I've got some good information here, John, that we're going to see. We're trying to find the white 106 Rush. That's the 199. It's the 92. I hope it's out there, but it is Jordan Musser's birthday.
Oh.
According to Narissa 427.
Jordan is 20th right now in that car. Let's see where he
Natalie
is.
Smith says, happy birthday, Jordan Musser.
He's second in class, so he's got a silver medal around his neck as it runs right now. So
Nice.
He's got Ryan Leach right in front of him. So Jordan Musser might find himself with a gold medal.
Diversion Motorsports, my friend Evan Pecor, who is a longtime TA2 competitor, has a bunch of these Rushes in his garage. He takes care of a lot of them, wants to know when we're going to get in one for a test drive. Well, Evan, you know me, I'm down. I will really impress you with how slow of a driver I am.
I had the opportunity, like I say, Mid-Ohio is my home track, and they have a driving school there, the Mid-Ohio School, and I got a complimentary ride in their high-performance driving class, and it was great fun. I really enjoyed myself, but I really discovered why I'm not a race car driver, because I do not have any natural talent. I mean, there is just no way that I can do what these drivers do. So, I love to talk about race cars, but behind the wheel, I'm no good.
Tree Fella is watching all the way from the UK.
All right.
Which country in the UK? We are here this weekend. Evan, I didn't know you were here this weekend. You told me at Road America you were going to be here this weekend, but where are you paddocks? I love hanging out with Evan Pecor.
That diversion team you were talking about, that's the car from John Beal. He got it from that supplier as well. As these rushes, and I know Alex Miller, our race director in SVRA, was talking to some of the rush folks down in Texas and trying to boost the entry a little bit, as they're always looking for a place to race, and SVRA's a good home for them. So we might have a rush specific class in SVRA racing one of these days, because they are very plentiful in this class for sure.
I mean, I have a problem. Like, I love my small British cars. I'm 6'3", 230 pounds, and I like classic Mini Coopers and MG midgets. I think a Rush would be perfect for me.
Yeah, exactly. You'd wear it like
it's
a suit.
One of my favorite bands. Why wouldn't it be one of my favorite cars?
Exactly.
Yeah, I would. I feel the same way. I sat in a Formula V, and I felt like I was strapping into a backpack. You put the shoulder straps on, and you're wearing a Formula V. You're not really driving it.
Yep.
So you can see they're trying to get heat back in. I think we're going to probably have a shootout here. Coming up next, we've got the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series qualifying, and our friend Ford Martin is going to come in here and take the lead commentary with us.
Good.
That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We do have a lot of fans here on this hillside, and that hillside is because of SVRA. First 2 years we were here, we brought Land Rover, Range Rover. They set up dirt piles over there to do off-roading, and then Indy would take those dirt piles and make these viewing mounts for us. So, SVRA contributing to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I attended every Formula One race that was held here at this track, and I spent some time on those grassy knolls, watching the Formula One cars go around here.
Is that back in the V10 days?
Yep.
Best sounding Formula One cars.
Absolutely. I was here for Tiregate.
Oh, yeah. We're five or whatever. Yeah,
exactly.
So here they come to take back the green, John.
Single file restart, of course, as Robert Dusek has had this group under control.
Surely they're going to let Musser win for his birthday.
I would think so, yeah. He should win in class, if nothing else. As the green is back out, we're into the second half of this one. We're about 12 minutes into it. Dusek, Gunther, and Henry Payne the fifth, excuse me. Henry Payne looking for second here as he's going to go to the inside. Laid on the brakes.
Wow.
And he got it done. Well done. Edward Gunther in the Carver has to give way to the Lola.
What a move.
Yeah, that was a great move. Up to second is Payne the 5.
That's such a challenging section of the track, and we don't talk about it a lot, but 2 to 3 to 4, if you're not carrying the right amount of speed, you're going to be real slow. If you go just a little bit too fast, you're lost in the gravel.
Yep. And of course, we're not using the horseshoe, which is the turn that the original Formula One track had. Since IndyCar started racing here, they basically eliminated that. It's still there and still usable. When the runoffs was here, they ran that horseshoe turn coming out of turn 4.
They come through the Mission Food section. That's Brent Gernert in the number 40 red car. The S2.
That's a Swift DB2. The second car designed by Dave Bruns and the Swift.
The Rubber Ducky of Doomy agrees with our V10 days in F1.
Yep.
Great name, Rubber Ducky of Doomy. Noah Arendelle in that Carver CS2. That seems to be the weapon of choice for these Sports 2000s.
It was the one to have in the closing years of the Sports 2000. The Carver was the one everybody wanted. But these Lolas, which the Paynes are all running, was really the predecessor of that, and it was the dominant chassis for many, many years in Sports 2000 competition. Oh, and there's the 40 going a little too deep into turn 12, and Arundel's going to get back by him. I think that's Brent Gernert in that red number 40 Swift DB2. Able to hang on to it, Gernert is. So Arundel giving chase in that white Carver.
I'm hearing that Ryan Leach is going to be celebrating his first Father's Day with his new baby Maria.
Congratulations to Ryan.
Ella Marie, sorry.
Ella Marie, all right, I like it. There's Henry Payne in the number 90. Henry the 5th in the 13. And here we
look at this train.
It's the 58 of Jim Huizinga. And then John Beal is in a 58 too, but his is a Rush. Huizinga's in the Sports 2000.
So we've got a father-son here, and splitting them is the number 58 with Gavin Clark and Mark Clark, and then Jim Huizinga is between them.
Yep. Tom Gruna in that number 7A. There he is, just going by. The Relco Can-Am replica.
Somebody was asking about the McLaren-looking car. That's a newer car, a new art, or there's two different Can-Am cars out there, but those cars are Group 7. We have three of those cars out here, but the McLaren-looking car is a Group 7 car.
Yeah, there's two. The orange one is a Relco Can-Am, and the yellow one is a New Art Can-Am, and they're both 2007 kind of vintage. They're basically a replica of the original center seat Can-Am cars, built to a more modern safety specification.
I'd hope so.
Yeah.
Here come two of the Paynes.
They still make a beautiful noise, though.
Oh, yeah.
Henry 5 in that 13. And his dad right behind Edward Gunther. As these are about now being shown as the leaders of the motor race. So Robert Dusek has faded. He's either gone into the pits or has pulled off somewhere. Dusek, who was so dominant in this class all weekend long, is no longer at the front.
Let's make sure. We've been having some problems. I'm looking out my window, John. Yeah, I think you're right, John. I think that's the leaders. Not sure what's happened.
Yeah, Dusek with a problem somewhere.
All right, well, Payne the 4th and Payne the 5th with Gunther. Look at this. Oh,
no! That's a little close.
That was way too close. Gunther. Man.
Gunther holding off the challenge.
He's putting on a show for us today.
You bet. Henry Payne, man, stuffing it down in there at turn 12. And Gunther gave him just enough room. We're going to see the white flag next time by, so we're on the penultimate lap. Now Henry's going to try it again down into 7. But I guess not quite able to pull it off. The 40 of Brent Gernert in that Swift. With this trio at the front. This is for the lead of the motor race. And this is 4th, 5th, and 6th. 40 of Gernert in the 4th spot in the Swift, Noah Rundell in the white Carver, and then Samuel Payne in his Lola, the 3rd of the Payne family dynasty.
I'm hearing that they're going to be seeing the white flag.
Yep,
coming
coming
this
up next.
Time.
Yep.
I do like the look of those Payne cars, and it's neat because they all look alike, but they are just
subtly
slight
different.
differences. Yeah,
the order of the colors is different. Yeah.
There's that white flag. I've never been in the starter stand at Indy, but I bet it's a cool view. Gunther, let's see what you can do, buddy.
Yeah, your Carver is a lot newer than those Lolas. They're both 1990 vintage, and your Carver's a 2017. It's 20 years newer. You should have no trouble getting by those old cars. Not.
Yeah, as they come through the stack section. Coming down one of the last real good passing areas, and I think he's too far back. The draft is so important in S2s.
Yeah. Now this is a shot, and then into turn 12 is really the final passing opportunity.
This is where you smooth as fast.
You betcha. Using up just enough of the curb. You don't want to get too much because it upsets the car. Drifting right out to the edge there at the exit of turn 10. A little uphill run up onto the banking. And the short chute. And then the hard right-hand turn at turn 12. And that was, I think, Gunther's last chance. So Henry Payne the 5th looking for his first checkered flag at the front here.
It's getting close.
Yeah, Edward Gunther's not giving up the ghost here. On the way to the flag stand. Past the pylon, and there's the checkered flag. Henry Payne takes the win. Henry the 5th takes the win. Edward Gunther in 2nd. Henry Payne takes 3rd in the 90 car. They had a big gap over, I think Noah Arundel got around Gernert. He did. Arundel in the other Carver moved up into 4th spot. Brent Gernert shuffled back to 5th in the red Swift. Here comes the 85 of Gavin Clark in his Swift DB2. As these cars all stream by, Tom Grunoff in the Relco Can-Am finishes in 7th spot. Joseph Moran in the 7 Carver in 8th. Mark Clark in the 9th position. Payman Altad rounding out the top 10.
I got some good information for us. I think Ryan Leach is a 2-time Rush Senior National Champion.
Good deal.
And I think he's first in the Rushes this time.
Awesome sauce. Here's the top 3 finishers in each of our contested classes. In the 5A Sports 2 class, Henry Payne the 5th takes the win in the 13. The silver medal goes to Edward Gunther in the 2. Henry Payne in the 90 takes the bronze. In the Group 7 Can-Am class, Tom Grunna in the 7A takes the win over Mark Hannafin in the 47. In the 5 Historic Sports 2s, it's the 85 of Angelo Savoia and the 51 of Tom Kane. In the Group 5 Vintage Sports 2s, Brent Gernert in the 40 takes the win, the 11 of Payman Altad and the 17 of Brian Gernert. And finally, in the 11B PS4 class for the Rushes, Ryan Leach takes the win in the 56. Nico Bratz in the 13A finishing 2nd. Jordan Musser, happy birthday, with a bronze medal for the 106. So with that, we're going to take a break here, and we're going to be back with you with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series qualifying session coming up next at 4:15. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
And we welcome you to the Hoosier State in the motorsports hotbed of Speedway, Indiana. Famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway is the site for this Father's Day weekend as we look to set the field for the 6th round of the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series tomorrow morning. It's been 8 years since the TA2 Series visited the Brickyard, and we are set to go on this pitch-perfect Saturday afternoon. And good afternoon, everyone. Alongside Ben Sizzle, I'm Ford Martin. Thanks for joining us. At the top of the championship, it's Elio Meza, 18 years old from Spring, Texas, who holds the advantage over his teammate at M1 in Alon Day, who snapped Meza's unbeaten streak just 3 weeks ago at Lime Rock Park in the rain. Jared Odrick coming off a win after passing Clay Phillips in the final laps for the Pro-Am division. But today becomes the big one here at IMS and the all-important qualifying lap coming up here, Ben.
Yeah, this is such an important qualifying lap just because the passing between 1, 2, and 3 is so crazy. But you were talking about 8 years ago, last time TA2, and I think 8 years ago was a big deal because it was kind of the introduction to Thomas Merrill to the National. He had raced with us a few times in the Western Championship, but that was when everybody in the National Series saw the talent of Thomas Merrill. And we were here for 2 years with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series and 2 fantastic races, and I expect nothing less tomorrow.
Take a look at this track layout as they're starting to warm up, taking their time before they push the throttle down. The Grand Prix layout here in Indianapolis opened up in 2000, redesigned in 2014 to the 2.439 mile 14-turn configuration you see today. 14 turns, running clockwise through the infield before the car splitting out into the front stretch. The most famous oval on earth really has those 2 heavy braking zones. Turn 1 off the front straight, turn 7 at the end of the back straight as they're starting to make their way down right there. Drivers going deep on the brakes, side by side, and that sharp left-hander. And what makes this place different than any other road course in America? You're running through the infield of the Brickyard every single lap. You come back onto the front straight and past those grandstands that held 400,000 people for the Indianapolis 500 not too long ago.
Ford, just looking at this, and I didn't get to go to any of the drivers' meetings. You may know this. Is this the Pro-Am qualifying that we're seeing right now?
Is going to be going first here.
And that's the first time I've seen that. Usually it's backwards.
Yes, it's usually the Pro Division goes first, but this time the Pro-Am, and picking up right where he left off at line lock, Jared Odrick and Clay Phillips, just two peas in a pod that were all over each other in that Pro-Am race. They're setting the stage here early on in the qualifying laps.
Yeah, then it looks like Keith Prochet, Jim Gallagher, Christina Lamb, Matt Gray. Lots of great competition. The Pro-Am, I tell you what, last year's championship, the Pro-Am was kind of the more interesting championship and more hard fought. And with the competitiveness of Jared Odrick, I spoke to him earlier today. He was not happy with his practice times.
Right now, he's going to have nobody interfering, at least with him for now, on these opening laps. Cale Phillips right there behind him. I'm going to try and use some of that draft down that long straightaway, hard on the brakes, that right-hander, as the qualifying laps are officially underway.
We saw Keith Prochet there in the number 9. He was last year's runner-up in the Pro-Am Series, the CEO of HP Tuners. So it's great to have him out here from Chicago. So I don't know if his staff and family is coming to this race or next weekend's race at Road America.
Time of the year for the Trans Am Series where they have that back-to-back. Indianapolis here was at Mid-Ohio this time last year, returning back to IMS and then off to the famed Road America up in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin next week. But Jared there in that 00 black underwear Chevrolet, making his way through oval number 2. Going to be hard on the brakes, easy to overdrive right there.
Yeah, great passing zone. But Ford, you bring so much knowledge to this. If you can explain to our audience your role in TA2 with Silver Hair and how you know the whole paddock.
Well, yeah, obviously with my father was Gil Martin, who just recently found out he's going to the Nashville Fairgrounds Hall of Fame. So that was a big deal, but just really kind of been around him and listened to him enough through the years as far as this paddock and being around. There's so many great people inside this garage, everyone from the Pro-Am and obviously TA2 and TA on top of it, on top of the other type of divisions that we have here. But many people that came from the NASCAR world and made their way to TA2, and so it has that old school vibe that we saw in the NASCAR garage. And you see a lot of those familiar faces that are right here, and they love being a part of motorsports and especially being around this series.
And the other cool thing that you're seeing, if you've been following the National Series, you might see some names you don't recognize, but J.C. Monet, Tim Carroll is going to be here with us in Pro-Am, Michael LaPaglia. These are our Western Championship competitors that obviously IMS is a bucket list track for any driver. So they thought, well, you know what? Since the Western isn't coming to IMS, let's just come here and run in the Pro-Am. And watch out, because Michael LaPaglia, J.C. Monet, Tim Carroll, very, very good drivers. We saw Tim Carroll actually best last year's champion of Pro-Am, Jared Odrick, with his times in practice.
Driver 31 at the top of the board with a 129.943 with just about 9 minutes remaining. Under there in that second spot, Tim Carroll third, fourth J.C. Maynette, and fifth is Cale Phillips. That is your top 5 as of right now, and just as we say that 00 rockets to the top of the board.
Yeah, Michael LaPaglia, very, very good driver with Papini's Garage. Great to see him out there. Cale Phillips. This is Tim Carroll we're following around here with CRD. Longtime competitor. He won his first race with us at Portland a few years ago. Great to have him out here. Jim Gallagher, longtime competitor in the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series. He had some problems yesterday, so it's good to see him out there running.
Yeah, I was able to get that machine going. He stalled in the first test session that took place yesterday. Got that machine going. So Jim Gallagher from Washington, the Relegator Cope Race Cars Ford Mustang, out there on the track currently in that 7th position. And remember, at the conclusion of the final 8 minutes, the Pro Division will make their way on the racetrack. So just as we were talking about earlier, it's usually the Pro Division that goes first. Today it's the Pro-Am. And Tim Carroll, how about driver 46 at the top of the board here with 7.5 minutes to go?
This might be heating up. We're watching Keith Prochuk here with HP Tuners, and like I said, he was the runner-up last year, but he had to miss a race because he had to go to the Miami F1 race because his partner is Piastri's father, right? In McLaren, is that who it is? Oscar Piastri? Yeah, he's Piastri's father, and so they got VIP tickets to Miami Grand Prix, and he's like, oh, I can't pass that up. And I'm like, I understand.
I think if we're going to give you a pass, I think that's a pretty good one, I think.
Yeah, and HP Tuners, big company in the motorsports world, so it's great to have Keith out here fighting for the Pro-Am again.
See Tim Carroll there. That Chevrolet Camaro, best time of a 1:29.755. Top of the board. We saw him in that Western race in Sonoma, the doubleheader out there, and had to come out here and run at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and seeing one of the bigger fields in the TA2 series this season. So great to see is Carroll still at the top of the board.
Love seeing that. And he told me in the garages this week that this was a last-minute thing. Two weeks ago, he didn't think he was coming here, and I can't remember what he said changed his mind, but it's great having him out here. The Helium car, Christina Lamb. You need to follow her on her socials. She is one of my favorite people in the paddock. She and Chelsea, her social media director, they put out some great content, and she is just having a blast in the TA2 series. Patrick Hall in that marble car.
Down through the S's right there. And Dorvey there.
I'm not familiar with that driver.
Yeah, family business sponsorship. Dorvey Builders, a construction company from Maine.
Wow.
One of the furthest travel entries of the field geographically, coming over from Portland.
I'm surprised to see Audric in the pits. I thought Audric would want to be at the top in that black underwear 0-0. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't go back out. Maybe they're changing the pressures and he wants to give a run, but also one thing to know, you have to start on your qualifying tires, so you don't want to put too many laps in. Although Indy is pretty smooth, it's not going to wear out tires maybe like a Sebring would.
Wonder if we see Tim Carroll come down pit road this time as the 53 Brian Schiebel there in front of him as they make their way across the front stretch. Potentially might see him come down this time as he still has the lead at the 5-minute mark. Tim Carroll a time of a 1:29.755. Jared Audric a 1:29.840. And then off our monitor that you see here, Jared Audric making his way back out. A quick adjustment. Maybe get a couple more laps in right here.
Maybe our most competitive driver. Like, he puts so much pressure on himself to be the best, and that's just who he is. You don't get to kind of the level of competition that he has gotten to in his life without having that spirit. Great to have Schiebel out here. I love having him out here. He joined us at Barber. He does maybe 3, 4, 5 races a year with us. I wish he would do the whole season, but what he does in his ordinary life is just way too much fun to pull him away. But here comes Audric back on the track with about 4 minutes left in qualifying.
Had a conversation with Alan Bestwick here yesterday, and he mentioned it's only a matter of time before we see Jared Audric running for the Pro Division, and how the second half of the season, he's progressed so much in the first half. Now as we look towards the second half of the season, that is going to be the big question of the more he progresses. I believe this time next year, my prediction, could see him running in the Pro Division.
We had this happen last year at Mid-Ohio with Barry Bogues, qualified in the top 3, running in the Pro-Am. And we had a question in the truck, and I don't know if it ever got resolved. If one of the Pro-Am drivers finishes overall top 3, are they on the overall podium or are they on the Pro-Am podium? And that's something that I don't know. Maybe we need to, I think with Jared Audric and the talent we're seeing, we need to figure that question out.
He's testing that theory a lot, that's for sure. And he's been having strong runs, and especially in the rain. Last week at Lime Rock, and showing that speed and being there, and he's running consistently in the top 10, running with those pro guys, and he's a pretty competitive guy. Obviously, playing the NFL, now he's here in the Trans Am Series, a competitive guy, and right now P2, but it's all Tim Carroll at the top of the field here.
Nice. And we just saw a great shot there. Michael LaPaglia, Papini's Garage, one of our Western champions. Just a really great guy, great driver. And it's cool to see Michael LaPaglia and his young kids come to the track. I saw Cale Phillips, who's also in the Pro-Am, currently 4th, with his young kids in the paddock hanging out with Tyler Casera and his kids. I love seeing that.
Jared at the top of the Pro-Am Championships, 506 points. Cale Phillips in second. Doug Winston, Matt Gray, and Christina Lamb. That's the top 5. And you see Lamb there on your monitor in that 5th position. That number 66 machine as we pan all the way down the famed IMS pit road. And it can take a long time slowly making your way down this front stretch and getting back on the racetrack.
Have to give it up for our friend J.C. Monet. He was racing the Stadium Super Trucks at Long Beach a few weeks ago, and I think that's one of the other really cool series out there where they, you know, on the street courses of Long Beach with those jumps, the Robbie Gordon program, and he had so much fun. Even rode the fence for a little bit.
Approaching 90 seconds remaining. A few of the cars on the track right now. That's all Tim Carroll at the top of the board. Audrick in second. Paglia in third. Phillips 4th. Keith Prochuk has advanced and moved his position up to that 5th spot.
And you know so much more about this than I do, Ford, but you know, Lime Rock was always a very important qualifying because of the passing, and anytime we did the street races, Detroit, Nashville, anything like that. But where would you put Indy and how important qualifying is?
Well, some of the guys that I've talked to here around this weekend have talked about it. They really look at it as 3 passing zones right there where you see Jared going into turn number 1, the left-hander at the end of the long straightaway on the back stretch.
Turn 7,
and
yeah.
then going into oval 1, that right-hander, it's really easy to overdrive that and lock the brakes up. We saw that a few times yesterday. So it's about right there in the middle as far as the Trans Am Series and their schedule this season. So this is a track that, well, qualifying is still going to matter, but the biggest part of this racetrack is your run off the final corner all the way down the straightaway. That's going to matter a lot going down the turn 1, because if you don't get off the exit very well in that last one going on the front stretch, you might be freight train on the outside. You might lose a few spots.
I have a theory. I can't test it or anything like that, but every F1 driver wants to win Monaco. Every NASCAR driver wants to win the Daytona 500, the Indy 500 if you're an Indy car. And I would say in TA2, based on our entries, I'd say
right.
Indy,
there it is, right on time. Just talked about it.
But I think most of our TA2 drivers would put this one, when they mark the calendar, this one or even maybe next weekend at Road America, as a very important or just kind of a milestone win for them. But, you know, Indy is just has that special place in all the drivers' hearts.
Every driver that I have talked to, and especially a guy like Noah Harmon, for example, they've had this circled on the calendar for a long time. We found out towards the very end of last season that the TA2 Series is returning to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and you had a lot of happy faces when that was the case. And being here, we have a great crowd, great entry field for this entire series. So I think we're in for what's going to be a fun race tomorrow morning.
Jared Audrick was on his flyer, and he is going to be kicking himself for what happened there at turn 12 when we were talking. He just went a little bit too deep or locked it up a little bit, and I think so it just stays the same with Tim Carroll, Audrick, LaPaglia.
Well, last-minute decision turns out to be top of the board for driver 46 in the CRD MFG Inc. Chevrolet Camaro with the best time of a 1:29.755. And he will be on the pole at least for the Pro-Am division.
Look at that. It's hugging his crew chief. I love that. That's a really small team. Now, they're a satellite team to M1 SLR, but that's a small team. I love seeing that.
So we take a look at the lineup for the Pro-Am division. Obviously, the Pro about to make their way on the track that could split up a few of the Pro-Am and Pro divisions, but this is your Pro-Am lineup for tomorrow morning's race. Going to start at around 10 a.m. Eastern here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Ben Sizzle, Ford Martin here with you on Racing America's coverage all day long, and we don't really have the chance many times to cover qualifying and practice sessions. So we do appreciate our entire team behind the scenes and here at Racing America making this happen.
Here's that replay. Walk us through this, Ford.
We talked about it. Just so it's hard because the car's not stable yet. Making your way back onto the oval portion, and you're already halfway turned the wheel to the right and you have the brakes on and just locked it up a bit too much, trying to get everything you can out of that race car, and going to put him there in that second position for the Pro-Am division tomorrow morning.
And, you know, I don't want to talk smack about Jared because I think he's the only one in the TA2 paddock that I couldn't take in a fight. So don't want to make him mad. But, yeah, he's going to be upset about that qualifying, I think. I think that's going to – but a mad Jared Odrick about qualifying is a very good race car driver.
So Tim Carroll here with a time of a 1:29.755. And up next is the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Pro Series. And there is the guy that has just been whipping the field as of late.
Yeah.
Elio Meza, and the guy that broke the streak right there behind him in Alon Day in that number 17 Chevrolet.
How funny is it when you've got teammates, rivalry, and they're both so data-driven. You know, they come out of every session and they spend hours looking at data.
But I got to ask you, how do you think those competition meetings are?
I don't know. I haven't been invited to any, but I would say they're very respectful from what I hear, and they're good, but, you know, they also don't want to give each other too much information. And then you have Adrian Lostowski there that's one of our great teams in Fast Auto, and Billy, and Adrian is just keeps working and keeps moving up through the field. How about your competition meetings with Noah Harmon, with Tanner, with Max? How are those going? You get to be privy to some of those.
Well, there are three competitive guys, I'll tell you that, and they want to win, and they put in the work. So Silver Hair obviously still looking for their first win, but Legacy, they've been the top of the cream here. They've won the last 12 races in the Trans Am Series, putting on a clinic every single weekend, going back to the last race by a non-Legacy win was Sam Corey at Lime Rock last year in the rain. We had Grace McKee. I believe you had Mike Skeen winning at Road America. And now you have Elio Meza and then Alon Day last week. So Legacy has been tough to beat. Could we see a Cope car, Thomas Merrill, who won in the TA2 Series? And going back to that race, Tony Buffamante crossed the line first in that event.
Yep.
Going up because it was Rafa Matos at front. They penalized him on jumping the restart late. Then it was Legacy and Scott Legacy, and then I believe it was Thomas Merrill. Yes, they were going at for the win.
Merrill, Buffamante, Legacy, they all rubbed each other pretty hard in that race.
Yeah. That allowed Buffamante to enter the picture. And race control, they got on Buffamante a little bit for that caution. Crossed the line first, ended up giving the win to Thomas Merrill. But Thomas Merrill guy, he ran really good in practice, running top 5. He's also going to be a guy to beat here this weekend.
And Tony Buffamante's here, but in a different capacity. His son, Gian, is running with us in the pro side with Nitro Motorsports. So Tony Buffamante is very good here, and we'll see if he's passed any of that down. There goes Stanton Barrett. Here comes one of those Silver Hair cars. You guys have some great looking, I call them liveries. I know in your world they're called paint schemes.
Some different terminology here and there. Noah Harmon at High Point Rockers Chevrolet, Tanner Reif, Power Gen Solutions Chevrolet, and you got a lot of the other Nitro cars. Ethan Tovo and that number 10 Dick's Sporting Goods Toyota. You got Jackson Tovo. You look at the TA2 lineup. See Laney Bice, that car sticks up. Great to have her back. She missed Lime Rock. Connor Mozat filled in for her. Laney Bites getting on the pole for the Pocono race and the ARCA Series last week. Awesome. She's back here, so great to have her back. I know she's been looking forward to this one. We actually was able to shoot a golf feature with our friends here at Racing America on the golf course. Beautiful. And I don't even know if you've never played golf and you go play golf at IMS and just walk around the course, I don't know how that does not want to make you at least try to learn how to play golf. But either way, it's great to see Laney Bice back out the racetrack as the Pro Division starting to make their way back onto the racetrack.
You talked about the High Point Rockers, and we on the podium at Sonoma, Noah pointed to him. Who was that from the Rockers that was in the crowd at the podium at Sonoma?
It was Doug Witcher. Yeah,
who was that?
Yeah, as far as with the High Point Rockers, one of the owners there. So it was great to have him out there as far as Sonoma, Noah Harmon that entire weekend. And that field started at the rear, made his way to the field in race 1 to get 10th. And then from 10th all the way to finishing 3rd in that race and get on the podium. Passed a lot of cars that weekend. And with Doug in attendance, that was great to see.
Great show. And now look at the difference. We didn't see this in the Pro-Am qualifying, how they're trying to heat up their tires. You know, the Pro-Am just kind of went out there and ran. This is a different approach, and Elio Meza is going to lead them to it.
Elio Meza leading the standings for the Pro division. Alande leading the standings for the Rookie division over Ethan Tovo, holding an 83-point advantage. Meza, who was fast in practice. See a lot of the field stringing back out, trying to get as much room as they can down that back straightaway here at Rogers Place. Roger Pinsky, that is. The Tanner Reif is number 75, PowerGen Solutions Chevrolet.
There's Gian Buffamonte there.
And Lainey Bice, you see that big wide advantage that she's trying to have just to have a clean racetrack. Ella Mez is going to have a clean one right here. Alande was able to sit on the pole last weekend at Lime Rock. Can he go back-to-back? There is talks of a threat of rain tomorrow, so we'll see how that plays out. We've had perfect weather all weekend long, just about. I believe it was Thursday, we did have some weather in the area, but as far as the on-track for the TA2 cars, for their test sessions yesterday, for practice, and now they're qualifying, it's been pitch perfect here the last 2 days, so we'll see how tomorrow plays out.
I was watching Elio Meza go into turn one, and drivers left of his car, had they had 2 or 3 more coats of paint on the wall, he would have scraped the wall. And I don't know if that's his optimal line or what, but he got very close to the wall. And look at this, he's using all of the track right here. It's almost like he's trying for his flyer now.
But it's going to be helpful here just a bit. For the 28 is going to have Tyler Casera in front of him. Maybe he can catch a whiff of a draft down this straightaway. That can be very important to improve your lap time.
A little bit of a toe. Yeah.
Get a little something there as he's catching the rear of this field. Thomas Merrill coming around to complete a lap. To start a lap, excuse me, and Elio Meza for his first lap. He's going to rock it to the top of the board.
Let's see if Elio does the same line. He came so far over towards that wall. A little bit more conservative this time.
Hard right-hander, as we talked about, one of the passing zones at this racetrack. The front half of the field coming around to complete their first lap. See Day, Tovo, Woloski here in the 4th position.
Based on the body language I'm seeing from Meza's car now as he's slowing down. He's trying to make a gap between that lap traffic because he's trying to put together a flyer. He's holding back now. Let's see what Alande does.
He had a good lap at 27.645. Alande at 27.865.
And look at that Tovo right behind. It is so crazy how close this is. And we talk about this. I've been involved with the Cube 3 TA2 series for about 10, 11 years now. Every year it gets thicker and thicker with competition, with the talent that is coming to this. And this is, I think, most of the world of professional motorsports is looking at this as the premier or one of the most difficult championships to win in road racing. It's the JSSI car of Alande from Tel Aviv, Israel.
What a performance he had at Lime Rock. Got his first pole in the United States, the Euro champion. Gets a little wide on exit.
Yeah.
Maybe had to pop the throttle just a little bit to keep that straight. And flirted with the wall in the last corner.
That was
that left rear almost just about clipped that grass on the oval one.
Or was he trying to set himself up for this being his flyer and just taking that way out there to try to gain some speed? I'm not sure. But I haven't seen that yet.
Well, there's one thing we're not going to do is question Alande as far as it coming to driving skills and preparation. He definitely puts in the work for it. And all the guys at Team Legacy and SLR. Right now, we get past Elio Meza. Meza following him, but it's Alande right now in that 2nd spot. See Tyler Casera and that 90 Toyota. Had a couple different drivers in it through the season. Jake Bowman, the ARCA point leader right now currently. Menard Series in it last week. Tyler Casera back in it this weekend.
Love seeing Tyler Casera back in there. He's in the paddock every weekend, but usually as a coach and a data analyst. But now he's back in the car. And I was talking to him last night. We're camping by each other here. I think he's the last what I'd consider privateer to win a TA2 race. He won at VIR with his dad and his grandpa and a buddy. And that was very impressive. And I can't think of anybody that's done it since. Look, he's doing kind of the same line, real deep there. Is Alon Day.
Well, we'll see what he runs right here. He comes back to the line. A 1:27.775. That's a 10th off his fastest lap of that 6.98. You see it right there on your monitor, the left side.
Here's Harmon.
Noah Harmon, who a tough opening qualifying lap, was down there around 18th. He was able to improve. We'll see what he does here. Harmon, who was 12th at the time.
Look at that, Gleitzman in 4th. Wow. Over Laskowski. Great performance.
Gleitzman, another guy that qualified really well at Lime Rock in that 4th position. And staying right there in that 4th spot there for Howell Racing and that group over there. So Noah Harmon and the 71 of Eric Caton.
This track is laid out like from a qualifying. There's it laid out in like segments. You know, it's so important to get this segment correct and then this segment correct. And then what brings these segments together are these long straights with passing zones. But all this part here, this right-hander to the left-hander to the long sweeping right, setting you up for the straightaway. If you don't get that right, it's really going to cost you going down into turn 1.
Ethan Tovo and that number 10 currently in that 3rd spot. Good start.
I've been so impressed.
Lap. Yeah, he's just so impressive throughout the entire season, gotten better.
But with both Tovos.
5.5 minutes here to go for TA2 qualifying. Ben Sizzle, Ford Martin here with you on our coverage on Racing America. And there's the number 1 and number 2 drivers. Elio Meza currently on the pole. Alon Day in 2nd. There is Alon Day, the left-hander here, as we reach 5 minutes to go here left in qualifying.
So strategy, Ford, what would you tell somebody that's fighting in the top 5? It looks to me like Alon Day and Meza are pretty happy with what they've put down. It doesn't seem like they're on their flyers right now, or that they're trying to improve their times.
See what the 17 does here. Would think that he would come back down pit road this time and not going as fast, and I believe he will be doing just that. Not trying to put too many laps in the tires, but
he's staying out.
Yeah, he's staying out. Actually, this time, just to slow it down a little bit and get a good lap.
Maybe, yeah.
Reset here at 4.5 minutes to go.
Okay, a little bit better exit there out of 14. And there's Meza 2 behind him. And Stanton Barrett. Yeah, it looks like he's setting him. He's on a flyer right now, is Alon Day. He's trying something here. And like I said, it's very important because the tires that you qualify on, these Pirelli P0s, that is what the same tires that you have to do in the 100-mile race tomorrow, unless we're expecting weather.
Noah Harmon come by and improve his lap to that 10th spot with a 1:29.184.
Adrian Laskowski into the pit, so I'm guessing he's happy with his top 5.
And Adrian's always qualified well, especially in these TA2 races. 17 Alon Day was put on 6 laps coming around to lap number 7. Or completing lap 7, that is. With just over 3 minutes to go, Laney Bice coming back across the line here. The 1:29.241 is the best time of a 1:28.866. Alon Day coming back around again. trying to see if he can best his teammate. A 1:28.392 with just about 2.5 minutes to go.
It's not over, folks. We've seen a lot of changes. We've seen the whole top 5 change with the last 2.5 minutes left in qualifying in Cube 3 TA2 series. But Mesa's into the pits.
So driver 28 looking pretty good here. The 18-year-old from Spring, Texas. They're running a few of the Cars Tour races here in the weeks in between. Noah Harmon has decided to come down pit road.
Yeah,
with just over 2 minutes remaining. Alain Day.
He's coming in.
Looks like he's going to settle for that second position.
We were talking about this earlier in the races, though, that if you can stay, if you're on the outside at the start, but you can stay on the outside side by side at 1, you have the advantage of that long sweeper 2. And we've seen that come into play when we were here with the TA cars in 2023.
Jackson Tovo pops up to that A spot. How about Chase Denmark in that 68 TRB Autosport Ford Mustang in that 7th spot?
Wow.
Jackson Tovo coming around to complete another lap. Stanton Barrett with the 17 there in front of him in the final minute here for the TA2 qualifying here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Jackson Tova comes back around at 1:29.488.
So 1 second separates the top 5 right now. We've seen much tighter in the top 5 than that. We've seen 1/4 of a second separating the top 5.
I mean, you look at the top 2. Team Legacy just running away there. 1:27.568, a 6.98. You go down to third, a 1:28.399 to the front row, just driving away from the rest of the field. And Team SLR trying to keep the momentum rolling here this season and doing it here at the Fame Brickyard.
I love the livery paint scheme of this car. The what was the Mickey Thompson? Was that the off-road Toyota racer that kind of ran that livery? I just love that.
So final seconds ticking off. As you're seeing Jackson Tovo there in the Pilot Travel Center's Toyota Camry. And it's Elio Meza on the pole here for now as the final seconds tick off. They're going to show the checkered flag to the 30 for Jackson Tovo. 1:28.861. So Elio Meza is going to be on the pole for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series tomorrow morning here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Alonde second, Ethan Tovo third. Gavin Gleitzman, another impressive qualifying effort. He'll be in that 4th spot.
Just looking at the body language of all of our crews here, it seems like everybody's pretty good. Nobody seems to be super disappointed. But man, this is going to be such an interesting race. Can't wait to watch this tomorrow. I want to thank you, Ford. And I was watching the Lime Rock race from home. My son was graduating. We threw everything we could at you, but you did such a great job. That was crazy racing. I thought Emily and Racing America and the Racing America media did such a fantastic job. But, you know, that was crazy conditions. Totally different conditions than we have today, but we never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, it was a great work by our team behind the scenes. You mentioned Emily McCarty did a great work. Life is a little bit easier when you have Mike Joy fill in the booth and helps along with that. So that was great to have him there. But the TA2 Cube 3 TA2 Series Pro and Pro-Am division comes to a conclusion. Elio Meza on the pole, Alain Day second. That is your front row for Team Legacy. And we got more action here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway coming up, Ben.
Yeah, Trans Am
GT, TA Cup, SGT, and XGT. Coming up next, it's going to be a nail-biter, ladies and gentlemen.
As you run out through the field, you see Kevin Gleisman 4th, Adrian Petoskey in 5th, Thomas Merrill 6th, 7th, Jace Denmark 8th, Jackson Tovo 9th, Laney Bice 10th, Tanner Reif 11th, Noah Harmon, Seamus McKenzie in 12th, 13th, Tyler Casera 14th, Eric Caton 15th, Gian Bufamonte. That is top 15 starters for tomorrow's race here at Indianapolis. More action coming here with the TA qualifying next from Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Well, Trans Am, these 900 horsepower cars are rolling out for qualifying. Ben Sissel here with John Phippen. John, this is going to be quite crazy here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. These cars haven't run here since 2023. And the funny thing is Paul Menard was chasing Matt Brabham here. Paul was in a different car. He was in the Pancho Weaver Challenger that we see Boris Said in this weekend. And Matt Brabham had a win here in 2023, and I'm sure Paul Menard would like to change that because he's just behind Matt Brabham in the championship points.
And we've got 10 Trans Am cars here this weekend as 10 I can't remember the last time we had 10 Trans Am cars in the field.
It's great.
Yeah, this is really, really good to see.
I love it. And then next weekend at Road America. You know, it's just one of those tracks like, hey, I've got to go do Indy. I've got to go do Road America. And if you have 900 horsepower, no driver aids, anything like that, you're going to want to come to Road America because of these long straights. But Indy just holds a special place in everybody's heart in motorsports with wanting to run here. And we see the cars coming down into turn 1, turn 2, a really difficult complex of the track.
We talked about it earlier as well. We would like to welcome back Amy Ruman back to the paddock after some long recovery after her off-season accident, and we're so great to hear that Amy's back in the car and a new motor put in overnight. So the McNichols Chevrolet Corvette Number 23 will be one to watch here.
We saw there Martin Raginger getting around Matthew Bradlin and Paul Menard. Kaylee Bryson is back, but in a different car. There's John DeGainer, Amy Ruman. Love having Amy Ruman out here. So good to see her back in the paddock.
You bet.
And then Brent Goforth and Bill Goforth. Great stories. We had them with us at the Sebring test, and they came to Road Atlanta in a new car that I interviewed the crew chief at the in pit lane before the race, and he hadn't slept in like 36 hours because he had to drive, I think, somewhere to go get the car, and they're out of Dawsonville, Georgia.
Right.
It's great to have them out here.
Bill Elliott's hometown.
Yeah. Maybe they'll have to start ringing the bells when the Goforth win in Trans Am.
Exactly right. And, you know, one of them's in a Camaro, one of them's in a Corvette in the GT1 class. So that's great stuff. Martin Raginger, first one across the line. Matthew Brabham second, as they're just on their first flying lap. Past experience indicates it takes a lap or two to get the Pirellis up to temperature, and then we start seeing the money laps after that. But you know, it's the same story that we talked about in the TA2 qualifying. They have to start the race on the tires that are on the car right now. So obviously you don't want to burn them down, just, you know, burn up laps. Yeah. You know, we saw that at Lime Rock. Jared Odrick was out there, and he was just hammering at all of the laps, and we're saying, Jared, what are you doing? You're going to waste your time. He knew it was going to rain.
Yeah.
So rain tires were the order of the day, and it didn't matter. He could burn those tires to the ground, and he was okay.
Pretty smart.
Yeah, no question.
Two-time champion there, Paul Menard, and that Pittsburgh Paints and Stains 3GT car, and you know, his crew chief, his team owner of 3GT is Paul Gentilozzi and his two sons, and Paul Gentilozzi knows how to win championships, knows how to win Trans Am races. Our most winning driver in Trans Am history, Paul Gentilozzi, but with the races we have left, and if Chris Dyson stays in the series, Chris Dyson could beat that record this season.
Yep. But the problem with Chris Dyson is he's got to beat his teammate. And that's been a tall order so far. Matty Brabs has been with the class of the field. But like I say, he had a clutch problem at Lime Rock, and it just wasn't able to get to the finish. But he had good pace. So, you know, he's going to be one to watch here, as both the CD Racing cars should be stout.
You can see that there's a shadow now on the exit of turn 14. It's going to cool that part of the track down. And there's Martin Raginger in that new Burton Racing. This is their Gen 2 car. They've spent the last few seasons developing the car that we've seen Adam Andretti in so many times. And now Damon Lockhart and Claudio Burton have developed this car, Gen 2, and they even like this one even better. And the beauty of the design, this is such an innovative class, is most of the weight is between the axles. There's no weight past the rear differential, really, and no weight to speak of, or in front of the front axles. And that is such a key element, and that's just kind of who Claudio Burton is as a designer, with Damon Lockhart and Terry St. Martin in the garage with him.
Yeah, it's basically a mid-engine car. I mean, the power plant is set so far back into the driver's compartment so that it's behind the front axle.
And then he's got a very good hot shoe, Martin Raginger, in that car. So it's been great to see. And I love that the innovative style of this. Like, for instance, the car that Boris Said is in with Pancho Weaver. Most of our drivers are in a sequential shifter. And maybe something has changed since last year, but he's got a standard H in there.
Yeah.
So as it stands right now with 3 laps, Martin Raginger is at the top with a 1:23.4, and Paul Menard second with a 1:23.7. So pretty close for 1 and 2.
Matty Brabs in third spot with a 1:24.9, so he's still coming up to speed. His teammate Chris Dyson and team owner in the number 20 right behind him at a 25.2. Boris Said in the Dodge in fifth spot. John DeGainer, great job in the Speed Dream in number 4. And Amy Ruman now 7th. Then Bill Goforth in the 99 GT1 car. Kaylee Bryson in the 02. Then Brent Goforth in the other GT1 car. Tommy Dreese just now leaving pit lane as he waited a bit in the Trent Shoring number 8. to make his way out on track.
I don't think we've seen everything there is to see from Matt Brabham. So I think there might be some gamesmanship happening here, maybe.
Just a little bit.
But
this
we're
might be the money lap here. Let's see. Yep, that was the one.
There it is.
122.402, but only just about a full second quicker than Martin Ragginger.
All right.
So.
And here he goes back out through pit lane, so they might have made an adjustment.
Yep.
We broke all kinds of records in the Cube 3 TA2 series in that first thing here at the track because it's been so long. But it's only been since 2023 that TA has been here, but I suspect the weather stays. We're going to break some records here this weekend.
The lap record, Matt Brabham holds it. It's a 122.302, and he's within a tenth of a second of that right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if he can find another tenth of a second and break his own lap record.
So you're seeing Matt Brabham right now in your visuals, that number 16 Jim Soda car. Ave Riley chassis. Running for a championship. But Paul Menard just a few points behind him. This looks like another flyer, doesn't it, John?
Yeah, I think he's still on it here. Let's see what happens as he makes his way through the final sequence of turns. There's Paul Menard right behind him. Menard currently lying in third spot, so Menard obviously is going to want to get up onto that front row if he possibly can. But here comes Matty Brabs to the line. 121.989.
That's a record.
In the words of the legendary Tom Carnegie, it's a new track record for Matthew Brabham.
I like that. He will like that as well. Now let's see if Paul Menard has anything for him.
Menard still in third. Chris Dyson in fourth. John DeGaynor, great job for John, in fifth spot. Ahead of a couple of the regulars in the series.
We are in Menard country, though.
Yeah.
Everybody out here, we have a lot of fans here this weekend, and all these fans here, I'm sure that they save big money at Menards.
Yep, you bet.
So their ears are perked up, I'm sure, when they hear Menards out there.
Yep.
I'm a Midwest kid from St. Louis, and Menards is huge in St. Louis.
You bet.
Look at the flames spitting out of that car. Chris Dyson, I love that.
Yeah, the Dysons are really the best at that. You know, just about every shot you see, photograph of the Dyson cars is on trailing throttle with that big flame belching out of the exhaust. Their engine builder must do that. Oh, Matty goes a little deep.
That was team communication.
I think, he was just getting out of getting out of Chris's way. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Somebody said, I'm sure Vince said, hey, Matthew, Chris is on his flyer. Just make sure you're looking in your mirrors and get out of his way.
Right. So let's see what Mr. Dyson has to say about this. 124.878 for Chris Dyson. His last lap was a 24.9, so not quite as quick as his best lap. So he stays outside of row 2 as it stands right now. He and Paul Menard would share the second row if the session were to end. But we've still got some time left.
I saw Rob Dyson in the paddock yesterday, and I didn't get the chance to tell him, but man, was I impressed with that museum here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he's done a lot of work on the museum, on the board.
Right.
And it's been great to see. What a difference. Here comes Tommy Dreese across the line. And that's at turn 7. One of the go-forths. And Amy Ruman spun there, exiting 4.
Yeah. She's getting it pointed back in the right direction.
That's the thing, like when you're going out there for a qualifying lap, you are on the edge everywhere but the straightaways.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you're on the edge of balance is what I mean by that. And you're basically on a very tight rope or balance beam, and you're just right on the edge of where you have grip and adhesion. And so it's pretty easy to spin in that way. That they're down on fuel. They have the car set up to be very slippery.
Paul Menard in the pit lane right now, still with about 3.5 minutes left. If he hustles, he could get in another lap, but it's just about now or never time if Paul Menard is going to try to go for a front row starting position here. Right now, he would start in row 2.
he may be happy with where he's at. I'm not sure.
And Chris Dyson into the pit lane now.
TA is such a weird animal. It is sometimes a war of attrition because these 900 horsepower cars, they're built right to that edge. They've got to last for 100 miles. And Paul Menard is a very good strategist, and he might, he knows that this is going to be a war of attrition.
Right.
And so he may be happy with just starting there.
Yeah, these races are long. I mean, 75 minutes, 100 miles. It's definitely, it's a sprint for sure, but it's not a sprint that you have to, you're forced to be out in front early. You can let the race come to you a little bit, and there is always attrition of one sort or another. We saw a lot of attrition at Lime Rock, of course, because it was wet. But here, again, we don't know what the weather's going to do. But the most recent forecast I saw is that it's going to be overcast, so we won't have the bright sunshine on the racetrack. But we're hoping that the rain will hold off until the end of the day. That doesn't help for those of us that have to pack up at the end of the day. But nonetheless, it looks like we might be able to get the racing in before the rains hit us.
Kaylee Bryson into the pits, currently qualified 9th with her Desnuda Tequila new Chevy Camaro.
Amy Ruman recovered from her little spin there at turn 4 for her best lap at a 27 flat. So she's in 8th right now outside of row 4. She and Boris Said would share that row. Tommy Dreese late to the party, but came home 5th with his best lap, a 25.7. He and John DeGaynor would share row 3 if the session were to end right now.
Wow, John DeGaynor. Man, I'm proud of him.
Yeah, you betcha.
I've known him for so long in SVRA, and he and his dad raced these really incredible Devon Evolutions. Then last year he ran with us in GT1. He won the SVRA Driver of the Year, and in the offseason he made this huge leap into TA, and the hard work is paying off.
And he's got an Ave Rally chassis, right? Same chassis that the CD Racing guys run.
I don't know.
I think
you might
that's what
be
it says
right.
on the entry list.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
I'm pretty sure.
Dreese is still out there. Simon Gregg, if you're watching, wish you were here.
Yep. We missed you, Simon. Come
Yeah.
back. 45 seconds left in the session, so Dreese's going to leave it till the bitter end here.
But he waited to go out, remember?
Yep.
So we see Boris Said, looking in on Boris Said. How cool is that to say? Boris Said at Indy.
Yep.
Speaking of, we had Lynn St. James, who's our Grand Marshal.
Right.
Boris and Lynn, they know each other pretty well.
They've rubbed fenders a couple times. Yeah, I don't think Tommy's on a hot lap. I think he's on his way into the pit lane here, so he's going to have to stand on that time. But it's a good one. Good for 5th quick. 25.799, his best lap. Just about a second behind Chris Dyson. So it's kind of looking like Matthew Brabham's going to be on the pole once again by a pretty stout margin, 0.8 of a second over Martin Raginger, who in turn has got almost a full second over Paul Menard. Chris Dyson another second back. So this is as spread out a Trans Am qualifying session that I can remember this year. They've usually been much tighter, especially up at the sharp end.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of differential here. But Matthew Brabham, the points leader, looking to extend that advantage. Paul Menard, remember, is only 6 points behind him as we come into this round here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Oh, we have a drone. Look at that.
Yeah.
Something that's cool about this track that I think there's only one other track that we run. I love the light blue, dark blue, and white curbing. Usually most tracks is just 2 colors. And I actually find myself, I really like the white, the 3-color curbing here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Well, Ben, you're such a visual guy. I mean, much more so than the average person who says, "Oh, yeah, I don't know, they're curbs, whatever." But you've got a great color sense.
And it's neat when the cars are, you look at the in-car and you've got the 2 different colors of blue and the white. I think it adds speed to the images.
Yeah, it makes it look faster.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like our Trans Am portion of this qualifying session is in the books. Matthew Brabham on the pole once again. Can he turn that into his 5th win on the season. We'll just have to wait and see, as the race will come down tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, as we've got the GT cars and the Trans Am Cup coming out next.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we're in Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli qualifying the second half. The big dogs have already turned their times in. Now the Trans Am Cup, the SGT GT cars are out there turning their times.
We're getting shots right now of Matt Brabham, who doesn't look happy, but he was at the top of the pole here for his position, but he was just kind of standing there looking at the car. I feel like it gives me the look of somebody that felt like they still had a tenth or two to find on the track.
Either that or they just found out they were in violation of some obscure rule.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Obviously, these cars have to pass post-qualifying technical inspection as well. So we'll see how that shakes out. But right now, Jim Guthrie is out in front. But again, still, first laps have not yet been complete on this second group of qualifying for our TA Cup cars. Jim Guthrie, Cole Moore, Ken Thwaites, Phil Fogg Jr., Ken Sutherland, and David Kunicki in the Trans Am Cup class this weekend. Chris Coffey, Milton Grant, Zach Arnold, Tim Gray in SGT. And then in GT, we've got Adrian Listowski, Matthew Butson, Brian Gluck, Patrick Utt, and Derek Carter. Actually, Patrick Utt's in SGT. Sorry, Derek Carter, the other GT car.
And Cole Moore now at the top over Jim Guthrie. But Jim Guthrie should feel at home here, kind of. He's an ex-IndyCar racer, actually won at Phoenix in IndyCar, but he's going a different direction than he's used to here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Get a good look at Phil Fogg there in the 67 out of Aurora, Oregon, in the Chris Evans Race Cars Mustang.
Phil has had a good run with us in this TA Cup. Fairly new. It's been with us in different iterations. There was an XGT version that Chris Evans brought with us a couple of years ago, but now we found a great home for him in this TA Cup. Cole Moore at the top. John Moore, if you're watching or listening, we miss you, buddy. We hope for the best recovery. That's a scary thing that happened, not racing related.
Right.
I should say that. But and then we're seeing Adrian Lostowski go down pit road in those new Howe HR6s. He and Matthew Butson are going to be out there in those cars. It's great to see them out there.
In the GT class,
Jim Guthrie back to the top.
A 126.867, and now Cole Moore. A 125.867. Exactly 1 second faster than Jim Guthrie.
Wow. Ken Thwaites is in fifth. Phil Fogg Jr. in fourth. Ken Sutherland out there in that Mopar with Kahlberg. Here, wait, I think that's him. No, Ken's in the 85. That was the 86 that went by. That's David Kunicki.
Right.
I thought that was Ken Sutherland's car, so I'm not sure what Ken Sutherland is in.
Here's the 72 of Zach Arnold, excuse me, in his Porsche. Then the other Porsche, the 15 of Milton Grant.
Adrian Lostowski here in that Howe. Introduced last year at your track of Mid-Ohio.
Right.
Kind of the hit of PRI 2 years ago.
We've got two of them in the field here, in the GT field.
It's Jim Guthrie, currently second right now in TA Cup.
Sort of a Dave Pinteric kind of livery on that machine.
With Guthrie's garage. Behind him was Brian Gluck in the GT class.
Cole Moore, boy, he has got a stout lap there, a 25.4, and Jim Guthrie a second and 3/10 back. Now Sutherland up into second spot as he splits those two. But Cole Moore still really setting the pace here in that number 89.
I still can't find Ken Sutherland on track. I'm looking for that 85 car. There's Patrick Utt. He's doing really well with us in SGT. Been on the podium with us a few times this year, and whoa. Jim Guthrie had to make some evasive moves there for Tim Gray.
Yeah, Gray was going a little slow on either an out lap or an in lap, not quite sure which. And Guthrie got caught by surprise there and had to take evasive action at turn 7.
Sure did. Sometimes that doesn't work out. Sometimes it makes the driver just angry enough to make a really fast lap.
Yeah, that could well be the case here.
We've seen Derek Carter today in the SVRA races. He's out there in his Mustang in the GT class, sparking like crazy down the front stretch like we've seen in SVRA.
I think he's fitted titanium skid blocks to the other side of that car just for a little extra pyrotechnics. Moore still atop the 25.2, Guthrie at a 25.8, so he's getting closer for sure. Only half a second now separating those two. Ken Sutherland a little further back at a 26.2. Phil Fogg Jr. and then Ken Thwaites. Nicky in the last of the Trans Am Cup cars in 7th spot. What's the 72 of Zach Arnold in the Porsche up into 6th between those two. Go ahead.
There goes Ken Sutherland.
Yeah.
Okay. Jim Guthrie, Ken Sutherland, Kanicki, and Ken Thwaites all came through from SVRA. And that's kind of neat, to see them out there doing this. Kanicki, Sutherland put on some great races. We're seeing Derek Carter go off there.
Yeah, went straight off.
And I'm hearing that they're black flagging him because of the sparks that he's been throwing all day. But I don't think Trans Am officials have been watching that, and they don't know what's happening.
So they want to make sure he's not dragging something important on the racetrack.
Chris Coffey's 5 laps in and currently second in SGT in that Maserati.
Cole Moore coming into the pits after laying down that flyer. But Jim Guthrie's taken over the top spot, but not by much. 57,000 separates those two. So Cole Moore now second. Guthrie at the top of the Trans Am Cup. Sutherland third. Phil Fogg fourth. Ken Thwaites fifth, and then Zach Arnold in the number 72 leading SGT car. Second in SGT is Chris Coffey in the 27 Ferrari, followed by Patrick Utt.
No, he's in a Maserati.
Oh, he's in a Maserati.
Yeah, he was in a Ferrari yesterday.
Yeah.
Jeff Davidson is saying, "Go Guthrie, go" on our Facebook. Thanks for joining us. TA Cup has been really fun to watch this season. Very close racing.
Yep.
Sometimes coming down to the last turn. Jim Guthrie has been robbed a little bit lately in some of the races, so looking to change that. There's Phil Fogg Jr. in that 6-7.
Jim Guthrie and Cole Moore separated by only 2 points in the battle for the lead in Trans Am Cup. Ken Thwaites is third, while another 20 points back. Phil Fogg is fourth on the points table. David Kanicki making his first start in TA Cup this season in the number 86 out of Surrey, British Columbia.
Hearing Chris Coffey has to go to the paddock for a mechanical clutch issue. Patrick Utt, third in SGT currently.
Looking at the GT ranks, Matthew Butson quickest right now in the number 51. Out of Sonoma, Washington. In the 3D BioCAD, etc. Butson Racing Howe HR6. Adrian Lostowski in the other Howe, second quick, so the Howes are at the front of the GT field right now.
Yeah, but I tell you what, it's really going to bother Adrian if Matthew gets a better qualifying. And Matthew is a very good driver. I've known him in TA2, always really good.
Yep.
He ran TA with us. So it's not like Adrian's looking at that. That's just the competitive nature of Adrian Lostowski.
Yeah. Hates to lose.
Mm-hmm. Because that's the best measurement. You see that with teammates. Like equipment, same manufacturer, you see him now. He's smoking his tires. He knows he's behind. He's trying to do something here. And look at that. You can see that car is moving around. Look at that rear tire.
He is lighting them up.
Somebody said Matthew Butson is ahead of you, and he just went, here I go.
Yep, that's not going to last. Here he comes down into 12. This is the turn that undid Jared Odrick's opportunity to perhaps take the pole.
Watch this thing rotate. Let's see.
It really looks like it's got a short wheelbase, which would make that car really, really handy. A handful for sure, but nonetheless, good change of direction.
What can he do here?
Lostowski comes to the line and Nope, no improvement. 33.5 on his last lap. His best lap, a 33 flat. He needs to find 24 thousandths of a second to knock Matthew Butson off the GT pole. Got about a minute and a half left, so there's time for one more lap.
Oh, Adrian, come on now. It's not worth it, buddy. It's a 100-mile race.
Yeah.
You can get him in the 100-mile race.
You'd rather have the tires at the end of the race than use them up now.
Yeah. But that's not who Adrian is.
That's right.
No.
Absolutely
This is the
not.
same guy last year, and you can check the tape on this at Road America. We did a parade to the Cheese Capital in Plymouth, and I
We're
bet
doing
him
that again next weekend.
$100 that he wouldn't tap the police car. Sure enough, in the parade, dude taps the police car. So on the fan walk, I had to pay him my $100. But I thought that's the safest bet in the world. Surely he's not going to do that.
Look at that inside rear tire spinning up again, man. As he's going through the S's. He is on a hot one here. Can he find that extra quarter of a tenth? Hard on the brakes into turn 12. Flips the curbs. Into 13.
He's setting himself up for the next corner.
No, he's off.
He's in.
He's into the pit lane.
All right.
I think he knew he didn't have it. So, as we're down to the final 30 seconds here, Cole Moore looks like he's going to have the honors for Trans Am Cup with Jim Guthrie in second by 0.3 of a second. Ken Sutherland another second back in third. Phil Fogg in fourth, about 0.8 behind Sutherland. And then Ken Thwaites in fifth, about almost a full second behind Phil Fogg. Zach Arnold in the lead SGT car in that Porsche, number 72. Sixth, David Kunicki, the final qualifier in Trans Am Cup, in seventh spot. Then Chris Coffey, second in SGT. In the Maserati. Patrick Utt in the number 49, right behind him. Just about half a second separating those two. And then this battle between Matthew Butson and Adrian Listowski. It looks like Butson's going to have it by 24 thousandths of a second.
That's really going to bother Adrian.
Yeah.
Because like equipment, same team, that's who you first want to beat.
He's going to lose some sleep tonight over that. Good shot of Patrick Utt in the number 49. Woo-hoo! He's getting a little
Almost
squirrely.
a tank slapper.
Just a little bit.
The race quip car. Love having Patrick Utt in the paddock. Just a great guy to be around.
Badger Autosport, his team.
But you see that shadow there. It's getting bigger and bigger. That's really going to affect us in our next SVRA races of Group 6, 8, and 12.
Yeah.
And Group 2 and 5B is what we have left after this.
So 2 more SVRA races as the clock expires for this one. So Patrick Utt not able to improve. He'll stay second in XGT, third, I should say, just behind Chris Coffey. About half a second behind Coffey. But Zach Arnold really setting the pace in SGT in that number 72 Porsche as he clicks off the quickest time in Super GT. Let's have a quick look at the rundown. In SGT, Zach Arnold in the 72 by a second and 0.3 over Chris Coffey in the number 27. Patrick Utt in the 49, another half second back. Then Milton Grant in the 15 Porsche, about a second and a half behind Utt. Tim Gray about 8 seconds behind. Dana Blackhurst did not turn a time in this session in the number 30. In GT, Matthew Butson and Adrian Listowski separated by just a whisker. And Derek Carter in the third spot in the 24 with the Sparks. But he's only about 0.7 off the two Howe cars. And then Brian Gluck rounding out the top 4 in GT in that unusual machine. Brian Gluck in the Factory 5, I keep saying Ferrari 5, Factory 5 Daytona 65R for Dark Horse Racing. So Trans Am Cup, Cole Moore going to have the pole. Jim Guthrie in second. As we are moving on with SVRA racing, our last 2 races of the day. Coming up next, Group 6, 8, and 12, the muscle cars with some sedans and sports cars thrown in for fun. Coming up in about 3 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts deliver strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we're back to SVRA racing as our muscle car is coming out. Groups 6, 8, and 12. Let's introduce them quickly. We have a 28-car field. Chris Bonk in row 14 and the number 74 Datsun 510 from Group 8. And then the 59 of Christopher Shoemaker in one of the Dodge Neon ACR. Stephen Hyatt in the other Neon in the number 31. Then in the 25th position, Tyler Cuneo in the number 11 Volkswagen Rabbit. Jim Lenahan in his number 3 Porsche 914-6. Then the 9 of Trent Thompson in his Chevy Corvette. In the 11th row, the 71 of Steve Leithold in his Corvette, and the 200 of Mark Davis in his Shelby GT350. Row 10 has the 98 of Alex Lozano in a Mazda RX-7, and the 894 of Lenny Stahn in a Porsche 911. Row 9, the 34 of Clay Hargett in his Ford Mustang from Group 12, and Rick Ortman in the number 26 Corvette, also from Group 12. Bill Skillman in his number 3A, Group 8 Porsche 911. Steve Smith in the black number 14 Chevy Corvette from Group 12. Daniel Slickenmeyer in the number 71 Ford Mustang. John Putnam in the 89 Mazda RX-7. Scott Shadell in the number 36 Chevy Camaro. Mike Gorman is in the number 64 BMW M3. Jim Scott in the number 85 Porsche 911 RS. Brian Leary in the number 62 BMW. Michael Browning in the number 67 BMW. Douglas Schweitzer in the number 914 Porsche 914-6. Steve Yarborough in the number 76 Chevy Corvette. He's the highest placed Group 6 car. Ronald Pauly just in front of him in the number 21 BMW. Then in the front 2 rows, Colin Cohen in the number 38 Maserati Trofeo. Seb Coppola in the number 288 Ferrari 458 Challenge. Jack Switzer in the number 30 Porsche 911, and Derek Carter in the number 24 Ford Mustang as the green flag flies as Carter and the Ferrari, actually the Ferrari gets the jump. Seb Coppola up to the lead here, and Jack Switzer in the Porsche, and then alongside him is Colin Cohen. So we don't see Derek Carter, no surprise. He just had a problem in his GT qualifying session for the Trans Am race tomorrow, and he is not in the field for this one.
Great to see Colin Cohen out there, currently third.
And then we've got a Mazda RX-7 and a Shelby GT350 going at it. But look at this fight for first, Porsche versus Ferrari.
Yeah, Seth Coppola back on the power here as they come onto the Holman straight. And he is back to the front. So Switzer retakes the top spot. Seth Coppola back to second. And that's Colin Cohen in the Maserati in third.
Watch out for Yarborough, though, in that big horsepower vet.
Oh, and he locks him up. Yarborough's late on the brakes.
You're not going to outbrake a Porsche 9146, Steve.
I don't think so. But he just did.
Mm-hmm, he did, yeah.
914.6 right behind him of Douglas Switzer.
These BMWs have been going at it all day long as well.
Yeah, the 67, excuse me, Michael Browning in what he calls the acid trip livery. And then Brian Leary in that red and white BMW, number 62.
You said acid trip, and then you went Leary. Wasn't it Timothy Leary that was the acid guy?
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
That's weird.
Absolutely.
So here we go. We've got Axis versus Allies. We've got some Germans and Italians out front, followed by Yarborough representing the Allies.
Oh, we got the Maserati, too. That's another Axis car.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Jack Switzer finally getting that car up to pace, and now he's been beginning to stretch it away. But look at Steve Yarborough in that big vet, thundering down the front straightaway here. He's got some pressure from behind as Douglas Switzer in that 914.6, trying to retake that fourth spot, I should say.
I want to give a big shout out to the comments section that was watching the last race. All camera operators are great. So thank you very much for your concern. We had just a little bit of technical difficulties, nothing big, but thank you for your concern. And keep the comments coming in the comments section. I love that.
Switzer getting away at the front. Good battle for second, though. Seth Coppola in the white Ferrari and Colin Cohen in the 38. I don't know if I like the white Ferrari. I think Ferraris have to be red, don't they? I mean, you know, come on.
But it does stick out.
It does, yeah.
I can't help myself. Every time I hear the word Maserati, I get that Joe Walsh song in my head. There's Bill Skillman.
Yep, Bill Skillman. Back in 13th position in that Group 8, number 3A, Porsche 911.
Now, I had heard that he had a golf tournament he had to go to today. So maybe he finished the golf tournament early so that he could be out here. But
either that or there is a substitute driver in that car for this session, perhaps.
Might be Eric Caton.
Yeah, could happen. Because Bill's usually a little closer to the sharp edge of this group, so I'm a little surprised that he's that deep in the back, but we'll see.
That right there, we were talking about that RS. That's my favorite era of Porsche 911s.
Yep. I had a 76 911. That was my pride and joy for a lot of years. Eventually had to give it up because I couldn't afford to keep it running. But it was certainly a ball while I had it.
And these BMWs have found themselves again.
Yeah, all three of them running in a bunch now. Yeah, 4. Exactly.
Comment section can help me out. What are those, E40 fixes?
Well, hang on, I can tell you that. Let's see. Ronald Pauly in the 21. That's a mystery BMW. We don't know what it is. He calls it a BMW X, which is like a grocery getter, so I know that's not it. So I don't know what it is. Michael Browning in the M3, the number 67. That is an E90.
Okay.
And then Brian Leary in the 62. I'll get my notes out here. He and Mike Gorman both in the 235 IRs. And that's...
Who is in the red, white, and blue with green wheels BMW? I need to get them a color wheel. Brian Leary. Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Last name Leary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That
just offending. I'm just going to try to offend everybody in the race group today.
Yeah, exactly. That's okay, Ben. They all know who you are. Yeah. Most of them don't know me, so it's all good, you know.
I get grief for some of the things that I say, but, you know, it makes it fun. This is supposed to be fun.
Exactly. We're here to have a good time, you know. SVRA racing is all about fun. Some people collect art. We race it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Colin Cohen, Seb Coppola. And the funny thing is both of these are also IGT racers. So
Right.
they have some experience racing together.
Yep.
IGT is International GT, another great race group that's going to be with us next weekend at Road America. They were with us last weekend. Great shows last weekend at Mid-Ohio. So, and these two, both in Italian cars, were running in the Maranello Cup together in IGT.
Right. For the Ferraris. Colin Cohen and his partner won a lot of GT races in those Maseratis in Trans Am. Now he's racing them in vintage competition. Ron Pauly just sets his personal best in that number 21 Beamer. Same story for Michael Browning and Brian Leary. So the three BMWs pushing each other now for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Colin Cohen at the lead car of that duo, running second overall, but Jack Switzer in that number 30 Porsche is long gone. He's 10 seconds up the road. And here we go with the Corvette battle. Steve Smith and Rick Ortman resuming their battle from earlier today.
And since Road America, they just kind of find each other on the track, and I love that. And Steve Smith and Steve Yarborough both running every event with us this year.
That is so great to see those two doing it. And then here comes the Mazda.
Yeah. Rotary. And we talked about this last time, but you have rear engine, air-cooled rear-wheel drive. We've got some front-wheel drives in this group. There's a front-engine, rear-wheel drive torque monster in that Shelby GT350. All kinds of different ways to put the power down in this such diverse group of cars.
Yeah. Alex Lozano in that number 98 Mazda RX-7 with the rotary power plant.
A rotary Wankel engine. You don't see many of those left anymore in racing.
They can't make them meet the emissions requirements, is what I'm told.
Oh, really?
Mazda desperately wants to get a rotary back in one of their street cars, but they're having trouble making the emission standards, is what I understand.
That's Clay Hargett, and I talked to him outside of the museum a couple days ago. He had a rough ride in that last race in Mid-Ohio.
Right.
Couldn't figure it out, went home, and I think he said he took out the rear axle, and the ball bearings and everything just fell on the floor. And he goes, oh, that would explain it.
That would explain it,
And he's feeling much better now.
Well, that's good. Here's our leader, Jack Switzer. As we're coming up on just about halfway through, about 8 minutes into this 20-minute race. But Switzer definitely the class of this field, as he's got an 11-second lead over Colin Cohen, who is no slouch in that Maserati.
The shadow is almost all the way across the track now.
Yeah.
Ooh, this could be good. Chris Bonk coming up on one of those Dodge Neons. Christopher Shoemaker. It's a battle of the Chris's here.
Steve Yarborough still battling with the 914 of Douglas Switzer. Yarborough in that Group 6 car up to 4th overall.
You know, I think if that 9146 had a little bit taller wing, he might catch Yarborough.
Yeah. All he needs is a little more drag.
Look at how tall that thing is.
That is so. That
Come
is
on,
such
guys. He's telling the crew we need 6 more inches on my wing height.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That big air scoop up over the top of the car. I don't think I've ever seen a 914 decked out quite like that.
Reminds me of that movie Cars, when all the tuners get up to the truck and there's a car with like 9 wings stacked on top of each other.
Yeah. Little puff of smoke out of one of the cars. I think it might have been a brake lockup. But Ron Pauly is right behind this group. Yarborough, Switzer, and Pauly. That's 4th, 5th, and 6th in the overall. And then the BMW parade just behind them. That's broken off just a little bit.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, with Matthew Browning in the acid trip. Pauly goes a little deep there at turn 7, misses the apex. So that's going to cost him a little momentum.
Pauly is our Group 12 champion, I think a few times, in a Lexus. He owns some Toyota shops in the Arkansas area. And so it was weird when I saw him come out with a BMW for the first time, I think, last season.
A bit of loose trim on the back of Yarborough's Corvette.
I see that.
Flapping in the breeze. I love that Union 76 reminiscent logo
Yeah, he's we call him the gas man. He owns some 76 gas stations.
Oh, okay, that would explain it. Okay, there
I think
you go.
he lives in Reno.
Yeah.
Reno, Nevada. But he's got some 76 gas stations.
Switzer's got a run here. Let's see if he's got anything. I don't think he can stay with the Corvette on the straightaways, but he's certainly better in the handy sections as they've caught the back of the pack. They're going by the Datsun 510 of Chris Bonk and the white
Shoemaker.
Dodge Neon with Christopher Shoemaker. That's a little close, and Paulie's trying to take advantage of the traffic.
Is that a pick?
Yeah, just a bit.
That's a pick and roll right there, Paulie.
Oh, man. But Schumacher finally got out of the way, and now here's Switzer's going to try to get back at him as they work their way through turn 4 and into the chicane. And Yarborough's looking in his mirror and say, you guys just keep, go right ahead.
That worked out perfectly for him. But if you're wondering, in vintage racing, it is the responsibility of the overtaking car to make a safe pass.
Correct.
As long as the slower car maintains a predictable racing line, it's up to the faster car to make the pass. And, man, they got real close to rubbing there.
That was a little hit check from Paulie, I think. He gave a little feint off to the right.
I don't think they touched, but they didn't touch because of that 914 having some good reaction with Douglas Switzer behind the wheel.
Yeah, Switzer had to take a little evasive action there.
Again, a little bit taller wing, you might have gotten him.
That is such great fun.
And that's why he's not, it's things like that scoop and that wing that puts him to group 12 and not group 6.
Yeah. Yarborough and Paulie now going after it. Little tail happy on Yarborough's Corvette, that big block Corvette. I'm sure he can spin the wheels up pretty easily.
Our producers don't like us. Well, we're not dogging on a 914. I love a 914.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely love a 9146. I just think that wing is maybe a little much.
A little bit too much,
but maybe it's working. But what do I have? I like British cars that don't run.
Yeah.
So it's not like I really know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, the German cars, they run until they break down, and then they're really expensive to fix. That's the problem.
Number 64, BMW of Mike Gorman.
Brian Leary just in front of him. And the other 914, a little deeper in the pack, the sort of mustard-colored, number 3.
Should be
That's
Lenahan.
Jim Lenahan in his 914-6. Colin Cohen going the inside of him as he's putting him a lap down. Lenahan a little deeper in the pack. Back in 19th position.
I like seeing these RX-7s out here. Those were cool cars.
That's the 98 RX-7, one of 2 of them in the field. Alex Lozano in the 98 out of Brighton, Michigan.
Ooh, Shoemaker. Locking him up.
Yeah. Scott Shadell and that beautiful Camaro. There's the other RX-7 just in front of him.
Chris Bonk in that Datsun 510.
John Putnam in the 89 RX-7.
I'm missing the Volkswagen Rabbit. Where's the Volkswagen Rabbit?
Yeah, I don't see it in the field. I don't think he came out to play. One of the things we find with these vintage racing weekends, the deeper you get into the weekend, the field begins to shrink a little bit because attrition becomes a factor.
There's Bill Skillman.
The spoiler on that Porsche, known affectionately as the ducktail. That was the first of the spoilers on the street-going Porsches. And they developed a much wider, flatter, that they called the whale tail, which was the big tail on the back of the Porsches. Housing the intercooler for the infamous Porsche Turbo.
I watched Le Mans a few years ago with my wife. And the opening scenes, first 5 minutes of that, nothing is said. It's just him driving that Porsche through the streets.
Yeah,
I love it. She goes, "What are we watching?" And I'm just like, "This is the greatest movie ever made." You know.
Oh, Paulie goes wide and opens the door for Switzer. Paulie's off the pace here.
Yeah, something
yeah,
broke.
Something broke. Paulie is off the pace. Yeah, he is coasting here. looking for a break in the wall to get out of harm's way, but he doesn't want to get off in the grass if he can avoid it. And he's going to bring out a safety car as we are in the final 5 minutes of this race. So sadly, I think that may put a premature end to the racing here. As the number 67 of Michael Browning, the BMW M3 GT Pour
is kind of, the art cars of BMW back in the day.
Yep,
It's kind of his take on that. I like that.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of nice. And before you criticize, he's the one who called it acid trip. We didn't give him that name. That was his description of the color of the car. So.
But I feel like Leary's wheels would match that car better.
Yep, I agree. So I think you should hunt these guys down in the paddock, Ben, and just tell them, hey, you got to swap wheels.
I've already upset them enough.
You can tell we're a little punch drunk here. It's been a long day.
When we're up here, there's anonymity. But as soon as I walk in the paddock, they're like, that's the guy.
Yeah, he said bad things about my paint job.
So here's the two 9146s.
Yeah, now they're running together.
Yeah. And Rick Ortman and Steve Smith, they just can't get away from each other. I love that.
Yeah.
Woo, Derek Carter coming through.
He there he is.
He was through traffic.
He was a late starter. He's only turned 2 laps. The leaders are working lap 11 right now.
Paulie's back out there.
Paulie's back out. I wonder if it just shut off on him and he was able to get it refired. Derek Carter's checking to make sure it's no longer sparking so he can get back in the GT field. Just a little more ground clearance is all we needed. And our leader, Jack Switzer, with a 12-second lead now over Seb Coppola in the Ferrari.
Yeah, but even though Derek Carter is, laps and laps back, he sees who his competition was from the last race, and he's like, well, I got to get him.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter. Ooh, and he's smoking a little bit.
Yep.
He sees Switzer in that Porsche up ahead of him. That was his competition. He wants to get him at the line, I think.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tall order. And now that puts a big space between Steve Smith and Rick Ortman. That's probably the furthest they've been away from each other this race.
Yeah. There goes Derek inside of Steve Smith in the black Corvette.
I did confirm that is Steve Smith. Great guy. Been hanging out with him all year, but not the drummer for Journey.
Ah, okay. Scott Shadell all by himself in that beautiful Camaro. Very simple paint job on that car. It's all one color, no highlights.
I like that generation of Camaro, but my favorite is the 70 split bumper.
Yep.
I just love that one. I think they only did the split bumper 1 year.
Bill Skillman with one of the Mazdas right behind him. That's John Putnam, actually. Skillman passed Putnam to move up into 8th spot. So Putnam drops back to 9th in the number 89 RX-7. And Steve Yarborough, by the way, has disappeared. He must have gone into the paddock because he's now 3 laps down in 21st position. The Skillman working his way into the top 8.
Yarborough's a deadhead. In all of his cars, he's got a deadhead sticker. He loves the Grateful Dead. I love the Grateful Dead. But he might have gotten caught behind that acid trip and, had a little flashback. That was his strategy all along. But now look at this. Rick Ortman has closed the gap a little bit in just 1 lap.
Yeah. Right behind them is the second place runner, Seb Coppola, about to put them a lap down. And Smith and Ortman are running 12th and 13th, about mid-pack. So the front runners have definitely passed their way up to about halfway through the field in this 20-minute race. Talked a little bit about the 200 of Mark Davis in that Shelby GT350. Derek Carter just set fastest lap of the race from 22nd position. So he is going after
White flag.
That Porsche. White flag is out. Final lap is in progress. Jack Switzer sets his personal best at a 1:37.9. I'm sure his crew is on the radio saying, Carter's coming, Carter's coming.
Come on, Ortman.
Well, here comes Paulie as he's chasing down Seb Coppola. Well, he's back a ways. Paulie's a lap down after that stop, so. But he's back on the pace. Yeah, and he got him. Yeah. He got him. Derek Carter made that pass. Well, we've got a car in the gravel trap, we're hearing on the radio.
That's Bill Skillman.
Yeah, he said 3 Alpha. That would be Skillman in the orange Porsche.
So we're going to have to send the Skillman safety car out, possibly.
Yeah. Jack Switzer says to Derek Carter, hey, it ain't over yet, Buster. I'm coming right back at you. As they work their way around Linehan and the other 914.6. Jack Switzer going to tuck right into the draft of that big Mustang and see if he can get a little extra pace. We're still on the, that's the checkered flag. So Jack Switzer takes the win. Derek Carter many laps down after coming late to the party, but still got around the leader, Jack Switzer. Seb Coppola comes home in second spot. Colin Cohen in third. Douglas Switzer in the high-winged 914.6 in fourth spot. Michael Browning in the number 67 BMW in fifth. Brian Leary in the other BMW, the 62, in sixth. Mike Gorman in the third of the BMWs in seventh. John Putnam in the RX-7 comes home eighth. Scott Shadell in the Camaro in ninth. And then Mark Davis in the Shelby GT350. Rounding out the top 10, Ron Pauly just missed the top 10 after his unscheduled pit stop out on the track. Again, giving props to the class leaders. Colin Cohen in the 12A MP4 class takes the gold medal. Michael Browning will take the silver and the bronze to Brian Leary. In the 8A production class, the 894 of Lynn St in his Porsche 911 over Bill Skillman in the 3A. So Skillman getting caught in the gravel trap is going to cost him the gold medal in the 8A production class. In 6B production, the 200 of Mark Davis in the Shelby GT350 over Steve Yarborough in the 76 Corvette. In the 12B MP3, the two Neons, Christopher Schumacher taking the win. Stephen Hyatt in the number 31 Black Neon only turned 2 laps. In the 8B production class, John Putnam in the 89 RX-7 over Alex Lozano in the 98 RX-7 with Jim Linehan in the number 3 Porsche in the bronze medal position. Finally, in the 12A MP1, Jack Switzer, the overall winner, with Douglas Switzer in the 914 in second spot. And Steve Smith takes the honors over Rick Ortman in 12A MP2. One more race to go for this Saturday full of racing on Racing America TV. Groups 2 and 5B vintage formula cars coming up as our last race of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the final race of the day at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts deliver strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Cube 3 Architecture is proud to serve as the exclusive architectural partner and title sponsor of the Trans Am TA2 National and Western Series. A nationally recognized design firm, Cube 3 is committed to shaping environments and supporting talent, both behind the build and behind the wheel. Driven by creativity, performance, and precision, their passion for design mirrors their passion for racing. Cube 3 Architecture, proud title sponsor of the 2026 Trans Am TA2 Series. Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The sun is getting lower in the sky as this is our final race of the day, as we reprise a good race this morning from the Group 2 and 5B Vintage Formula and Sports Racers, as we've got
23 cars on the starting grid. Why don't we have a look at the track map here for this 2.439-mile circuit. As you can see, the cars leaving the pit lane, the start-finish line right there in front of the famous pagoda. As the cars accelerate the wrong direction, the oval people will tell you, down this long strut straightaway into a dynamite passing opportunity into turn 1, a very sharp 90-degree right-hander. And then the sweeping series of turns 2, 3, and 4. And then the really rapid chicane at turns 5 and 6. You can see the horseshoe of the long Formula One course just below. Then all the way down the Holman Straight to turn 7, another great passing opportunity. Through the S's at turns 8 and 9. And then 10 as they climb back up onto the banking and the short chute between oval turns 1 and 2. Another passing opportunity there at 12. There's the pit entrance right there at turn 13. And then the final sweep onto the long straightaway. Turn 14, easily the most important turn on the race course because it leads onto the longest straightaway. That's a trip around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course. 2.439 miles, 14 turns.
And you couldn't really see it from that map, but there's over like 130 centimeters of elevation change in a lap of Indy. Almost none at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this is probably flatter than Sebring, to be honest.
I should think, without the bumps. Yeah, So yeah, it's Sebring without the bumps. Quick rundown of the field. We've got a bunch of SCCA Formula Enterprises Spec Racer Fords. That's the word I'm thinking of. Dave Anzalone, Efren Armaza, Rodney Taylor, Edward Arbiter, and Dave DeBolt. Forrest Barber in the Lotus 23C. Charles Smith in his Taiga. Timothy Adcock in his Swift. David O'Keefe in a Winkleman. Dave Bruce in a Merlin. Doug Bruce in a Merlin. Harry Reynolds in a Taiga. David Satterley in a PRS. James Beavers in a Ford Alexis. Then we've got the Titan of John D. Giovanni, Mike Wyrick in his Zinc, Rick Baribeau in a Van Diemen, Michael Nalen in a Citation. Then we've got the Mark S. Clark in his Crosley, Edward Erlandson in his Swift, Bob Lima in his Brabham BT21, Mike Anderson in the Swift DB1, Pierce Rader in the Lotus, and Bruce Hamilton in the Brabham BT36. There's Hamilton in the orange or yellow, number 76.
Look at that. There's
Brabham
the Smothers
BT36
car.
Yeah, and there's the Smothers Brothers, number 9. Great job of our camera crew here to give us that shot of Bob Lima's Brabham BT21.
Completely in the shade now.
Yeah,
that backstretch.
Yeah, that front straightaway completely shaded now. And there's the green. And look at him, fan out 4 and 5 wide as this first wave. These are all the Club Fords and the Formula Bs. And the top 3 are the ones to watch. That's Hamilton, Rader, and Bob Lima in the 3 Formula B cars. And Rader is going to sweep across the bow of Bruce Hamilton's Brabham. But Hamilton's going to power around the outside to turn 2 and take the lead. And Lima's going to try to follow him through. So right now, Rader, the meat in the Brabham sandwich. And then right behind him, that Mike Anderson punching above his weight in that Swift DB1. Yeah. Running right up there with those big Formula B cars.
Impressive. I feel like Rader might have either missed a shift or scrubbed way too much off of that tight turn, but for a second there, it looked like he hesitated. Now here he's back.
Yeah, he's coming right back at him, though, as they come down into turn 7, as they are side by side. Line of Bob Lima right behind him in that Swift. So we've got side by side racing, the 27 of Michael Nalen, the 58 of Mike Wyrick. They had a good battle. But it's still Bruce Hamilton out in front in that orange number 76. But Rader's car really getting off the corners really, really well. You know, we talked in the earlier race about how Hamilton's car appeared to have a little more torque, a little more grunt off the corners. But this one, it looks like Rader's able to shoot off the corners a little better.
Yeah.
Maybe he changed his gearing between races.
Yeah. I can't remember his name now, but they were just with us at Road America. But his mechanic was with Bobby Rahal back when he won the Indy 500. So he knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah, no question. Yeah, Pierce is going to pop out here as they go side by side. Bob Lima in the background there, holding off the challenge for Mike Anderson and that Swift. But yeah, Rader's looking strong here. Oh, and look at Bruce Hamilton diving to the inside, and he dived a little too hard as he spins it. Pinched that corner trying to make that pass. He's obviously still running. He's just waiting for a break in the action, so he's going to have an uphill struggle. He'll have to climb up from the back after that little miscue. give Pierce Rader some credit there. He gave him plenty of racing room. He didn't try to pinch him down into that turn. Here's the 27A of Doug Bruce and his Merlin Mark 20 AS.
Look at Anderson keeping up with Lima.
Yeah. I mean, I am just so impressed with Mike Anderson in that Swift DB1. That's a 1984 Swift. The Brabhams are older, but the Formula B cars are significantly more stout performance-wise than the Formula Fords. So that's a great showing for that Swift. In its day, it had the lowest drag of any Formula Ford currently in production, as the Alliance Autosport number 133 Spec Racer Ford of David Anzalone.
Efren Ormaza out front.
Yeah, and Anzalone right in his wheel tracks, and then the 59 right behind him. Rodney Taylor.
The car that makes me want pizza. Look at the hand signals. See that? I think he's saying, work with me. Let's line up.
Let's line up and draft this guy. Yeah, exactly right. Stay in line.
Efren Ormaza, very good Club Ford racer. Been with us for a few years in that car, and I don't think I've ever seen him take second.
Yeah. Anzalone, a pretty good head in that car as well. He's done some SCCA winning in that car, or one just like it. But Ormaza trying to keep him behind. And down to the inside goes Anzalone and takes the position, but he goes a little too deep. Yeah. But he's able to keep it together. And Ormaza in the 59
there by Ormaza.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, I'll let you take it, and I think he thought you're never going to make it. So I think even Efren Ormaza was a little bit impressed.
Yeah, exactly right. These two guys had a pretty good battle.
Look at that Crossley get mixed up when he gets on the brakes.
Yeah, the 58, the 27 had a great battle this morning. Mike Wyrick in the 27 and Michael Nalen. Nalen in the zinc and Wyrick in another zinc. They had a good intramural battle between those two. You can see the similarities in the two chassis. Slightly different vintage. Nalen's is a 1978. Wyrick's is a 1975, so a couple years older. These cars evolve a little bit, especially the Formula Fords. The manufacturers all doing little tweaks to try to make them a little faster with each successive year.
Did we see what happened to the number 76 of Bruce Hamilton? Right now he's currently scored in 14th, but we have to keep an eye on him because he's going to be working his way through some traffic.
Right. He had that spin there at turn one and was just waiting for traffic, so he's on his way forward, I'm sure. And there he comes. We can see him now right there at the top of the shot.
I can't understate how important it is, especially for these open wheel groups, to win at Indy.
I can't imagine any kind of racer not wanting to win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
But there's something even more. If you drive an open wheel car, you're obviously an open wheel fan.
Sure.
So this means even more.
Yeah, absolutely. Bruce Hamilton closing up on the back of that battle we were just talking about. Mike Wyrick and Michael Nalen. So he's up to 9th right now after that spin. And he's going to pick off a couple of these, I think, on the way down to turn 7 on the Holman Straight.
2. It's not bad.
Yeah, just in front of him, Mark S. Clark in that number 5.
In that great movie Grand Prix with James Garner, they used a lot of Formula Bs as Formula One cars in that movie because they were so interchangeable back then.
Yeah.
But, we talked about Le Mans with Steve McQueen earlier, but I think I put Grand Prix right there with some of the best on-track footage.
Yeah, the racing action in Grand Prix is about as good as any motor racing film I've seen. I mean, the more recent ones, the Niki Lauda
Rush.
Rush
that
was a really tasty bit of racing.
F1 movie with Brad Pitt. I thought that racing was really good. The racing action was amazing.
Yeah, it was good. No question. I mean, they've learned a lot. But Grand Prix was so ahead of its time in the camera work for that movie. As Bruce Hamilton continues to eat up the Formula Fords as he's working his way forward. Back up to 5th now is Hamilton. Let's see, how deep did he go when he fell out?
I saw him as far back as 14th.
Yeah, he was in 14th. And so now he's back up to 5th as he is in a recovery mode.
We've seen some great Formula Ford races here. We one year, I think in 2023, 22 maybe, we had to have 2 different Group 2 races because we had so many when they were celebrating the 60 years of Formula Ford in America.
Yeah. Now we're celebrating the 60 years of Trans Am.
Yeah.
And look at Mike Anderson staying right with Bob Lima. I am just so impressed with Anderson in that number 35 car. Those two should not be in the same performance envelope. Look how skinny the tires are on the Formula Ford and how much more rubber that Lima's got to work with. And Anderson is just staying right with it.
But Lima's got a lot of shocks and a lot of weight near his wheels, where those inboard shocks and just having everything in the center.
Yeah, the upfront weight is much lower on the Formula Fords for sure. They look almost spindly by comparison, but that's by design.
Yeah, they look brittle.
Yeah. So Pierce Rader out in front. Bob Lima.
Debris on the front stretch.
Oh, yeah, I see that. A piece of bodywork blew off. I mean, looks like an engine cover maybe off one of the cars.
I'm not hearing anything from race control.
Yeah, they haven't said anything yet. Yeah, they're just now, they've been alerted to that piece of debris. Here's Rader, Bob Lima, and Mike Anderson. Bruce Hamilton from 4th now, just set the fastest lap of the race. As we turn our attention back to the battle for the Spec Racer Fords. Anzalone. Oh, and there goes a little bit too deep for the 59 of Rodney Taylor.
A pizza car.
Efren Armaza just in front of him. Taylor trying to catch up.
We're going full course yellow.
They're going to bring out the safety car for that debris. Yeah. So all we need to do is find a car that's missing a piece of bodywork. We'll see where that.
This sounds selfish, but I don't want anybody to hit that because I want it to go back on the car so he or she can race tomorrow.
Absolutely. There's one more race for all of these classes for tomorrow, interspersed in between the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race, the Trans Am race. And we've got 2 more Formula Regional Americas races tomorrow.
And I tell you what, Rader and Lima are close. This might be a really interesting restart. Best thing that could have happened to Bruce Hamilton. I'm looking. That's not orange bodywork out there. I didn't know if he had like an ejector seat. Like, hey, guys, I need a yellow here. It's red.
Yep. And he's right there.
I'm looking to see which car that may have come off of. It didn't come off of Clark's car. Clark's running a Formula Ford that's red. I see Will Huxtable bringing out a crew guy to look at a car, but I'm just looking for a red Formula Ford without an engine cover.
Oh, yeah, there's more than one. Somebody has hit it. There's more. You can see another piece right there that somebody just ran over. There it is. It's the 26 car.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's Timothy Adcock in his Swift DB1. That's the missing piece of bodywork. He could stop and pick it up. Just coming by the scene of the incident is the 26 car.
Tell you what, our camera operators are Johnny on the spot today. They're finding the cars, they're finding the debris before some of the officials are.
Yeah, tip of the hat to Cam and his entire crew from Live Race Media. They have just done a fantastic job here this weekend, as they always do. But great camera work. It's been a long day, and these guys and gals are right on top of it.
Yeah. And that's, as a camera operator myself, we sometimes put our camera operators in the worst conditions possible.
Oh, sure.
It's been good weather here so far, though.
In the heat.
Hey, there we are, John.
Hi. I don't want to stand up because
I tend to concentrate better if I stand up. If I sit down, my ADD kicks in harder.
Exactly. For whatever reason, when I announce at Mid-Ohio, I always work standing up, but every place else I sit down. I don't know why.
I noticed that when you were at Mid-Ohio.
I don't know why that is.
When your announcing booth at Mid-Ohio is
the size of a phone booth.
It is a phone booth. Yeah, maybe a London phone booth, but it's still a phone booth.
Yeah. If anyone's feeling homesick, there's a shot of a nice Southwest airline flight departing from the Indianapolis airport, south of the facility here.
There's Hamilton.
Yeah, he's up to fourth.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's up to fourth.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't leave just yet because Bruce Hamilton is on a warpath, currently in fourth. The orange car that we're looking at there, the number 7-6, he's got a Formula Ford in front of him who's been very impressive of Anderson.
Yep.
Then Bob Lima, then Pierce Rader. He wants this one.
Yeah, he's just hoping that we get a green flag before we run out of time. There's Ormaza.
He just said, pace car, increase your speed. All right, here we go, guys.
Yeah, he's going to dive into the pit lane here.
After this lap.
Yeah, they're going to go around one more time.
Get the speed up. All right. This might be very interesting.
Our safety car driver always loves it when the race control says, go ahead and speed up, speed up. You know, he has a little more fun hustling that Mustang around the track.
I haven't gotten to drive that thing yet, which I think is probably by design.
I've had a ride in it, but no, I haven't driven it, but I've had a ride in it with James. He took me a semi-hot lap around NOLA. That was the first race that we actually had that car. It was delivered to us that weekend.
I asked Bill Skillman the other day, is it green or blue? And he knew the paint code, but he said it really depends on the light and the clouds.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that because I told my son we got a new pace car. He said, what color is it? And I said it was green. And when he first saw it, it was blue.
Yeah, yeah.
So he thought I was crazy.
Yeah.
Which he knows.
Well, but he knows you're crazy.
Yeah, he knows the truth.
Yeah. So that's all good. There's the number 20.
This is going to get good here, John.
Dave DeBolt.
This restart is going to get real good.
Oh, we didn't have Forrest Barber. We're missing the Lotus 23 in this group. The 54 Forrest Barber didn't start this one. I hope he didn't hurt the car. I'd love to see it one more time.
Now notice the front four are not trying to put heat in their tires.
Yeah. I think they realize they're hot enough.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, now race control's telling us there may be some fluid on the racetrack. They're saying it's at turn 12. There might be some fluid on the racing line. James is heading that way right now.
And that's a heavy braking area.
Oh, yeah. You definitely don't want to run into an oil slick at that part of the racetrack because the cars are definitely hard on the binders. And sadly, we're about 5 minutes away from the time limit, and I don't think we'll have time to get it started if he has to go around one more time. So Bruce Hamilton will not have his opportunity to pass his way back to the front.
Well, James was saying he didn't see anything.
Yeah. Yep, it's there, he says. Well, at least it's the last race of the day that we have an oil down. Touch wood.
Yeah.
We've been clean. We had a couple cars. One of the stock cars seemed to lose a motor. Lots of smoke coming out of the exhaust pipe. We managed to survive that.
That stinks. I got real excited.
Okay, James is reporting that it is wet but not slippery, so it's probably more likely water or coolant. If it were oil, it would be slick.
I'm hearing reports that Pierce Rader's family was over at turn 12 dropping a gallon of lemonade on the track.
Oh, is that it? Yeah. Taking a 2-liter bottle of Coke and, actually Coke would be good. It would make it sticky. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, it's the safety crew's on the scene. They're scrubbing it to see just what they've got there and if it's anything that needs attention. These people have well
It would make me laugh so much if it was a banana peel from Mario Kart.
Yeah, absolutely. They have made their decision and are getting back into their vehicle. So my guess is they've decided, yeah, it's too slippery to continue, or what are they talking about? It's just fine. So
we're going to go
green this time by.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I love it.
All right. Come on,
Bruce,
guys.
Bruce Hamilton has got some pull with the race director, I think. Yeah.
Behave into turn one. This is a double-edged sword.
Yep.
You know, we saw that at Mid-Ohio. We did another restart right at the end, do green-white checker.
Rader stopped. Pierce Rader has rolled to a stop. Maybe he ran out of gas. Oh, man. That's just terrible. Bob Lima is the leader of this motor race right now.
His nose is still
flopping,
vibrating a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Bruce Hamilton.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Yeah, they're going to have to finish this one because Rader has rolled to a stop.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, somehow miraculously a Ford Mustang is going to win our Formula B Formula Ford race.
There have been more than one race weekend where James Rogerson has been on the podium. There's no question about it. Sometimes our safety car driver wins a few of these races. Yeah. We don't like to finish that way. Nobody does, but sometimes it's just part of the
John,
game.
Here's what I'm going to ask you to do.
Go for it.
If you will bring us home to the yellow checker with James Rogerson leading in that Ray Skillman Ford Mustang, and we're going to make a social media post about it.
Oh, okay. Awesome sauce. Exciting finish to this race here as we've got a whole flock of cars, but out in front in that beautiful Mustang, the most contemporary car in the field.
Is it green or is it blue?
I don't know what color it is, but boy, James Rogerson is a hot shoe, man. He can drive the wheels off of that car, and he has kept all of these much more nimble Formula cars behind him for the entire duration of this race, and he is going to win this one, coming across the line to the checkered flag. James Rogerson, ladies and gentlemen, from Houston, Texas. One of the best racers we have ever seen in our paddock, and he has taken the victory here.
I got to talk the timing and scoring because he didn't do all the laps.
Yeah.
Somehow he won.
Yeah, somehow he's at the top of the order there. And he set the fastest lap on the last lap, too. How did he do that? Boy, that's just amazing.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we have to have some fun here. We're at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Some pinch-me moments today. And SVRA, it's supposed to be fun.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
We got some fun coming tomorrow, don't we, John?
Yeah, we're going to do it all over again. We're going to do all these races again. For those of you who are going to join us on the stream, unfortunately, we are not streaming wall-to-wall tomorrow. We will stream the very first race of the day, which is round 2 of the Formula Regional Americas Championship. And then the next thing you'll see starting at about 9:30 is the pre-race leading up to the start of the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. We will join that in progress because we have 3 SVRA classes to get in before the start of the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race. So you'll see that on the stream. You'll probably join it somewhere around 10 o'clock thereabouts, as we'll join that in progress. And then at the conclusion of the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race, we'll break away from the post-race celebration to bring you the Group 10 GT and Historic Stock Car race. And then we'll be back with another stream for the Formula Regional Americas Championship finale for the day. That's at 12:10 tomorrow. So we'll be streaming at 8 o'clock with Formula Regional Americas, again at about 10 for the Cube 3 Architecture race, then at 12 o'clock for the second round of Formula Regional Americas, and then we'll be back again with the pre-race ceremonies leading up to the start of the Trans Am race. That'll be at about 2 o'clock, and then we'll break again, and then we'll be back at 4:15 for the balance of the day for this race class, Group 5, 7, 11, and the Historic Stock Car finale. Keep your fingers crossed for dry weather because the Historic Stock Cars will elect not to run if it's raining. It has been a wonderful day. My partner Ben Sissel and I have so much enjoyed bringing the racing to you, and it's such a pleasure to be able to give a little screen time to all of our racers from the SVRA. So on behalf of our entire family from Racing America, thank you so much for being with us. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Until then, have a great evening. Good night.